Hey, hey, hey!
Well, welcome back!
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, and good morning, depending on where in the world you are watching the show. How are we doing?
I think I've got some tired eyes right now. It's been
Yeah,
a long old day.
I know it's been a long time. So yeah, so this is the section for the moment. We're just going to stay as still as we possibly can
Just to rest our
for
weary
the whole
heads.
of this next section, just because we're already 24 hours into this, and it's getting quite.
I don't think they're buying it.
No,
No.
Oh, okie dokie.
We thought. Oh, we'll squeeze under the
We
desk.
thought we might get
Like
away
you.
with it, but here we go.
Get out the way. Come on, give me them back. I need
Hello,
them.
guys.
Our stunt doubles didn't work.
Yeah.
Oh,
The stunt doubles didn't work. We're gonna have to do this ourselves. Okay,
Yes.
I suppose we can do this. If you guys can do this, we can do this. How have you been? Have you missed us? I'm sure you did.
right. Let's have a look. So,
Did Stuart and David Mahoney take over the show?
who said that? That's funny.
Oh,
That's funny.
alas, poor Stuart. We knew him so well. There we. Stuart, go and sit down there under the table. Okay. Think about websites. Okay. Right. Are we having fun, guys? I hope we are. I hope we're having fun.
I'm just
We're in the
getting
party
ready.
industry, after all. If we can't have fun, who possibly can?
Exactly.
Right.
Right. Okay.
You could always have half a shift so one of them to sleep. It doesn't kind of work like that. It's a good idea, but it doesn't kind of work like that. At the end of the day, we're here for you guys, so we're just giving all that we possibly can. Thanks for making this quarantining easier. Actually, as we said before, it's easier for us too because we don't have to be at home with our wives and families. So, sorry, that's it.
Option B.
Option B. B. Okay. Okay. Somebody, Richard, you must be very tired. He didn't even know they were false.
I don't know what that says about us.
Oh,
I really don't. I really don't. Anyway, we have someone joining us as well.
We do, actually, yes, for segment 21. Guys that are staying up past midnight. Well, we're on 25 past midnight in the UK.
We are, yes.
You're going to stay up for one more segment.
Just one more?
Just
no,
one more
there'll be
segment?
another one after that.
Okay, so what you can do is we're going to look out for this next instructor, and this next instructor is the fantastic Joette Giardina. So, from the Balloon Coach, if you haven't heard of her, are you not on social media at all? She's a very powerful force in social media and in the balloon industry itself. I have my notes somewhere around here that have been moved. There they are. Thank you very much, sir.
Hiding.
And the title for this one is Marketing with Balloons. People do business with those they know, like, and trust. Steps to create your marketing strategy, to have your referral partners and target clients experience your balloon designs and services in person to increase your sales, plus outline to create press releases and a marketing plan. Because we had a fantastic discussion with Chris, Stuart and Dave, and it's good to have a plan in place. So here's somebody that has a plan.
She has, and she's going to put it in place for you.
So we shall welcome her to the Q Corner convention, guys. Please welcome Joette.
Hello, Joette. Can you hear us?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
I can hear you.
You are live
Excellent.
on Q Corner convention. Please don't swear.
Oh, I will not swear.
Oh, good. You're the one. Okay,
Excellent.
fantastic.
Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you
yes.
perfectly well.
Perfectly, yes.
Have you enjoyed the convention so far, Joette?
I have. I've gotten a lot of great tips. It was fun to see the guys hanging out earlier with Stuart and Dave and Chris. And then I was learning some great tips from Dennis most recently. So it's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all those golden nuggets.
What we're going to do is we don't want to take up any more time than we need to. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump off here and we're going to hand over to Joette. So guys out there in internet land, sit back, relax, and I hope you've already downloaded the notes where we sent the link to, so you can follow along with Joette.
Here you go.
They're all yours, Joette.
All right.
Enjoy.
Great. Thanks, guys. You're going to put up my slides for me?
We're going to do that in just a moment.
Wonderful. Yay. Oh, how fun. I love all the different technology that they have. So, guys, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Joette. I live in Lakeland, Florida. I am a CBA. I got that back in 2008. I actually was in the same class with Eve when we were at Balloon Camp in Vegas. You can go to the next slide. And I have been in the industry since 2003. I purchased Party People events in Lakeland, Florida. And are you guys seeing the next slide? Because I'm not. So when I purchased Party People events, it had been a storefront that got closed down. And I moved the business to my house. And then in 2015, after I had taught at some conventions, a lot of people kept asking me questions about how to grow their business and how I was being so successful in growing from a home-based business. And my husband said, if you're going to spend that much time answering people's questions to help them grow your business, you got to get paid for it. So in 2015, I sold my company with the caveat that Jonathan Gerber would keep me as his marketing manager so I could stay the face of the company and help his company grow and be a part of a growing company, but being able to spend the majority of my time helping balloon professionals around the world grow their thriving business. So what's exciting for me is I got to see what it was like to be a home-based business. I had a 600 square foot warehouse in my backyard and worked from home. My husband's a teacher. And now I get to be a part of a team where we just launched our new party store, our balloon store. We have 5,000 square feet for our headquarters now. And we have multiple staff that work together to deliver all the decor for our clients, work the storefront, and hang out. And I get to be a part of a growing team. And we do over $600,000 a year in decor. So it's pretty exciting to be able to see the differences from being home-based to now being a part of a team and having a warehouse and retail space. So I now get to serve as the manager of that new store. Unfortunately, I'm now back home into my office here due to the fact of the coronavirus canceling all of our events in Florida. So what's cool is I'm so glad that QUALATEX put this event together so that we can help you prepare and grow. And I am also the producer of Balloon Boss Pro Summit, which is coming up in November. So the picture that you're seeing here is from a styled photo shoot. So talk about marketing with balloons. When you have beautiful balloons like that for a wedding shoot, now anybody can picture that at their wedding. Next slide. So what we're going to do is jump right in. We're going to dive into this pool right here. And I'm going to talk to you about the very important information that people do business with those that they know, like, and trust. Let me say that one more time. People do business with those they know, like, and trust. The reason that I got to be in this estate for a multimillionaire was because of my relationship with a high-end florist and event planner who trusted me to do the decor for her client. Next slide. So what I'm going to do is ask for you to step out of your comfort zone. And if you have not built a strong network of referral partners, you need to do that now. Now, you might be wondering, what on earth are you looking at? This is a photo that was taken at an art gallery in Tampa, Florida, which is about an hour and 20 minutes away from me. And what happened is an event planner in my county approached me years ago and said, Joette, I'm doing an art show where I'm picking different vendors that I work with, and they're going to go to the art museum, pick out a piece of art, and then you're going to use your medium to create art in an art display. And that night, I want you to showcase your artwork next to the piece of art that was your inspiration. And then I need you to speak in front of this group of people about what you do and why you chose that. I'm like, dude, what? I didn't see myself as an artist. I saw myself as a balloon decorator. So me going to an art gallery and saying that I was going to build something and put it on display was totally out of my comfort zone. But you know what? I stepped out of fear and I did it anyway. And one of the things I always tell people is you don't have to be self-confident. It's okay to have fears and doubts. But what you do to grow and thrive in your business and to grow as a human is that even when you're fearful, you step forward anyway. And by stepping forward and just going courageously after things that you may have never expected before, your confidence will grow. So here's what happened. I picked out the streets paved in gold. What I loved about it, it was an found art project, which means the artist had glued buttons and coins and just found objects onto this canvas. So I was like, ooh, this will be fun to recreate out of balloons. And I had used a technique that I had learned from Carmen Ballering on how to make the fantasy flowers. And I used the QUALATEX gold balloons to make the fantasy flower dress. And then just the wire to be the arms lifting up that was mimicking two of the people in the story. And then, of course, we were able just to have all the jewels adorning this pedestal. What was phenomenal is sitting in that art gallery that night with patrons of the arts coming around to the event and just in awe that these were balloons. They had no idea that an uninflated balloon could be made into something so beautiful. So what was exciting for me is, no, this is not an award-winning piece. If I took this to World Balloon Convention, I would not win any awards. But that night, in the eyes of the people that were there, I was the best balloon artist they had ever met, and they were surprised and educated about how cool balloons could be. So what I'm letting you know is from that opportunity of me stepping out of my comfort zone, I met a group of vendors who now refer me out to their clients because they experienced how amazing balloons could be. So next slide. So we sell what we share, okay? We sell what we share. If all I shared on my Facebook and my website were the huge, amazing pieces from World Balloon Convention that I've helped people create, or that I only shared that one art piece, then that's what clients would think I did. But what I decided very early on in my balloon business is that I wanted to find out what was most profitable, what was most efficient for me to create to give me the most money, and I made sure to share the things that I wanted to create. So don't share any of those things that you don't like. Have you ever had one of those jobs where you went and you did it and everything went wrong? It took way longer than you thought. It took more product than you thought. And you're like, I'm never going to do that again. Those are the pictures not to put up on Facebook. Those are the pictures not to have on your website, because if you have them, people will ask for them. So this is an example of classic decor. A lovely 20-foot ombre arch, 16-inch balloons, undersized, outdoors with a cute little sun on top, was perfect for this person's birthday party. It lasted great for the event, and it was super fun and met their needs and made me good money. So what I encourage you to do is, as you create your marketing plan, I want you to write down the things that are most profitable for you, that are most efficient for you to create and gets you the most money. That 20-foot arch, anybody on our team can go into the warehouse, inflate it, put it into the van or into the trailer and get it to a client. They don't have to have a lot of expert training in the balloon industry. They just need a couple of weeks with us and they're good to go with that. Next slide. So, want to do big events? This huge event is just really, if you look at it, a bunch of small events together. It was 100 3-foot balloons with collars, helium filled, with a base. Anybody on our team can make that. They know how to fill 3 foots out of helium. They know how to make the quads for the tables. And then all of those amazing quick links to make the columns wrapped with color. And I can't remember if that was 12 or 16 feet in the air. This was about 5.5 years ago. This event took us 2 days with a team of 10 each day to install. There was also 5 foots and 3 foots from the ceiling all throughout the space. And this was for a corporation's 40th anniversary in Orlando. But we showed our client what was possible with balloons, and we were able to sell it based on our enthusiasm. And now these pictures help us sell it to other clients. Next slide. 30-foot arch. How many people here tonight, go ahead and tell me, yes, you've done a 30-foot arch outdoors for a walk. This is the Cancer Walk. We do this almost every single year, many times a year, where you're just taking 3 10-foot pieces, putting them together to make a 30-foot arch with some great outdoor bases. It fits in the trailer, and you just go out in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, set it up, and you're done. This, again, is something anybody on your staff can do, and it makes good money. By having these type of arches out at events, you are now selling to the next event, because everybody who's at that event is going to ask who made that balloon arch. So if you're ever asked to do something for free or a donation, make sure you got a sign on the underneath of that. Next slide. The more you're able to get out in front of the people who are your target market with your balloons and have those photos, the more you're going to be able to sell. The local college here is one of our top clients that I've had since I bought the company in 2003. Simple topiary balls, 12 balloons grouped together on the tent poles, and then 2 quads and some curlicues for the centerpieces with a heavy sand weight. And then around the campus, we put the fun waivers where you just have 3 quads, different sizes, the 350 and 260 flares on it. It's fun. And again, anybody on our staff can do it. When I first got this account, the only thing they ever ordered from us was 2 helium balloons on a string. And I asked them one time, why is it that you buy 2 helium balloons on a string? And they said, well, our colors are red and white, so that's all we need, 1 of each. And I said, well, can we at least bump that up to 3 and do 2 reds and 1 white in the middle? And they're like, oh, okay, we can try that. And then I started going to conventions and learning different skills. And I would come back and say, hey, I can make these fun centerpieces with the curlicues. And rather than, this price, we're going to double it. And, oh, okay, sure, we'll do that. That sounds great, Joette. And then they always wanted helium balloons, which outdoors is always going to hit you in the head when it's windy. I taught them about topiary balls. I showed them photos of what it looks like, and then they bought it. So again, you're going to sell what you show, and you have to have the confidence to share new ideas. Even if that client's just asking you for 3 balloons on a string, tell them the other things that are available with our company. Next slide. Hot air balloon. When we did the very first slide of us jumping into that pool, I told you that the way that I had gotten that job was through an event planner and florist who trusted me with her client. Well, this is Heather. Heather was one of the other artists at that art show with me. And she had done a beautiful piece of art out of her flowers. And by being in that event, she was able to see what I am capable of doing. And then she was able to trust me with her clients. And she's like, hey, Joette, we're doing this special event. It's for a nonprofit. It's a hot air balloon theme. Oh, the places you'll go. Dr. Seuss. We'd like you to do something. And originally she was asking me for 3-foot balloons, helium filled with inside the net. And I'm like, that's kind of cool, but I've always wanted to make a air-filled hot air balloon. I've had several friends in the industry that have made them. I know the technique to do it. What's your budget? And she said, we only have $1,000. And I said, you know what? This usually would cost more than $1,000, but because it's for the United Way, I would love to help give back to this event, be a part of it and work with you and give you this amazing photo op. So what I did is I took what their budget was. I was still profitable. It still paid for the salary for the 2 people who worked with me on it and all of our supplies, and I made money. And I got this amazing photo. And also, I made the download of how to make this because I went ahead. No one else had a recipe for how to make it. So I made that into a download, which has brought me other income, which has been great. But what I want to urge you is when people in your community ask you to donate something or give a discount, think about, number one, people need to experience your balloons firsthand to really understand their full value. And if you want to support your local community and give back to them, pick a couple of organizations or nonprofits that you want to support fully, okay? But you're not going to donate your services. you're going to serve as a sponsor. You're going to sponsor an event that you feel strongly about personally, that you want your company to give back to, or you're going to donate to an event that you know the target clients that you want to work with and the referral partners that you want to be partnering with are going to be at that event. So only select events where it's a win-win, where it just makes your heart feel good, or the right people are going to be at that event so they can experience your balloons so that you can get more sales. All right, next slide. And anybody who's coming on late, if you didn't already, I do have the notes online. You can just go to segment 21 and press the download. So bridal fairs, kids fairs, you name it, business to business expos, everybody has an expo and often ask me if they should be a participant in them. So here's the thing. To decide to be in an expo, you want to make sure that your target market, the people that you want to work with, are going to be at that event. Because if you are not a person who does parties for children, if you do not like kids and you have no desire to do birthdays, then don't go to a kids fair. You'll be miserable. All right. But if you're like us, we, with Party People Events, also do fabric backdrops. So the fabric that you see in this picture, that is our black and white fabric. It's one of the rental items that we do. So for bridal fairs, it's great for me to put up our fabric and our balloons together and to be able to be there. And you know who I'm there for? I'm there to talk to the other vendors. Yeah, I'm going to talk to the brides and I want to interact with them. But from my experience since 2003, I have found that the number one person that I'm going to an expo for is to talk to the other businesses that are at that event. And yes, it's going to be some icing on the cake if a couple of brides sign up and use us for their services. This was my number one booth of people giving me their information and asking me to follow up with them. I made a photo mound. I call it an organic mound because a lot of women, we don't like the lower half of our body to be seen. You don't need to see that we need to lose a little on our tummies. So we can hide behind that mound in front of us. Then the word bride was there. And then we had the QUALATEX heart that you could put your head in or hold up to the side. We had a line waiting for brides and their bridesmaids to come into our booth and take selfies. People took boomerangs, they hashtagged us. It was a fun event because I made it interactive. I made it about the bride and her bridal party and made it fun. So if you're going to be doing any type of booth, you want to make sure you create decor that gets people interactive and hanging out with your balloons and wanting it for their next event. All right. The other thing about any type of expo or bridal fair is you want to make most of the downtime. Typically with a bridal fair, they always have a fashion show and also a lot of different teen showcases and things, or mitzvah showcases will have a time where they have the fashion show up on the stage. So we typically also serve as a sponsor for the event, where we're trading out the decor for the stage for our booth, because I don't want to pay to be at a booth. I think I've only paid for a booth maybe once or twice in 17 years. So with your money, instead of paying them money to be at the event, you're putting your money into your balloons and into your creative time to set up that stage. Now what's going to happen is your stage decor is going to get professional photography taken at the event that you're going to be able to use later in your marketing. It's going to get announced from the stage. And typically with the bridal fairs, when we sponsor, our names then go on the flyers, go on the website. We get announced from stage. And I actually usually get some stage time since I'm not afraid to stand up on the stage and talk on the mic and let the brides know who I am. So again, anytime that you're participating in an event, don't do it small. Go big, and remember that instead of paying money just to throw it out the window and put yourself into print ads, you want to put your money into your man hours and your balloons for people to experience and understand how magical the balloons are that we create. Next slide. All right. So this was my family a good 16 years ago. My daughter is now 20, and we were asked to be a part of an event for the Disney on Ice at our convention center. Basically, they had no budget, but they wanted to put on a special community event that would promote the Disney on Ice tickets. People would come in as they were buying their tickets for the event and interact and play games. And like all the people at the convention center were setting up game booths and coloring sheets and things like that. I was very new to the industry. I was very new to our area. I didn't grow up here in Lakeland, Florida. I didn't know anybody. So what was exciting for me is that this was an opportunity for me to get out in front of the community and let people know I was here. So again, by building this display, we were actually supposed to have, we did a press release and everything, and the media was supposed to come and film that, but somebody's dog bit somebody, and then all the camera crews went to that story. But we had set things up ahead of time, that we had the press releases done. We had our logo shirts to wear, and we were set to make an impression on that day and make the most out of our marketing. To this day, we still do a ton of balloons at that venue. And in fact, I just met with the staff there a couple of weeks ago, just to remind them about all the services that we offer. So being in a location where other people are having parties, that's where you want people to see what you do, right? So yes, when that sales team member says, hey, can you help me out? Well, it's, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Yeah, I'm going to help you out because I want to be in your location more. So marketing is not about being a pushy salesman, okay? Marketing is not about being a pushy salesman. Marketing is about building relationships. So through this of me saying, yes, I will come and I will decorate for this event, allowed me to bridge a relationship with that venue that is still our client today. Next slide. So I want you to get involved. If you're a person who hides behind, I'm too busy, I'm always making the balloons, I'm always on the computer working with my clients, I don't have time to network, but you aren't making as much money as you want, and you don't have as many clients as you want, then I'm going to let you know right now, you got to get out from behind your computer and you need to be the face of your company. All right. Now, I understand some people, this is not their wheelhouse. They don't feel comfortable in front of others. They get nervous. They get tongue-tied. They don't know what to say. So here's what I'm going to tell you. 2 years ago, I weighed 99 more pounds than I do now. In the last 2 years, I've lost 99 pounds. Okay. So if this obese person can go into a place where everybody else is in the perfect business attire, super skinny, cute people, and you know that when you're going to like a chamber meeting and things like that, the guys are just there to look at the cute chicks in heels. If I was able to step out into those events where I'm normally comfortable in tennis shoes and shorts, and instead I'm putting on a business suit and dress pants and doing my makeup, that was totally out of my comfort zone. I had a degree in outdoor education. I used to teach rappelling and rock climbing, okay? So being all fancy and dressed up and businesslike was not my gig. But I realized that as a business owner, I needed to grow and develop and become a business person. So many people say, oh, well, they just see me as the balloon lady. They don't see me as a business owner. Well, then I ask you to look in the mirror. Do you look like a business owner? Are you walking around in a tie-dyed shirt, funky tennis shoes, and kind of scruffy looking? Or are you getting your hair done? If you're a lady, putting on some makeup. If you're a guy, are you grooming appropriately? Are you taking a shower so you smell good? And are you getting dressed for success? Now, please understand, I know there's a lot of entertainers on this call. If you're an entertainer, yes, there are times that it's okay to be in costume or to wear something fanciful. But this is American Businesswomen's Association. And as you can see, the ladies in that, most of them are either in a dress, heels, or a jacket. So my job going in there is to be a part of that and to look like them and fit in. All right. So I had to go to the store and buy new clothes so that I looked good for those events. All right. Now, there were a couple of times where I did show up in my t-shirt and my jeans because I was on my way to another event right after my going to the meeting. But when I could, I dressed the part. I went to American Businesswomen's Association to grow as a business owner. I got connected with other business owners and people who worked for the people that I wanted to work with, because the ladies in that group work for the local banks, the local colleges, the local schools, and they were the ones I needed to hang out with. What I did is I was very fortunate is in 2008, when I got my CBA, I helped Melissa Vincent become Designer of the Year at Balloon Camp. And during that event, the winner of that was able to go to China, and somebody else who was supposed to go to China was not able to go. So I was very fortunate to help Melissa Vincent do a really cool event in China with Guido Verhoff. And we did a fashion show back in 2008 in Shanghai, China. I went to American Businesswomen's Association when they had a little business-to-business trade show. All the ladies set up booths and then invited guests to come and meet all the other businesses. I put up a video of my time in China of the balloons that were on the pond to promote the event and of the actual fashion show. That caught people's attention. They walked through my booth and they're like, "What? You did balloons in China? That's amazing." Okay, I hooked them in. And then I showed them the pictures of what I want to sell. I showed them the columns. I showed them the arches. I showed them the centerpieces. And because of me doing that at that trade show and being a part of ABWA, it's how I got my first $10,000 job. I had put down on my goals that I wanted to have a $10,000 event. This was back when my highest was about $2,000. Working by myself with just a few friends as needed, but I had a goal of $10,000. By being connected in American Businesswomen's Association, by sharing my story and sharing what balloons could do, a lady walked up to me and said, "Hey, Joette, do you think you can help me out? We're celebrating a orange growers anniversary party. And I think I want like a big orange tree and I need centerpieces. It's at a venue that's just being built. Do you think you can handle it? It's a $10,000 budget." Yes, I can handle it. I got this. And then, deep breath, how am I going to do this? And then I pulled together everybody I'd ever trained to do balloons to help me put that event on. If I had not built sincere relationships and let people know about me to build that know, like, and trust, I would have never gotten that first $10,000 event, because you're not just going to hand that off to anybody. You want to, that was for her showcase. That was the thing that people were trusting her to get the right vendors to make that event phenomenal. And so she needed to trust the person who was doing it for them. All right, next slide. At ABWA, over the years, I became a speaker from time to time, and I actually taught people how to network. And I talked to people about how to build relationships and how to do a 30-second infomercial on yourself. And one of the days when I spoke, this was what I put up on either side of the podium. It's just a 3-foot balloon, a couple of quads, and the curly cues. But it allowed people in that room to see that balloons could be done differently than what they had seen before of just balloons on the string from the local party city. I was able to go in there and be with building relationships with my target market and the people that I wanted to be my referral partners. And over the years, I had many different opportunities that they would give me a small budget, and then I would do something a little bit larger for them. So I'm going to tell you about a couple of groups that you can be a part of. You can choose your local chamber. I only encourage you to do the chamber in the area you actually want to service. If where you live is not the people you want to service, then you want to drive to the chamber of where the people are that you want to work with. The events industry has many different organizations like MPI, which Meeting Professional International. There's also ILEA. There's NACE. There's your local Rotary clubs or Kiwanis clubs. These, especially in smaller communities, are really good ways to connect with other people who just want to give back to their community. And then there's also groups like the Chamber Leads Group, or with us, we have the Lakeland Business Leaders Group, which is a group that meets about once a month, but they also have an online group where we can hang out with each other and promote our business. And then you can also have groups like BNI. that are a group that you pay that's a leads group. And when you go to that group, you're pretty much passing leads. Like if there's somebody in your group that is a person who does pesticide control, then you're supposed to refer them anytime. Or there's somebody who's an AC repairman. Anytime somebody's air conditioner gets busted, you're going to let people know that that's the AC guy. The thing that I didn't like about the direct leads groups is, for me, I didn't seem to know enough people who needed the services of the other people who were at the group. So I felt a little strange because I wasn't always able to give back a direct referral. The way I look at going to a networking event, if you're a person who's nervous, if you're a person who gets butterflies in your stomach about even thinking about having to introduce yourself to somebody new, let alone have to stand up in front of a table of 20 or 30 people and say, "Hi, I'm Joette with Party People Events." If that scares you, I want you to think about it. Your job is just to walk into that room and make one new friend. Your job is to walk in and just find somebody else who might also be a wallflower and introduce.
Okay. Can we do this on our phone?
Yeah.
Guys, do we got everybody still here? All right, cool. So the number one thing that you want to do is you want to build relationships with the people in your community so that they know, like, and trust you, and that they can be your referral partners to let other people know about your business. Next slide. Oh, thank you, Brenda. That's appreciate it. All right, so we do not sell balloons. We sell the emotions the balloons create. So think about this. Who do you want to decorate for? Write it down. Next slide. Who do you want to decorate for? Do you want to do proms and homecomings and events for schools? Do you want to do just children's birthday parties? Do you want to do corporate galas? What type of events do you want to do? And who are the people that can refer you to do that service? This event was one of those times where I became a sponsor for an event. Who is going to turn down somebody that comes to you and says, Joette, I'm planning a prom for kids with cancer. More than likely, this will be the last dance that they go to, and next year they will probably have passed away. We're granting wishes for children to be able to experience a prom where they can get dressed up with makeup. Salons are donating their services to get them made up. Dress companies are donating the dresses. The limos are being donated to bring them to the events. Their parents get to come to the events, and professional photographers will be able to take pictures of the entire event so that these families can have these special, precious photos of their kids. These kids are anywhere from age 6 to teenagers. So some of them aren't even at the age to go to a prom yet. So that tugged at my heartstrings, okay? The other thing is the person that was asking me is a person who was good friends with that florist and was the person who originally asked me to be in the art show. So here's the thing. She asked me to be in the art show, and from that art show got me a client that's given me tons of referrals. Now she's asking me to do an event at a venue I haven't been at with other event planners that I have not worked for yet, but I want to. So the answer was yes. They got me on what the event was, and they got me on the people who was going to be in that room. So I did these wonderful, fun dice. It was a casino theme. So we did the dice with the quick links and then the dance floor, and the kids danced, party, and had a great time. And you know what? One of our top clients now that refers us to people who are football players for amazing events, that refer us to other corporations and to other clients is because of that event, because I said yes, and that I allowed event planners to experience balloons in a way they had never seen them before. And because of that, I was able to get people to start calling us and be a client. Now, did it happen the next day? It did not. About a year later is when we got the first call. So that's the other thing that I want you to know. When you're marketing with your balloons, and when you're building relationships with referral partners, and when you're building relationships with your target clients, you might get a no at first. You might be like, nope, not going to happen. We're not going to use balloons, or they don't know you yet. It takes time to build the know, like, and trust. So again, pick the events wisely of who you want to work with and sponsor the event, and make sure it's something you can be there. So I was actually at that event. My family stayed with me at the hotel. We dressed up for prom, and we danced the night away with those kids, with the parents, and with the other sponsors of that event, so that we were a part of that event to build relationships. Next slide. So we don't sell the balloons, we sell the emotions that were created, and now people know about what you do. So when you're writing your marketing plan, what are the events that are being held at venues that you want to work at? So look on your community calendars, check with the sales directors at the venues that you want to work at, and find out what's happening there. Where are your target clients hanging out? Are your target clients parents of preschoolers and elementary schoolers? Then you're going to go hang out and be on the PTO of that school. Are your target clients corporate people? Well, then you're going to go hang out at the business meeting that those decision makers are hanging out at. What are the activities that your networking partners are attending? The local florist, the baker, the catering company, the rental companies, the DJs, the AV and lighting people. Where are they hanging out at? Go get in that group and rub shoulders with them and get to know them. But don't go there as a sleazy salesman. Don't just go there shoving your cards in their face. All right, I have to tell you a funny story. At one of those American Businesswomen's Association meetings that I was asked to speak at to talk about building relationships and networking and how to do your 30-second infomercial, while I was setting up that morning, a lady walked up to me and stuffed her hand in my pocket to give me some vitamins or pills. I didn't know her. And I'm like, dude, personal bubble, you're in my space, dude. It took everything I had to not call her out on the carpet during my conversation. But I did make it very clear that when you're in a networking situation, you don't want to invade other people's space, and you don't want to be a pushy salesperson. You want to make sure that you are always asking the person about themselves, and that you are having an interaction before you ever go give your card to somebody. And definitely don't put your hand in somebody else's pocket. They'll get really offended. So what I want to know is right now, what are you guys writing down? When you think about who you want to market with and who you want to hang out with, what type of events or venues do you want to be at? Where are your target clients hanging out, and what activities are your networking partners at? Share some of those in the chat. I'd love to see them. All right, next slide. So I know it's not a great picture, and it doesn't look like much. It's 3-foot purple balloons and some fabric from the ceiling. But the backstory on this event was in 2004, I had met one of the high-end event planners in our area, super, super sweet person, at a bridal networking event. And she's like, Joette, I love you. You're a great person. Your balloons are pretty, but my clients will never use you because balloons don't have a place at a wedding. None of my clients will want to use your product. It's just not what we do. They're balloons. But see, in her head, balloons were 11-inch helium balloons on a string. That's what she had in her head because that's what she had experienced. But now what happened is, because I said yes to one of the sales directors at one of the local venues that I work with all the time, one of the country clubs, she was on the committee for the March of Dimes Chef's Auction. And she said, Joette, can you please help me out? Our committee blows up a lot of balloons. We have the helium donated. We just buy some balloons from Party City, but we need help getting them inflated. And could you bring your high-speed inflators? I said yes. Why did I say yes? Because she's a person who referred a ton of business to me. I went to the event the first year, and it looked like balloons had thrown up all over the place. It was just way too many balloons. It wasn't appropriate. So the next year, I served on the committee for the March of Dimes Chef's Auction. This is an event that 1,000 people come to at our local convention center. And it's the top people that I want to work with, because the local companies that have big events sponsor the event and have a table of 10. And typically one of the decision makers from that company comes to the event and hangs out with the other employees and their families. So I said yes to becoming a sponsor the next year for the March of Dimes Chef's Auction. I said, here's the thing though, I'll take your $200 budget and I will give you more than $200 worth of decor. And so their colors are purple and white. We did some other stuff up on the stage and a cool entrance, but these 3-foot balloons from the ceiling with fabric looked amazing in person, especially at night when the lights came down. And when I was setting up, this high-end event planner who did the floral arrangements on the other side of the room stopped me while I was having a conversation to give me a high five. And she's like, Joette, this is amazing. I had no idea balloons could be so elegant. The way you mix the fabric with the balloons is phenomenal. Now, again, guys, you're looking at that going, Joette, there's nothing much in this picture. But it's that I allowed the person to see balloons in a different way than she had ever seen before. And you know what? She is now one of our great referral partners. And we have decorated for some really cool birthday parties under tents where we turned it into like a Little Mermaids under the sea. We've done several other events for her corporate clients and people having parties in their beautiful estates. So again, by me being able to showcase what balloons could do at an event that my target referral partners were a part of and that my target clients were attending, allowed me to be able to make more money in the future. So I hope you guys are understanding it. When you're wanting to gain those clients, this is how you do it, is by hanging out where the place is that the targets you work for. I see a question about how do you get more corporate clients? And with this, that event was sponsored by other corporations that have annual awards banquets. And that's how I landed several awards banquets in our local area, was because people saw how I could take a big space and make it look really great. Next slide. All right. So, Did I lock up again? No. Okay. All right, cool. So these are some things that you want to do before you do an event. If you are doing something where you're a sponsor for an event and that you are going to be recognized in some way at the event, go ahead and make a story about it ahead of time and do a press release to the local TV, newspaper, and radio, because they always are in need of feel-good stories. In your notes is actually a press release, the outline of how you can write one. Send the release out in advance that people could actually come and watch you do the balloons and see what's being created. In your press release, give it a catchy title, make it timely, make it human interest, make it have a clear timeline of when it's happening, and inviting them to come see the work in progress. Next slide. So one of the examples of doing that is several years ago, my first hands-on workshop was in Chicago, and I teamed up with Balloons by Tommy to do parade promotions and profits for 2 years. And during that class on Thursday night, I had everybody in class write a press release with me. And I asked everybody to write a press release that they were at that training in Chicago and that they were with the other balloon artists from around the United States going to be a part of the Pride Parade. And I looked at Tommy and Scott and I'm like, do you guys ever send out press releases? And they're like, no. So right there and then, Scott put the press release together and sent it out. The next day, we had the local TV crew there and the local radio station to interview Tommy about being in the Chicago Pride Parade. What was really, really cool is here we are having my first teaching workshop out of the area with balloon professionals from around the United States. And we ended up having the news crews come. And then that night when we were having dinner at Tommy and Scott's house, we were able to gather in the living room and watch ourselves on TV. It was awesome. So go ahead to the next slide. I asked the news anchor and her cameraman when they were done with the interviews, I said, why did you choose us? I'm sure a lot of people sent you press releases about them being in the Chicago Pride Parade. Why did you choose coming to our event? And they said, we knew the balloons would be colorful. We knew that they would look great on TV and that it would be something fun and festive and look great on camera. So balloons look awesome on camera. They make a good, feel-good news story. So use that and put out a press release when you can, when it's appropriate, especially if you're in something where you're donating to an organization or you're providing decor for some special thing, even if people are paying you for it. If it's a really cool event that is a charitable event in your community, that's newsworthy. The other thing, if you're participating in a parade, if you're one of those people who've been a part of our promotions and profits workshops that we've had in Orlando and in Chicago, and you have all the skills for doing parades, or you've taught at other or learned the information at other classes, when you go to do a parade, put a press release out in advance. Let your local TV, radio, and newspapers know what you're doing, because they may come and interview you ahead of time, or at least capture the story at the end. So use the power of the press release, because it helps people get to know, like, and trust you, right? I mean, if now they see Balloons by Tommy on TV, they're going to think about that. Or when they're doing a scroll and they're looking for balloons and now they see Balloons by Tommy on their website, they're going to, oh yeah, I saw this news story with them. It's building that know, like, and trust. All right, next slide. So here's the thing. Balloons help you sell. Balloons get the attention of other people. And this is a picture that's actually from Tina Santaleri. She is amazing. I always love her work. And this is just so pretty and bold. When you have a storefront or a warehouse, or even if you work from your home, make use of putting balloons outside. So right now, during this time of social distancing and the coronavirus, if you are in an area where you're not allowed to go out and do deliveries and do actual jobs right now, that's where we're at. We're not doing any deliveries currently here. I've not been in our store for the last 2 weeks. It's kind of crazy. But you know what? In front of my home, I was a part of 1 million bubbles of joy. And so out front, 5 days later, there are balloons that say, be safe, be kind. My latex has gone down now 5 days later, but my foils are still up, and I'm going to replenish it and put other balloons up. Why? Because it brings joy to my friends in my neighborhood, and the people walking by appreciate it. It brings joy and attention. When we were at the storefront, and as soon as I get back to the storefront, having balloons out front drew attention of the people driving by or the people stopping at the shops next to me to come in. So don't forget how powerful our balloons are. I think sometimes people get in a storefront and they forget to take their balloons just right outside their door. So make sure you put them out by your street, put them out in front of your building. Make sure that you're following the codes that you need to, but those balloons being outside draw attention. The last people who have been coming into our storefront, one of them was for a graduation party for May. And they're like, oh my gosh, we saw your balloons outside every day when I was driving home from work, and I knew I had to stop by. They didn't stop by the first time. They didn't stop by the second time. But about a week after seeing my balloons outside, because we kept on putting balloons out every single day, they stopped. So that's the other thing about marketing with balloons. It's not a one and done thing. You have to keep putting the balloons outside. If you don't have a storefront, then think about who are those partners that you want to work with. Maybe your local bakery, maybe a local florist, an event planner, a catering, a rental company. Where's another place where people are going that you want to work with that can see your balloons, and donate something to them on a regular basis that's a marketing tool. Use your money in your balloons and your time versus just throwing money into ads. Next slide. Style photo shoots. How many people here have participated in a style photo shoot? Go ahead and do the chat. This is a really cool style photo shoot. It's a part of my Orlando hands-on training. Thank you, QUALATEX, for being a sponsor. This one was from 2 years ago in Orlando, and Cody Williams and Katie Byrne taught on organic designs. And so everybody at the event put together the balloons for this. And we set it up as a styled photo shoot where I had the bride and groom models come in, and we had professional photography taken of them at the event. You can also do this locally by networking with the local venues that you want to work with. If you say, hey, Joette, I don't have pictures of my beautiful balloons in a pretty venue, well, then set it up with that sales manager of, hey, I'd like to set it up where we could work together and have a styled photo shoot. Get together with a friend that is a great photographer. Get together with a florist. Get together with those different event people that you want to work with on a regular basis, and each of you brings something to the table. So the professional photographer will take all the pictures and get them out to everybody. The venue donates the space. The linen company brings in the linens. You bring in your beautiful balloons. The cake company brings in their cake, and now you stage a styled photo shoot. One of the things with a styled photo shoot is what is going to make the most impression when you're putting things out on social media is you want to make sure you capture pictures of people in the balloons and experiencing it. And if you hang out with me in my Balloon Coach community group or check out things at ballooncoach.com, you'll see that we have all these amazing photos from the style photo shoot of them dancing on the dance floor and interacting with the balloons. And we actually did it in 2 different color schemes. So we had one that was the purple and lavenders, and then we had another one that I showed you at the very beginning where we had that beautiful hoop where it was in the bright pinks and oranges. So Cody Williams from Cody's Red Balloon, big shout out for helping me with the design concepts for that. So next slide. All right. If you aren't being a part of an event with someone else, then create an event. Okay, so we talked about creating the style shoot. On the left, this is Party People Events' new 5,000 square foot space. It was my home away from home over the last couple of months, and I'm so sad for the last 2 weeks that I'm no longer there and I'm just working out of my office. But what we did a couple of weeks ago is we had our grand opening celebration. We planned a ribbon cutting with our local chamber. And what we did is I had a friend that is a massage therapist, because a part of our Balloon Boss Pro Summit in Orlando is I have massage therapy in the evening for people to have spa treatments, because massage is what all of our bodies need after the hard work that we usually do as balloon professionals. So I knew that people loved the massage at that event. I asked him, hey, do you mind coming and doing chair massages at our grand opening? So it's a way for him to show people what he does, right? So he does it for free and has his business cards. We did a picture out front, and then inside, Jonathan Gerber decked the place out with amazing balloon decor so that the people coming to the event could experience balloons in a way they never had before. They all took pictures at the event. The mayor of Auburndale spoke at the event. The chamber members talked and networked, and we made it into a party at our balloon warehouse. Now, what you do from that is now people are exposed to you. And the next day we had 2 people come in from the event to ask about booking for future events. So again, people do business with people they know, like, and trust. But if they had never walked in your doors before, they don't know you're there. So plan some type of special event where people can get in your doors. I know several people will even do it where they might have like a twisting class for kids. They may bring in a character during a special holiday, like you might bring in Santa during Christmas and do photo ops at your place, just as a way for people to get into your store. Next slide. Bottom line is, people do business with people they know, like, and trust. And balloons create an emotional response for people. People aren't going to understand the full emotion of the balloons until they're in a room with them. This beautiful wall was designed by Stuart Davies last year at our training in Orlando. And he did the Balloon Boss letters, and it looked phenomenal. And you were in a room with the chair covers and the sashes and the beautiful columns. It felt special. You felt good to be in that room, and it was a wow statement. Imagine that that is your corporate sponsor of a local event with their name in balloons. People need to experience this and see what it looks like to fully understand it. And now, I'm not saying just to go out and donate things all the time. Please understand that's not what I'm saying. But work with people's budgets and maybe sometimes give a little bit more and be able to do something that you want so that you have those photos to sell with. The other part is use the pictures from going to trainings and events to help educate people of what is possible. Just make sure that you know the techniques that you're able to do it. Next slide. All right, so I just wanted to let people know that Balloon Boss Pro Summit 2020 will be having a CBA exam on November 7th for all of those who are attending the Balloon Boss Pro Summit in Orlando. If you'd like more information, you can go to balloonbosspro.com, and also you can always talk to RJ at QUALATEX for information. I do have an online study group for that. And then if you can go back to the Balloon Boss slide for me, back up one. Bottom line is, guys, get people in the room with your balloons. Find the clients who have the money and show them the pictures of what's possible. Your enthusiasm about the balloons and your confidence in how amazing things are going to look is what's going to sell. I'd be glad to go ahead and open this up for questions. I'm trying to read the chat to see if there's any questions that I can answer for you guys on marketing with balloons. I would love for you to stay connected with me. And I have a Facebook group called Balloon Coach Community. You're more than welcome to hang out and ask me questions there. And I just want to give a huge shout out to QUALATEX for putting this all together. Keith and Dom are phenomenal. Just from doing the webinars that I've been doing for the last 5 years, I know how crazy technology can be, and their technology is way, way better than mine. Their technology is phenomenal, over the top to put this together. So during this time of struggle, where we can sometimes be fearful, I want to remind you to choose joy. Each day is an opportunity for us to bring sunshine to people through our balloons. I'm so excited about the 1 Million Bubbles of Joy program that so many people have participated in. I can't wait for the next version that's coming up in Easter. It's a way for us to stay creative at our homes if we're on quarantine and can't leave, and people still be able to see balloons and us be creative. And it's a great way for you to use a press release. Many people have gotten press off of that. So that's a way for you to be creative right now during this time. The other thing is you can just turn in a human interest story right now where you share pictures of what you've done at your home, or if you participated in the 1 million Bubbles of Joy or the next one that's coming up. You can send that out as a press release for people to do a story on you, for them to experience a little bit about how balloons bring joy to others. All right, I'm just double checking to see if I see any questions in the chat that I can answer for you guys. Thanks so much for everybody for being on tonight. I've appreciated it, and I really appreciate QUALATEX being a sponsor of Other Education. They are a sponsor for Balloon Boss Pro Summit, and they rock.
They certainly do, and they're not the only one around here that rocks, Joette.
Well done. That was a full-packed hour of just awesomeness.
Can we have
Thanks,
some
guys.
show
Thank
of
you.
appreciation in the chat, please? I saw some golden nuggets coming up on
Nuggets
there.
and thumbs, please.
But I think what happened was, I think people were so engrossed by what you were saying that they weren't really in the chat so much, because they were just absolutely hanging on your every word, Joette.
Can you hear us now, Joette?
I can.
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
super.
Yes.
Yeah, they were hanging on your every word. It was a brilliant presentation that we could all learn from, Joette. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great time. Thanks so much for what you're doing. You guys are rocking this.
Oh, thank you very much. The great thing as well is that we really needed this class. This is exactly what we needed. You know, when we were talking earlier about all the different things that were going on in the industries at the moment, having a plan is the best way forward, right? It's putting an action plan in place and sticking to the plan.
Right. And right now, why people aren't being able to deliver balloons, they can actually start messaging those other referral partners that they want to work with. This is a great time to talk to people because they're not busy.
Exactly. I like the little thing about the how to write a press release as well.
Yeah.
You know, if they've participated in this convention and they've, drove their business forward, that's a great thing to share. Put that out there in their community and actually put them at the top of the pile of, when we do get back out there ready to roll, that their name's at the top. It's at the, the forefront of people's thoughts. So yes, these are all things that they can do now.
Somebody actually said in the chat as well, they said that this was absolutely the perfect time for this class.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, good. I'm so glad to help you guys out. And if there's anything I can do with y'all in the future, just give me a call.
I'm
Awesome.
sure
Thank
we
you,
will.
Joette.
Okay,
And don't forget
that's a
to
deal.
go
Okay, that's a
onto
deal.
the worldballoonconvention.com as well if you haven't already done that, and check out Joette's class notes there on segment 21. You can download those, keep them, print them.
Or go back up through the chat as well. The link's been put on there at least 5 times I've seen.
Yeah.
You can link directly to the notes, and it's worthwhile. Download that PDF for your own benefit for your business.
Yes, so thank you, Joette. Stay safe.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, guys. What we're going to do is, you don't go anywhere.
Just stay where you are.
Don't go anywhere.
1 minute.
What we need to do is, there's just been a little bit of an issue on our internet side, on this side. So please don't go anywhere. We're not going to change streams or anything like that. All we're going to do is
have to power down, restart.
Power down, restart piece of software, and then we'll come straight back here. Okay,
Yes. So we won't be very long. Be quick as we can. Literally
quick
1
as
to
we
2
can.
minutes. All right. See you in a minute. We're back.
We are back. Hi guys, sorry about that. We just had to restart a stream. We had a little bit of a connection issue sitting in the background, so we just had to restart one of our pieces of equipment.
Yes, we didn't want to go off again for our next guest as well, so we thought let's do it now between them, and we should be back up and running. So we'll just check that everyone can see us in the chat.
We also need to give somebody a password on that side. Give us 1 second and we shall welcome somebody on board.
Number 1, please.
I shall take that first one. Yeah. Okay, and while he is sorting that out, all of us who attend this convention, we have to applaud and thank QUALATEX balloons. They are the very best in the world. Absolutely. We could not agree more with you.
Oh, we got someone joining us.
It's been fantastic to be able to do this. Do you guys sleep? No. How is this possible? We're like balloon vampires. We're kind of thriving on your energy as you keep on coming back to us. So we have Mr. Balloonatic in here as well, and he is a balloonatic because he's another one that's staying up with us, which is absolutely crazy. But it looks like we have our special guest ready to go in the background. So what we're going to do is, for the moment, is I'm going to introduce him. I need some paperwork for that. Here we go. Which one are we on? We're on this one as well. Okay, so it says that he's one of the best balloon decorators, retailers, instructors in the world, and he wrote that himself.
Oh, well done. Well done.
I don't know if you got the joke. It's the one and only, the very spectacular Mr. Edward Muñoz.
Look at that. Handsome chap there.
I know a lot of people have been waiting for this guy to come on. He's always a
you know him, do you? You know him. Now, just remember, though, he's shy. Okay.
He is very shy.
So you have to remember to put some thumbs up.
And he's always...
golden nuggets if you catch any.
Please, welcome him, because he's very serious and he doesn't smile very often as
never
well.
Smiles. He's
you always got to make sure that he smiles. Okay, and try and just cheer him up a little bit.
Yeah, let's try and get him through this segment. Come on, just one more segment. He can do this.
So can we get a sea of love in the chat, and we shall welcome him into the Q Corner convention. Here he is.
Hello, Edward.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes. Let me try and turn your mic.
Oh my God.
Let me try and turn your microphone off so no one can hear you. Okay, no.
There we go. We've turned your microphone off now.
Thank you for this amazing opportunity, and thank you for everybody to be there and waiting for me. Thank you, guys.
How could we have this without you? Come on, buddy. Right, okay.
No. You invite me. Look.
So he's going to teach you how to create a beautiful flower that you could use at all of your events. So we're going to sit back and we're going to enjoy this. And I'm sure we know that you guys are going to enjoy it too. Look out for those nuggets of gold and enjoy.
Enjoy.
Over to you, Edward.
Have fun, Edward.
Bye, thank you. Bienvenidos todos. Escríbanme desde ya de dónde se están conectando. Escríbanme allí. Thank you everybody to be there. My class will be in Spanish and English. I will do my best. Voy a hacer lo mejor para traducir cada uno de los pasos más importantes. Gracias por estar allí. Gracias por esperarme. Y bueno, we are ready to start. Are you ready to start? ¿Están listos para comenzar? Quiero ver. Okay. We need to start with the quick link. The 6-inch quick link, because we need to make a basket. Vamos a empezar con el quick link de 6 pulgadas para hacer una cesta. Es lo primero que vamos a hacer para poder hacer el display de nuestra flor. It's the first, we will make is a basket to display the flower. And a lot of people ask me all the time about, Edward, which inflator you use. I just use those 3 inflators that you will see today. Solo utilizo estos 3 infladores que ustedes van a ver hoy from Premium Inflators, okay? I have my twin sizer, I have the Smart Twist in case I have 160 or 260, en caso que tenga 160 o 260, y también tengo el Dual. Me encantan, el motor es súper poderoso y me infla los globos double staff, triple staff, realmente es espectacular, okay. I I need the small nozzles to start with the quickling 6-inch. Necesito la boquilla pequeña para comenzar a inflar mis quicklings. Okay, we're ready. Okay, the most important when you try or you tie balloons, I think the most important is when you make your duplex. Guys, is you learn that basic, how you tie 2 balloons together. The rest is just easy, okay? Si ustedes aprenden cómo amarrar 2 globos juntos, de verdad que lo demás va a ser súper fácil, okay? Cuando tienen un globo, y tienen otro globo, you need to tie together, okay? Don't be afraid, just tie, okay? No le tengan miedo, solo amarren bien juntitos y wrapping around 2 times. Denle la vuelta 2 veces. 1, 2 y amarren. Okay? Yes? You have any question? ¿Tienen alguna pregunta? I can hear you. Okay, that is the first duplex. We need more. And more. Y más, y más, y más. Cuéntame de dónde se están conectando. Quiero después leerlo todos los comentarios. Okay. I have one duplex here and I have the other duplex. We need to tie it together. Okay, we need to make a chain. The same process all the time. Lo más importante, señores, es que presten atención para que se puedan concentrar. Después que tienen su línea de 10 globos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Van a cerrar. Edward, lo quiero más grande. What happens if you want a bigger basket? You don't need 10 balloons. You will try 12 or 14 in that case, okay? But I will do my basket like that side. That is a 10. This is the first one. We need to make one small. Remember, the most important, guy, is you take the technique, and after you can do the same technique, you can use the same technique to do any stuff. Okay? Recuerden siempre, aprender es la técnica. Tomen la técnica, no el diseño. Para que después, al momento de practicarlo, puedan tener éxito. Okay, I will do the same process. Solo que estoy calibrando menor. ¿Vieron cómo no necesito calibrar en un proceso que me estoy ahorrando tiempo? I don't need to use my sizer. That's why I use, for that kind of jobs, I use my twin sizer. Because when I need a sizer, like I have here, chicos, esta es mi oficina, yo trabajo aquí todos los días. When I don't have the twin sizer and I have the dual sizer, the dual inflator, sorry, you need the sizer. You need to buy this sizer with this inflator, okay? But when you have the twin sizer, you don't need a sizer because you can size your balloons on the inflator, okay? Okay, mis amores. Seguimos, sí, paramos, no. Voy a hacer uno un poquito más grande, una línea, ok, para ponerlo arriba. Dejen que termine de inflar y les explico, ok. Any balloon job with the sizer, with the drink sizer, guys, is the best. I love it. make my balloon life easy. One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay, I think we are ready to start work. This was just a relaxed time, you know, when you are just relaxed in your sofa, just watching TV, eating popcorns. Okay, this is a big one, next one, and next one. Be careful with the size, what that means. If I size this in 5, and this in 4, and this is 3.5, and this in 3, okay? It need to be from the bigger to the smaller. Lo que quiero decir es que si este lo calibraron a 5, el siguiente a 4.5, el siguiente a 3.5 y el siguiente a 3. Lo más importante es que le vayan bajando las medidas para que la cesta vaya abriendo. ¿Ok? This is a 260 balloon. ¿Ok? Voy a utilizar un 260. Eso no se llama, señores, hijos de la Concepción, Palacios y Fontes, eso no se llama tripita, espagueti, larguitos, no. 260. 2 de diámetro por 60 de largo. ¿Ok? 2 de diámetro por 60 de largo. ¿Ok? Van a tomarlo acá, allí, y lo van a estirar. Y cuando lleguen aquí, le hacen un nudito. Okay? You have to take out all the air from that 260 because that will help you to tie one chain with the other chain. Okay? I will tie 260 together. Voy a amarrar dos 260 juntos. Okay. Ready? ¿Listos? Okay. No se me pierda porque mira, la preguntadera y después no se pierde. Voy a amarrar el 260 acá. Yo tengo mi 260 aquí. ¿Ok? ¿Qué voy a hacer? Como una X. Voy a pasar de aquí para arriba, de arriba para abajo, de abajo para arriba, como zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Espero que todos me puedan ver desde ahí. I hope everybody can see me from there. Cuando llegan al último, amarran. The last duplex, just tie there, the 260, with any negative balloon. Okay? And now, the first chain is connect with the second one. Okay? No question. Easy, easy. Second one. We continue with the same process. Seguimos con el mismo proceso. Amarro el 260. I tie the 260 and start zigzag. Yes? You know what I have to do? I like to do organize my balloons, ¿ok? ¿Saben qué me gusta hacer? Organizarlos. ¿Cómo los organizo? ¿Ok? Poder posicionarlos. ¿Ok? One more. One more. Chicos, si tienen dudas, me pueden escribir al correo o escríbanlo allí. Okay, we can do one more smaller. Let me see, maybe 4. If you want. If you don't want, you have to wait for me. Señores, yo les recomiendo trabajar con globos de calidad. Todos los diseños no quedan igual con todos los globos, okay? As I said, I always recommend work with balloons, quality balloons, okay? Because sometimes you need it or you want, oh, I learned in this channel, I learned in this convention, I will use other balloons. No, never look the same. Every design have a reason, and the quality is important, guys, okay? Okay, we done. We finished the class. We have to go, right? We leaving? I leaving? I don't know. I'm ready. Look how beautiful. Okay, now what we have to do? We need 260 balloons that I have here. Which inflator we use for the 260 balloon? Writing over there. This inflator for 260 and 160. Amazing. Okay, tie it together. Now, after you make your duplex, okay, just make a bubble. In this bubble, make a pinch twist, okay? Okay. Each connection will need one duplex, okay? Cada conexión va a necesitar una duplex. If each connection we need a duplex, and we use 10, a chain de 10 balloon, how many duplex do you need? Si cada conexión necesita una dupla y utilizamos una línea de 10, ¿cuántas duplas vas a necesitar? Okay, now you need to work organized, like one line first, other line later. Okay, do you see this connection here? Okay, we need to make a cross. Ven esta conexión aquí, necesitamos hacer una X. Bubble, bubble, squeeze. Now take the neck, hold this neck and twist. Okay, again, burbuja, burbuja, cruza, toma un cuellito del globo de la dupla de abajo y twist. Okay, continúo. One call. Why you don't like me? What happened is one balloon pop. Just blow up over. I do the same process, okay? Estoy haciendo el mismo proceso. Como que ya les expliqué. Edward, estoy llegando ahorita. Edward, no veo. Edward, no entiendo. Repite el video. Okay? When you finish the first line, now continue with the second line. How you will help you in case you lost or you don't understand. Always you need a cross in the connection point. Okay? Siempre van a conectar el 260 en el punto de conexión del quickie. Oh my God. What happened to you? You made me sad. Because you open. Can you see if my fan is somewhere over there? I took it somewhere. I'm hot. It's somewhere over there. No? Thank you. Guys, see, I'm prepared for everything. Wait. Don't be jealous. Ok, casi estoy terminando. Ya les voy a mostrar todos los que se están conectando, porque los conozco, hijo de Dios. Es que acabo de llegar. ¿Qué hizo? ¿Qué globo es? ¿Qué tamaño es? Pero ¿dónde amarra? ¿Dónde comienza? No entiendo. Estoy llegando. Ayúdenme. Tranquilo. Aprende desde el momento en el que estás conectando. Make this basket for Easter. That will be so beautiful. Okay, I finished, and how I finish here. I need to just make a pinch and just cut the rest. But be careful. Some people, when they cut the 260, they just put the scissor here. No, guys, you need to be careful. Just on the end, just a little bit the air, and after I will show you right now. Ya les muestro. Seguro están allí ya peleando. Que no veo, que llegue tarde. See? This pinch, and now pinch 2. Okay? I'm using mocha brown. Just in case somebody is over there. What color it is? I like mocha brown because I always say I'm mocha brown. Look, we look similar. When people ask me, what color are you? Mocha brown. Somebody told me over there, chocolate brown. Oh my God, no. Chocolate is too dark. I'm beautiful. Beautiful like me is not two people. Oh, God. Almost. Okay, this was the most complicated part of this class. That means we're done for today. We can go to sleep now. You want to go to sleep? Podemos ir a dormir. Mechanic, guys, is important. Okay, there's the basket over there. Now, okay, that was the start. What is the next part? No, we finished. Okay, I will show you because we need a base. I have the base almost ready. Okay, I cover with a 3-foot balloons. That means when you need it back to your customer event and just if you did a decor and was with a lot of 3-foot balloons, reuse those balloons. I always taking back all the 3-foot because help me to cover all my bases, ¿ok? Siempre cuando tengo que ir a desmontar eventos y hay muchos globos 3 pies, yo siempre reuso los globos 3 pies para cubrir las bases de mis columnas, ¿ok? This is a 350 balloon, this is a 350. Es un 350, claro, un poquito. ¿Por qué? Porque de esta manera yo puedo forrar columnas, yo puedo forrar mis centros de mesa. This, I can cover, I can wrap all my columns, I can wrap all my centerpieces. That is a basic technique, but you can enjoy and you can do a beautiful work if you try to cover the mechanic. That is so important. And why I use green? ¿Por qué estoy usando verde? Porque voy a colocar globos verdes. Entonces, si lo dejo en negro, puede ser que se vea el negro. Entonces, queremos hacer un trabajo profesional como tú y yo somos. Puros profesionales acá. Entonces, ¿cómo lo hago? Simplemente inflo un poquito y empiezo a estirar. Before I finish, I will cut. Next. I'm not a tall person. I'm really short. That's why sometimes I need help. Me gusta siempre cubrir mis tubos por la mecánica, porque muchos profesionales ni lo dan en curso ni lo hacen. Pero como nosotros somos diferentes, hay que hacerlo. Okay, ready. We are ready. Okay, before I start put everything together, let me explain you something else. Okay, you know I love double stuff, and I really like it. I will show you today how you can double stuff. I don't know what is double stuff. We saw a double stuff video today with Sue Bowler, but some people, maybe you was asleep, you was in the kitchen, you never watched the video. Okay, I will explain you here a jewel line, and I have the chrome, silver chrome. 7-inch, the chrome, and the jewel line is 5-inch, okay? Voy a usar 5 pulgadas jewel line y voy a utilizar 7 pulgadas del silver chrome, de los dos, okay? I need an expensive item. Like everybody needs expensive item now. Todo el mundo necesita un palito de estos bien caro. No se vayan a robar cuando vayan a comer comida china, porque cuidado, cuidado. Okay? This is my silver balloon. This is my stick. Okay? Try to just stretch a little bit the latex. Now, the 5-inch lime green, jewel line, sorry. Just put inside. Okay, let me make 2. Mucha gente por allí dice, no entiendo esos colores. Bueno, ya saben que siempre por fuera tienen que tener globos que sean jewel, que sean citrus, que sean que se vea por dentro el globo. Se llaman jewel. Okay? Now, we are ready to inflate. Wait. Okay. Look how beautiful. Let me show you the difference between when it's not double stuff. Let me go there with you guys. Okay. This is a jewel. This is the double stuff. Okay. And this is no double stuff. Look at I don't know if you can see the difference. But the no double stuff, you can see see-through, look. And the double stuff, look how beautiful. Guys, you need try double stuff. You can make a beautiful colors. I have some balloons ready here. Like when you watch a cooking video, like the cake is ready. And you say, oh my God, that look amazing. But that, you made that? It's exactly the same. Look. Okay, what happened? I like to clean when I do double stuff. Me gusta limpiar cuando yo hago mi double stuff. Corten todos los cuellitos. This inflator, they come with the cutter. Este inflador viene con el cortador y lo utilicé hoy para cortar. Okay, ready. Now, I will move the camera and you can see, oh, I need something else, sorry. I have some balloons here, okay? And I need something else. Okay, I have some jewel line, 11-inch, and I will stop in with silver chrome, 11-inch. And now we can start building our column, our beautiful column, to display our flower. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I like this combination, the silver inside lime green, and I do like to jewel line outside with mocha brown inside. Okay, también me gusta el jewel line afuera con mocha brown adentro. Me gustan esas combinaciones. By the way, I don't know if you know the super agates, right? The super agates is the cool balloon, like 2 different colors just in one balloon. Okay, this is a super agates. You can double stuff too. You can put lime green, jewel line outside with the super agate inside, and it's beautiful. Okay, let me make one small quad because I need it. think with one will be enough. Now I will move the camera and you can see what I do here. Let me see how I can show you guys. Okay, I think you can see here. Okay, you can see me here. Okay, I have the column here. I have the base, and okay, it's there, and I have the quad. I need to put the quad inside, okay? Just to support, to keep the basket inside. Okay? See? It's there. Now, I need to keep it like add one more quad. We can add one more. Give me 1 second. I know you miss me. Okay, don't miss me, guys. I'm trying to do my best. Okay? And I continue watching. Oh, now coming. This is not important like you look. I mean, people don't will see those. What people will see, the next one. That means the next one need to be beautiful. Need to be all the double stuff. Suppose you in your house, you don't have green balloons. And what you can do, you can use any balloons up, down, like on the bottom, and use the beautiful ones on top. You understand me? Okay. Por ejemplo, si no tienes globos verdes y tienes un poquito nada más, los globos de abajo no necesitan verde, le puedes colocar cualquier color, pero los globos de arriba, que son los que las personas van a ver, ponle de los más bellos que tengan. ¿Me entendí? ¿Me entendieron? ¿Me expliqué? Now, let me make one more quad. Okay, when you have a duplex, right? You have the other duplex and you put together on the middle and you twist 2 times, 1 and 2. This is a quad, okay? Just in case you don't know how to make the quad. Okay, it's stable, okay? Supongan que ustedes no saben hacer un cuarteto, un clúster de 4 globos. Esto es una dupla, esto es otra dupla. Los conectas en el centro y después le das 2 vueltas a cualquiera de los globos. 1, 2. Lo más importante es que estén bien amarrados en el centro. Eso es lo más importante. Al momento de colocarlo en la base, in the moment like you need to put on the base, right? I don't know if you can see here. Yeah, you can see. Okay, my ball is here. I will put the ball between those 2 balloons, okay? Just over there and twist. Okay, one more time. Okay, lo más importante es que hagas tu clúster de 4, que amarres correctamente. Atención, señores latinos del mundo, ya tú sabes, que amarren correctamente para que eso se mantenga estable. Ahí está el secreto para que se vea bonito, ¿ok? If you tie the duplex and after make the quad, you don't see any space and that look beautiful. The mechanic, the classic decor, guys, you will make money with classic decor. The money on the balloon industry is in classic decor, okay? Please use more classic decor. beautiful. Okay, I can go. I don't need to be on the floor anymore. Before you told me, I don't see the camera. Okay. Everybody can see over there the beautiful color. Todo el mundo puede ver el color allí, que hermoso se ve. Okay, I will move this a little bit and you can see something else. Okay. Now, when I know my design, when you can look, you can see me. Yes, yes. When you know my design, when you know the design, what you will sell, when you spoke with the customer told you, I want that design. That design is in your mind in that moment, right? But you have to know, I want the floor on top. If you want the floor on top, you need to make the support for the flower. ¿Ok? Si quieres el tope, si tienes tu diseño en la mente, una vez que lo vendiste al cliente, una vez que lo facturaste, una vez que ese cliente te dijo, eso es lo que yo quiero, ese diseño está en tu mente. Y sacarlo de la mente a la venta, o sea, hacerlo realmente, tú tienes que saber que esa flor necesita un soporte. Por ende, esa flor arriba, donde va la flor, no puede llevar 5 pulgadas. ¿Ok? That's why on top, in the same place that you will tie the flower, you can't tie 5 inch. You need a bigger balloon. But in this point, you don't know in what position going the flower. But I will put 11 inch. Let me use some. I don't will double staff to save time because I thought I have all the balloons here, but no. But anyway. Oh, I knew it. Okay. Sorry, guys. Welcome to my store. You know the song like say, welcome to New York. This is welcome to my store. Okay, those I will use this color because I don't want like double stuff, more balloons for time, but you don't always see those balloons, okay? You see, you're writing over there what I'm doing. I need 2 more. Nicole. Give me. Okay. Ready. Okay. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta? ¿Cómo van, muchachos? ¿Cómo van? ¿Cómo van? Cuéntenme allí. ¿Cómo van? ¿Les gusta lo que están viendo hasta ahora? Aunque no han visto nada. Okay. Now, we're done with this. Give me just 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Clean a little bit. A mess. Okay. I want you to relax. And we need to learn a couple different things. First of all is distortion. Okay? We need to make this flower with distortion. Okay. Please, paper and pen, because you need to reproduce this flower and send me the picture. Okay. 16-inch. The 16-inch going with 350. El 16 pulgadas va con 350. Okay. El 11 pulgadas, 11-inch with 260. 11-inch, 260. Okay. 5-inch. The 5-inch disappeared. Right here. The 5-inch. The 5-inch. You will do double stuff. You will need one 160 and one 260. Van a necesitar para el 5 pulgadas un 160 y un 260. Three-foot balloon, 3 pies. Van a necesitar 2 globos 646. For the 3-foot balloon, you will need 2 balloons 260. Okay? Means you will need, we will use a lot of size just in one flower. Okay? 5-inch, 11-inch, 16-inch, 3-foot, and round balloons. Now, on the twisting balloons, 160, 260, 350, and 646. En los globos redondos vamos a utilizar 5 pulgadas, 11 pulgadas, 16 pulgadas y 36 pulgadas. Ahora, es un globo redondo. En globos largos, recuerden, eso profesionalmente tiene un nombre, señores, ¿ok? 160, 1 de diámetro y 60 de largo. 260, 2 de diámetro y 60 de largo. 350, 3 de diámetro y 50 de largo. 646, 6 de diámetro y 46 de largo. We need the expensive item like every decorator needs. This, the balloon stick. Now, for what is this balloon stick? I will start with my 646. Voy a comenzar con mis 646. Uno dentro del otro. 350 inside 350. 350 dentro del 350. And before you ask me, but why? Because you need that twisting be stronger. Okay? I don't know if you know this balloon, when it's single balloon, it's not strong enough. Okay? Cuando esto es un globo, solo un solo globo, no es suficientemente fuerte. Pero cuando le haces un globo dentro de otro globo, es fuerte. O sea, te va a resistir la distorsión. Okay? The 260 inside the 260, el 260 dentro del 260. Realmente no lo pueden utilizar así a la buena de la madre de Dios. Tienen que inflar un 260. Inflen y desinflen un 260. Desinfling. Okay. Now, the new balloon is inside. Y el globo que inflaron va afuera. Okay. Explico qué es lo que van a hacer. Okay, 350 inside 16 inch. 646 inside 3 pies. Okay. Now, 160 inside 260. El 160 dentro del 260. Okay. Y va dentro del 5 pulgadas. Inside the 5-inch balloon. Okay? Okay. We need to start. Relax. 11-inch. Please note. El 11 pulgadas, anota. Del 11 pulgadas son 10 bombazos el 260. It's 10 pumps. Okay? When I say pumps, you have to have this hand pump, the professional one, because that is the double impact. They blow up and down. Okay? If you listen a video, 2 pumps, 1, 2. It's not like 1 and you forget, and after you going back, 2. No, on the same moment, 1, 2. Cuando utilicen estos infladores profesionales, señores, cuando ustedes escuchen 2 bombazos, 1, 2, en el mismo momento. No es que 1 y se van a cocinar y van a lavar y después vienen al 2. No, en el mismo momento, 1 y listo. Okay, one more time. 11-inch, 10 pumps. Al 11 pulgadas, 10 bombazos. Let me change my inflator. Show you here. Quick, 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 quick. See? You will see here, this is a 5-inch, and I have the 260 here, the double stuff, okay? This is 11-inch, this is 11-inch, and you have the 260 here. Tienen el 11 pulgadas aquí y tienen el 260 doble aquí, okay? Y ahora 10 bombazos, 10 pumps. Quick. I'm sorry, guys. I told you something wrong. Les dije algo mal. It's just 2 pumps. It's just 2 pumps. 10 pumps is the 350. I'm sorry. I repeat. Imagine I don't say anything. The 11-inch with the 260 inside is just 2 pumps. Okay? Con el 11 pulgadas, imaginen que no dije nada pero anterior. El 11 pulgadas al 260 es solo 2 bombazos. Okay? 2. And tie. Okay? The same. 16-inch, 10 pump. Al 16 pulgadas, 10 bombazos al 350. 3 pies, okay? A 3 foot is 30 pounds, okay? I really do, I like use my hand pump because I know all the size is the same, you know? But if you want to use your twin sizer machine to do distortion, you can set up the machine when you find the size and just do boom, okay? But I do like use my hand pump when I do distortions. But it's 30 pounds, it's 30 bombazos. And tie. Okay. Now, we need to try, look, Edward, how the air is there. Because in the neck, is the balloon, like the 646 is just right there on the neck. Okay, that's why they keep the air inside. Hello, it's me. Now, open. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, you can see over there. Okay, I have couple here ready to go. Honestly, I did all the balloons. Just in case. I need one more size. No, I did this one. Excuse me. Oh. Okay. I have one. This one here. Okay. Now, please, don't close your distortion. Okay. What I do is tie the 646 with the other 646. No cierre sus distorsiones. Lo que yo hago es amarrar el 646 con el otro 646 para mantener mi distorsión por más tiempo. Okay, and I make my duplex. I don't know if you can see there, but over there. Okay, I have one. Two. It's because I try always just tie the neck. Okay, let me show you closely. Okay, I try just you tie just the neck, the 646 with the 646. I never tie my balloon, okay? Because tomorrow the balloon inside will lose air. That means my shape, I will lose my shape. But if that is open, I will continue my shape for days, okay? Okay, I have my first one with 3 foot, and in my second one with 16 inch. Where is my 16 inch over? It's this one here. Questions? We are okay on time, right? 15? 15 minutes? Guys, you're wrong. Second one, and now I need 11 inch. Okay. Ready. Now, my center, my flower to finish will be citrine yellow, chrome, gold chrome inside C3 yellow. Okay. 2 palms. Let me show over there. Two palms y amarren a la boca. Vamos a hacer un apple twist. La técnica de la manzana. Okay. Okay. Ready. Ready. The first one, oh, and we need a quad. We need one more quad. It's the base. Five palms. Okay, this is my base. And this is my first cluster, the 5. I do like to tie with a 350. It's easier. Okay? 350. Now the 16-inch on top. Now the 11-inch on top. And the center is the apple twist, okay? Too hard for me to see. You can see here. I don't know if you can see there. Beautiful, right? Oh my God. You like it? Yes! I mean, I don't know you, but I like it. Now I need to add that flower in my column. Wait, let me show here. It's a little bit complicated if you see. Okay, let me show over there. What I will do, look, I will tie the 350 around my quad, okay? Remove. Okay. Let me move. Guys, miren, aquí yo quise más o menos mostrarles lo que sería la aplicación a todo lo que tiene que ver con flores y todo lo demás. Pero just here, I want to show you how I apply those flowers to my events. Okay, basically, it's amazing, it's beautiful. Everybody wants to know what is my secret, but the bigger secret, like I have, is the High Shine. High Shine is the new product, like High Flock came with that product, and I recommend not 100%. I recommend 1,000% because I believe in that product. If you know me, you know I use a lot of High Shine. Look, this is the product like I use in all my decor. You see all my shiny, but this is the best product to shine the balloons. Okay, I tested already and it's amazing because you save a lot of product. It's a container and you can lock in case you don't use it right now. You can lock. I don't know if you can see here. you can lock, ¿ok? Señores, mi secreto, el mayor secreto que ustedes se van a llevar de mí esta noche es el High Shine. Esto es un producto totalmente nuevo que se los recomiendo. Allí está el secreto de mi trabajo y por eso mis globos siempre están tan brillantes. Simplemente, just you need, okay, you need, I need to make sure it's open. Just you need apply a little bit, okay? Just you need to apply a little bit and look how beautiful. I don't know if you can see the shiny over there, but I use this product in all those balloons and it's beautiful. I will post a picture and you need to give me love the pictures. Honestly, guys, this is amazing. It's a new product. I love you. Hi, blood. And that is my secret for all my shine. I don't know if we have more time. That is my question. We have time. How I know we have time? Okay, I think we have 5 minutes, right? Okay, les recomiendo este producto para que brillen los globos. Es High Shine 1000%. Les voy a mostrar algo. I will show you something quick. You will see, this right now here, right? That is a distortion. And I will show you right now. I will do it fast. I can. Okay. Run. Okay. Señores, para información, ninguna marca, que los globos brillan solos, que no necesitan brillo, eso es mentira. No dejen que los engañen. Okay. I need use two balloons 350 double staff. 2 balloons 350 double staff. Necesito utilizar 2 globos 350, 3 de diámetro por 50 de largo, double staff. Okay. Okay. 350 and 350. I have the 2 350 double staff and tie it together. Okay, tie it together because you need to make like 380. But QUALATEX don't have 380, but you're making you 380. Okay, cut it the rest. Fast. Okay. Like this, okay? And now put inside your 16-inch. It's outside. Okay. Inflator. I need to blow up my 16-inch. Okay, and I will put inside 11-inch. Okay, you have this. In case, guys, you need, look here. You need show more your distortion. Necesita mostrar más su distorsión. Van a utilizar la misma bomba manual para sacar todo el aire de adentro. You will use the same hand pump to take out all the air. ¿Ok? Okay? Fast, fast, fast. Okay? Now, dificultades técnicas. Technical difficulties. See, you took out all the extra air from that distortion. Look how you can, you decide if you want like that, the shape, or you want with air. Okay, you decide. Now to finish, I know I have like 1 minute. Let me explain you quick, because I do the small one for my delivers. Okay, I deliver when I need to do any deliver and I need to add any balloons with helium. I make the small flower. Remember, in this case, I have just 6 the 5-inch and 6 the 11-inch. Okay, in this case, it's 6 5-inch and 6 11-inch. When we start, I told you what happened with this 5-inch. The 5-inch, remember, is double staff 160 inside the 260, and it's 7 palms. 7 palms with the 160 palm. Okay, 7 palms. And I did this double staff here that you see over there, and I put chrome. See, gold chrome inside. Outside is jewel line. Okay, I don't know, guys, if you have any question. A lot, right? It's like I don't know if you have any question, but I don't know if I have more time or no. Dominic, hello, are you sleeping? Hello.
No, I don't sleep.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for watching my class. Thank you for waiting for me. I really enjoyed it, and this is the best opportunity to be at home and practice. Just organizing everything, like you always say, I don't have time for that. Just do it right now at home with your family, okay? Aprovechen este tiempo para estar en su casa, para organizar su tiempo, organizar su estrategia de negocio, cómo van a atacar después de esta recesión que pase. De verdad, gracias a todos, y recuerden etiquetarme todas las foticos allí en mi Instagram, en mi Facebook. Gracias. Hashtag Q Corner Convention, okay?
Thank you
awesome Edward.
very much. Thank you.
Da, da, da.
What a wonderful job.
He's
And
our superstar.
he certainly is.
Well,
And
thank you.
I love
Thank
the high shine. Love it.
See, yes, you know, the good thing with the high shine is just saving a lot of product.
Yeah.
Because the bottle, you just spray a little bit. That's why it's amazing.
Yeah, okay. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that demonstration. Obviously,
You're
the
welcome.
designs...
Bye-bye. Thank you.
No, we don't go anywhere, because I just want to say something. I want to see some nuggets of gold that flash past this screen, because there was some tips that went along there. I mean, the designs were brilliant, right? But there was some of the tips that were on there. One of the ones that particularly got me was when you were inflating the balloons, when you said that if you tied the balloons at the end, they would definitely go down the next day. But if you don't tie them and you just let them seal themselves, then they last so much better.
Yeah, that will last longer because you don't close your distortion.
Yeah.
You will tie the balloon, like help you to distortion.
Yeah, and that was a really nice. Yeah, the back of the pump idea, we've seen that before as well, Nicole. But yes, absolutely, that is another nugget of gold.
Absolute gems.
Another. We're very lucky to have another gold mine. Thank you very much, Edward.
Thank you, superstar. Thank you.
Okay, you take care, and we'll see you around.
Yeah, take care.
Lots of love in the chat for Edward, please, guys. Lots of love in the
Bye,
chat.
guys. Thank you.
Bye, bye. Bye, bye.
Bye, bye.
Bye.
Gonna knock that one off there.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that was exciting.
It was.
We've got.
And guess what? Top news.
What's that?
I had a sneaky nap.
Yeah, Dom had a sneaky nap.
Sorry, Edward. I do love you. I did see some of it, but I almost fell asleep on the Q corner desk. So I had 25 minutes, and it was the most blissful sleep ever.
But now we need to move on.
He's jealous.
We do need to move on. We're going to move on with our next.
Let me see if we've
teacher.
got someone in the wings.
We will have, but I need to. You won't see it there because I
Nope,
need
not
to
yet.
put it on here. Let me sort this out. There she is. She's sitting there waiting. Okay. So, yes, guys, there was a couple of questions about being able to, if it's been recorded. Yes, all of the shows are recorded. Yes, they'll all be available through the Q Corner channel
It just
later
takes
on.
a little bit of time for YouTube to process that video file once it's been spread out live.
Yes.
Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's a bit slower. So just give it time. Sometimes it's only half of it. Sometimes it's 1 hour of it. And sometimes they put none of it. It just takes a little bit of time. There's no rhyme, no reason to it. So just give it a little bit of patience and it will be there. We promise you.
Okay, but it's time to move on with our next class. So I need a bit of paperwork that tells me what's happening. There it is. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. Everybody that's saying thank you to Keith and Dom, you are very welcome. Honestly, this is...
Is Evie back as well, is she?
Oh, Donna. Hello, Donna. It's Donna Dancelot from Australia. Hello, Donna. Oh, I think she's a Kiwi, but lives in Australia, if I remember rightly. Hi, everybody, and thank you for the nice comments. Thank you for the awesome comments for Edward.
Yes.
And you're going to look forward to this next one because this one is all about
The
creating... No, it's not all about
okay.
the Chrome. You got to wait for one more time on that one. It's creating your brand on social media and digital marketing.
Oh.
Take a look at the importance of consistency of branding and how to achieve this. Talk about what branding says about you and your business and the value of brand authenticity. Discover ideas on how to develop connection on social media and the importance of being authentic. You will take away lots of practical ideas for developing content for your social media profiles, many of them specific to these difficult times. So, it can only be one person, really, we're talking about all of this. It's somebody that we've already learned a lot from, and we've had the very large pleasure of being able to work alongside at the Brazil event.
Seems so long ago now.
It does seem so long ago, but yeah. It was a big pleasure. So let's see if we can get this lady onto the screen. It's a little bit different one. We're going a different way on this one.
Oh, she likes to challenge us.
Yes. So what we're going to do is, if I can do that, she should be on our screen.
Oh, she likes to challenge us.
Yes. So what we're going to do is,
lots of audio. 1 second.
That she should be on our screen.
Oh, she likes to challenge.
And now we should also have the audio sorted out.
Lots of audio. 1 second.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear us,
Can you hear
not?
me?
And now we should also have the audio sorted out.
Lots of audio. 1 second.
It's going to bounce
I
around
can't
for a
hear
little bit.
you.
It takes a little while for everything to settle itself down. Just bear with us on this one.
It's going to bounce
I
around
can't
for a
hear
little bit.
you.
It takes a little while for everything to settle itself down. Just bear with us on this one.
It's going to bounce
I
around
can't
for a
hear
little bit.
you.
It takes a little while for everything to settle itself down. Just bear with us on this one.
It's going to bounce around. Wait, echoing and echoing.
It takes a
Right.
little while for everything
That
to
should
settle
actually
itself
settle
down.
down in
Just
itself.
bear with us on
So
this
what we're going to do is, the easiest way to do it is we're going to hand over to Zoe, settle down in itself. And then, so what we're going to do is,
And that'll get rid of our voices in there as well.
yeah. Okay. So you guys should enjoy this, and then there's somebody that said there about the subtitles in Spanish. Okay. Subtitles will be added later on. It's very, very, very expensive there about the subtitles in Spanish to do the subtitles live, so it's not possible. It's very, very, very expensive.
We'll have to send. We'll pass it over to Zoe, and then we'll bring Zoe's audio in separately. Okay.
Okay. Let's do
Here we go, Zoe. We're going to pass you
this.
over, and then.
And we shall also do this and this.
And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to fire over Keith.
And this. Do this and this.
Hi, everybody. Sorry that I made things difficult for the boys. I hope that you can all hear me. Everybody. Sorry that I made things difficult for the boys. I hope that you can all hear me. just waiting for it to catch up now, so we can get started. I want to talk to you today about creating a brand on social media, but it's a little more than that. So let's start flicking through. This is why the guys have sort of given me a bit of control over here to share my screen. So I want to introduce myself first. Many of you know who I am. Many of you may not know who I am. I like to describe myself. There's sort of many of you know, met somebody in an elevator. How would you describe yourself? So me, I'm a self-confessed balloon addict. Definitely a design junkie. I'm a certified balloon artist. I own a business called Jazz Trading, and I'm also a director of the Pro Environment Balloon Alliance. So Jazz Trading is actually a wholesale distributor of balloons, event florals, and paper party, and I'm very lucky to be the QUALATEX distributor here in Queensland, in Australia. So why then is it that I'm passionate about sharing my background in design and digital marketing? So how did I get here? Let's just quickly look at the path that led me to this little spot right here now. I had corporate roles in the airlines and the childcare industries for many years. But, you know, I came from a family of artists, and, you know, I always had a bit of creative flair. I can't paint to save my life, but I certainly can design, and I've got a flair for colour and shape and line. And so I actually retrained in marketing, communications and design. Love to talk, have no problems speaking underwater with a pie in my mouth, as they would say. So I came out of those studies, and I actually worked for a distributor in the balloon and party industry. That was when I became a certified balloon artist. And my job then was actually to teach retailers and balloon artists back then how to use different types of products and be versatile with products. So after a little while, I went back into a corporate role, decided that was the worst decision I could have made. So I started my own digital marketing and business consultancy business, which was the worst decision I could have made. So I started my own digital marketing and business consultancy business, which was Nope, we're good. Sorry, little glitch there. Keith's been turning me off, turning my voice off already. Sorry. Anyway, so part of that was that I actually designed and implemented the QUALATEX Australia website. And from there, about 3 years ago, actually, 3 years ago in March, I was actually asked to set up a new distribution business in Queensland to primarily distribute QUALATEX balloons. So it's been a really interesting 3 years. Let me tell you, you can currently see me sitting in my brand new showroom over the weekend. Yes, let me tell you, you can currently see me sitting in my brand new showroom over the weekend. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's off, but let me just give me a second. You're going to just see a little bit of back end here for a minute. I'm pretty sure it's off, but let me just... the only thing I've got is my headphones. The only thing I've got is my headphones. Yeah, hang on 2 seconds. Let me just try this. How's that, guys? Yeah, hang on 2 seconds. Let me just try. Is that better? How's that, guys? Is that better?
Guys out there, if you just hang on for a couple of minutes, bear with us. We're going to get this sorted out because out there, you really need to hear what Zoe has to say, okay? So we're going to be right back on there, and you just hang. Hello guys, thanks for being so patient. What we're doing as well is that we're trying just to sort out the audio first before we start the presentation. What we're doing as well is that we're trying just to sort out the audio first before we start the presentation. And as you can hear, there is definitely something that is rolling back. Do me a favor, switch off the Zoom and audio. Yeah, it's when that is something that's coming back through this loop. It's definitely something that's coming back through the loop.
Where's that? Pick it up into there. How can it? It must be off the NDI. Has to be off the NDI.
Hello, guys. Thank you very much for your patience and understanding. We've just been doing a little bit of audio testing. We found out what the problem was. There seemed to be some sort of gremlin stuck in the machine, but with your patience and understanding, we've managed to get back to it. So,
we're going to go straight.
We're going to go straight over to Zoe.
So let me.
And we're going to start from the beginning, so you didn't miss anything, okay? And you guys enjoy this because it's really worth the watch.
It really is. Here we go. Let's bring Zoe in.
Zoe, are you there?
Hi, guys.
There we go. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you for your patience, Zoe.
Thanks for your patience, Zoe.
We shall disappear and leave you with your audience. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated.
Talk to you soon. Wow, seriously, after very little sleep for the last 40 hours, they were cool, calm, and collected throughout that whole little issue. So well done to Keith and Dom. Hi, guys. Let's start this all over again. I'm so pleased to be here with you today to talk about creating your brand and your image on social media. So I want to talk a little bit first about they are amazing. I'm looking at the chat. Yes, they are amazing. So I want to talk to you a little bit about my background first so you can understand sort of where I'm coming from. I then want to spend a little bit of time I guess inspiring you to work through these challenges. And this isn't just about me inspiring you, this is about you guys inspiring me to want to share. So let's get started. So if I met someone in an elevator and they asked me to describe myself, this is what I think I would say. So I'm Zoe, I'm a self-confessed balloon addict, design junkie, certified balloon artist, and owner of Jazz Trading and a director of the Pro Environment Balloon Alliance. So what has led me here? I just want to chat a little bit about my background. It's super varied. I like to say that I'm a jack of all trades and a master of absolutely nothing. But I've worked, my background to start with was I actually worked in various corporate roles, mainly in the airlines and the corporate childcare industries. But what was missing in those roles, I loved the people component, the communications aspect, but the creativity just wasn't there. And I come from a family of artists. My grandfather, my mother, my auntie, they were all painters. And so there's always been this creative spirit that was there somewhere inside. Trust me, I can't paint to save my life. But I like to think that my medium, if you like, is actually balloons and flowers and color and design. So I retrained in marketing, communications and design, and then I actually worked for a distributor in the balloon and party industry in operations and marketing for a while. That was when I became a certified balloon artist, and I was working with retailers to encourage them to come up with new designs with product, and also on how to use equipment and accessories properly in the industry. I left and I went back into corporate roles for a little while, which was a big mistake. So I went out on my own, took a big leap of faith and started my own digital marketing and business consultancy. And my focus in that was actually that I wanted to work with small businesses and startups to create a extension of their bricks and mortar store. At that point too, you know, I really wanted to give people, small businesses, access to really fantastic websites and digital marketing, but then that they could manage themselves so that, you know, it wasn't out of reach of the small guys. And it was actually this industry that inspired me to do that. So through that, I then picked up a much bigger project, and that was actually creating, I designed and implemented the QUALATEX Australia website. It's about 7 years old now. It's ready for a bit of a refresh. So let's hope once everything is back rocking and rolling, we'll be able to work on that together. So that was actually then what led me to becoming the owner of Jazz Trading. So we're a wholesale distributor of primarily QUALATEX balloons, event florals, and paper party in Queensland in Australia. And they were looking for a new distributor. They knew about my passion for the industry. They also knew that I'd worked with startups and small businesses. So that was how it came about. So that's what's led me to here now. And you'll actually see I'm sitting in my brand new showroom at the moment, which is completely not required currently, seeing as though we are, very, very, very quiet. But we've just actually moved from about 150 square metre warehouse to a 500 square metre warehouse. So we're really looking forward to growing this and getting ourselves into a position so that when the industry is rocking and rolling again, we're going to be here to support and inspire our customers. So this is actually, this particular class that I'm offering has been tailored to the situation right now, but it's also part of a series of classes that I offer called Inspire, Create and Share. So to start this class off, before we get into the branding side, I want to talk a little bit about inspiration. So the more I believe that the more successful we are together, the stronger the entire industry becomes. Now, this is a really great conversation when the industry is rocking, but it's also a really good conversation for right now. While we're all feeling, you know, the pain and the challenges of what's going on out there. But, you know, I want to share a story with you because although I haven't experienced anything quite to this extent before, the path to starting my business was not an easy one. I nearly gave up many times. You know, I spent a lot of time worrying about my competition when I started jazz trading. My closest competitor spent a lot of time making things really hard for me when I first started. And I spent, you know, the first 6 months actually constantly worrying about what they were doing, what they were saying, that my sales weren't enough. And it was all based on fear and a fear of lack of business, lack of sales, lack of customers. But I realized that I'd given so much energy away to worrying about them and what they were doing. Imagine if I could put all of that time into doing those things in my business. So the start of this downturn, you know, it scared me. I was worried. I had to stand down staff. Things were really tough. I was moving. My expenses were larger than they were ever going to be. And I went into that place of fear and of lack. And I know we've all been there as part of this process. But what starting jazz trading helped me to realize was that, you know, I'd been here before. I'd been in this place of fear and worry. So instead of worrying and being so fearful, I sat down and I was like, great, let's move that energy of anxiety and stress into setting a goal and a plan, all the things that I want to do in my business during this time. And then my mindset changed. So I stopped, I changed my mindset. I asked myself, if I was one of my own consulting clients from my old business, what would I tell them? And so that was to work out my point of difference, to focus on it, and to be the best at it. So if I can say right now, this amazing convention is going to give you so many ideas. You could be in a position at the end of it to go, oh my goodness, where do I start? I've got all this time, but I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. Sit down and work out what's your point of difference and focus on it. And what is it that you're going to be the best at? So in saying that, I want to share with you a little bit of a quote that is really helping me through at the moment. So there's daring greatly means the courage to be vulnerable. And we are all so vulnerable right now. It means to show up and be seen, to ask for what you need, and to talk about how you're feeling, and to have the hard conversations. So when I say, you know, I'm trying to be positive and I'm trying to be energetic and all of those things, I'm not like this all the time. But we have to have the hard conversations and we have to talk about how we're feeling. So I think, you know, collectively as an industry, you know, we are all relying on each other to support each other right now. If there's one thing that you can do in a little bit of downtime is possibly pick up a book called Daring Greatly, or get the Audible or the audio book and listen to it. I draw so much inspiration from a lady called Brené Brown. She's an American research professor and social worker, and she has become world-renowned for her work on courage and vulnerability. Her work inspires me to be braver. It inspires me to be more authentic and to push myself outside my comfort zones. And so if we need that anytime more than we need that is right now. And this is also leading into the rest of my session here about being authentic and sharing parts of who you are. This quote I have decided this morning whilst I was prepping for my class is actually going to go somewhere on the walls in my new warehouse. This has gotten me through so many tough times. It's actually an excerpt from a Theodore Roosevelt quote that Brené Brown used as the premise for her Daring Greatly book. And it says, it's not the critic who counts. It's not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat, and who strives valiantly, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly. So if you're standing in the arena with me and you're getting kicked and you're getting pushed down and there's dust in your face, dare greatly, get back up again, because these times are what are going to make us so much stronger, personally and as an industry. So in saying that, let's talk about our brand, because we want to talk about being authentic, okay? And now's the time to say, hey, you know, I might have created my brand 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Does that really... Sorry, I'm just having a very quick look. Everybody is okay on the chat? Yes, it's all good. So, you know, is that reflective of exactly what it is that you want to be doing in your business when things kick back off again? So we're going to talk about, what does your branding say about your business? We're going to talk about the importance of consistency and the value of brand authenticity. Now, why did I share some of those inspirational quotes with you to start with? Because that's me. That's me. That is part of my brand. That's part of how I lead my team. It's part of how I make decisions in my business. That is authentically me. So if you can find something that resonates with you just as much as that does with me, then that will help you through this time. It will also help you to create your brand. We're going to talk about presence in digital marketing. We're going to talk about what it is. We're going to talk about, is your online marketing presence actually an extension of your business? And are you meeting your market in the right places? We're going to talk about developing connection via social media and the importance of being authentic. I don't teach you how to get more likers on Instagram, or how to get more followers on Instagram, likers on Facebook. There's plenty of courses out there and people who do that far better than I do. But what I do want to inspire you to do is to connect more with your audience. Right now, people are sitting in their homes. They are craving connection. And, you know, they're not getting that amount of connection that they usually would be from their friends, from their family, from their co-workers. And so now is a time to reach out on social media and connect with your audience and start to develop relationships, because they're really craving that right now. And then at the end, I'm actually going to give you a list of really practical, easy to implement social media content ideas that you can take away and you can start using. So let's talk about your brand. I've actually, after 3 years in the business, I've actually just upgraded my brand. So I've kept the essence of my logo, but I've started to change some of the color palette, and I've started to change some of the associated images that go with it, because, you know, at the start, my business was just balloon distribution, and it's so much more than that now. You know, I'm passionate about education. I'm passionate about marketing and communication. I'm passionate about flowers and events, you know, and all of those things come to work together. So we've just recently started to update our branding. It was a great opportunity when moving premise. So what is brand? Your brand is actually your essence. It's the connection that you have to your story, to why it is that you actually even started doing this business in the first place. So if you step back and you think, why is it that I do this? What is my mission and what is my vision? Then your brand actually needs to represent all of those things. It is your visual identity. It's the spark of your business that ignites customers to act, to say, you know what, I want to buy something from these people. And it shapes the way that your customers view you and your business. So that's what a brand is. You know, people, a lot of people who are in marketing can teach that the brand is actually just the visual aspect and how that portrays what you want it to portray. But I like you to delve a little deeper into why it is you do what you do, and does your branding actually show that to your customers, because that's what people connect with. So then this is a bit of a deep dive. I want you to ask yourself some questions. What do you think that your branding says about your business? So you need something that authentically reflects what you're about. You need something that resonates with people emotionally. So do you think that your current branding does all of those things? A truly great company logo becomes synonymous with its identity. So let's have a look at some logos out there that are absolutely 100% identifiable. They're not the most amazing logos. They're not beautiful and pretty, and they have nothing to do with balloons. But usually when I'm teaching this in person in class, I like to ask the question of, what do you notice most about these logos? And there's a lot of answers, but the top ones usually are, most of them are just one color. Most of them are just text with very little image. And a lot of them, you know, they are, I guess, quite bold and quite plain. And that's actually okay, because what happens is then we start to integrate other aspects of your branding into the broader picture. So what I'm trying to say is, break down your logo. Okay, do you have 100 different colors? Do you have 10 different images and 4 different fonts? Because trust me, they're out there. Is it confusing? Is it clean? Does it tell the story that you want it to tell? I was actually teaching a class in Brazil, and we had a little bit of time at the end. This was the class we were doing, and people actually asked me at the end, would I have a look at their logos? So it was quite remarkable. It was the first time I'd ever experienced it. So I sat on the stage, I actually felt like Santa Claus, and I had this line of people standing there with their business cards, and they wanted me to give them feedback on their logo. And the first thing I asked them when they sat down next to me and handed me their business card was, how does your logo make you feel? And it was their body language that told me most of it. The people who were attached to their logo, who believed in it, who loved it, who thought that it identified their passion in the business, they lit up. You know, they wanted to tell me about it. And the people who, maybe it was dated, maybe somebody else designed it, maybe they bought the business and it wasn't actually their design, you know, it was existing. Their body language was like, yeah. So have a look at your logo and work out how it makes you feel. I've actually got a few people on chat right now that were actually in that class in Brazil. So hi to those wonderful people. I want to talk about color, okay? Because color is actually the first thing that a customer will notice about your logo. So in our industry, we know more than most that how much color actually really matters. Color psychology is one of the most game-changing tools that you have at your disposal, all right? So all you have to do is Google color psychology. you will have so much information available at your fingertips. If you're a visual learner, then you will have infographics that are available. If you like more detail, you'll be able to read about the psychology of colors. Studies have actually shown that a product's color, so a product itself, its color, influences 60 to 80% of a customer's purchasing decision. Now, I do offend a few people when I say this, but please let me tell you that there's nothing to be offended by. But orange is by far my least favorite color. So if there's a product and, okay, let's say it's a set of hair ties or a hairbrush and it only comes in orange, I actually won't buy it. Subliminally, I will choose something completely different because orange just doesn't work for me. So have a look at your logo. Have a look at the colors that you have in your branding board. When I talk about branding boards, we talk about having maybe 5 or 6, no more than 5 or 6 colors that you use in your marketing consistently, okay? And there's actually a little graphic here on the side of this slide that shows you that the Simply and All Natural color palette, they have set as these 6 colors. I've actually just changed my color palette because I've updated my branding. If you use Canva, everyone knows that I'm a big advocate for Canva. There's actually an option in there when you have the paid version, which mind you is not expensive, that you can actually set up your branding board. And one of those things that you can set up in Canva is actually all of your branding colors so that they are consistently there for you to use when you're creating marketing and images for your business. So it's really important once you set those colors to ensure that you integrate those brand colors totally across the board. It needs to be consistent. Once we've worked out our colors, we need to look at our fonts. All right, a good typeface or a font actually creates an emotional response in relation to the message that it's actually sending. All right, so there have actually been studies done around the psychology of fonts, same as the psychology of colors, and you can Google these as well. And it's actually shown that people do not take one bit of notice of anything that is written in Comic Sans. Yeah. And from a design perspective, Comic Sans is like, yeah, the absolute worst font that you could use. Sorry if there's anybody out there that's still using it. I encourage you to go and change that one. That can be your first point of call. But these same studies show that if something's written in Helvetica, as an example, then people actually take that seriously and they read what it is written and they want to know more. So how seriously can your customers take your business based on your logo, based on your colors, based on the font of your logo? Is it professional and does it create trust? They're the questions to ask yourself. So when we combine all of that together, we end up with a branding board or a style guide. Now, it doesn't need to look as beautiful as this one or as professional as this one, but like I said, you can use that branding kit option in Canva to set your fonts, to set your colors, to set your patterns. You might have a particular pattern or another image that you use. So when we're talking about fonts, just going back to fonts for a minute, it's really important that you use 2, maximum of 3, no more than 3 fonts in your branding. Okay, so you might decide to have something that is bold, that is for your headers and for things that stand out, or something that is scripty and fun and flowing. But then you also need to have a font that is paired with that. And some fonts don't actually work together. So if you're confused or challenged as to what fonts do and don't work together, first thing is you can go to Canva and they actually have font combinations that you can adopt across your branding. And these are things that their designers at Canva have already worked out actually do work together. Alternatively, you can Google font combinations and you will get so many different examples of what works together. Now, how do you choose? You need to go for something that resonates with you, okay? Because you need to have the attachment to your branding in your business. So when we talk about creating consistency, the second thing is that once you've come up with your colors and your fonts and your logo and your overall look and feel, you then need to make sure that you review all of your business platforms. Okay, and some of these include your email signature, often that's forgotten, your signage. Now this one's tricky. You know, signage is probably one of the most expensive parts of your branding. If you have a bricks and mortar store or retail shop, then, you know, signage on the outside of your buildings is not necessarily, you know, a cheap thing to replace. So it's definitely a consideration to take into account when you're looking at your budgets, and when things are better and everybody is, you know, is doing really well again, maybe set aside some money in your budget or in your monthly cash flow to put towards your rebranding project. Because especially if you have a van, you know, it's really important that the signage on your van and your vehicles matches the signage that's on your building, because it creates instant recognition for your customers. Your website, that's not so difficult to change. Once you've either worked on your branding yourself or you've worked with somebody else on the files, it's quite easy to come in and change your website, the colors, some of the fonts, and updating your logo. Social media, make sure that your Facebook, your Instagram, whatever it is, your Snapchat, whatever avenues it is that you use, are consistent. Okay, and also your printed marketing. If you have business cards or if you have flyers or if you have corporate brochures, then make sure that that's consistent. So are the colors the same? Are the fonts the same? And are you using the same brand messaging on everything? Okay, so once we've got your branding sorted out, now's a really great time to have a play around in Canva and see what you can come up with. You know, we need to have a look at, is your marketing presence online an extension of your business? Now, what I mean there is, when I first started my digital marketing business, I found that I would walk into a store, a beautiful party store. We don't have a lot of retailers left in Queensland, but back then it was beautiful party stores. And it was inspiring. Their work was beautiful. You know, I wanted to buy something. I wanted to use them to celebrate, you know, at the next event that I had. But when I actually had a look at their website or at the images that they were using of their work online, it completely let them down. So this is a really groundbreaking time to be in business. And I know we look at this as, oh my gosh, you know, this is a really hard time to be in business, but you at the moment have exactly the same fundamental tools available to you as any big corporate, okay? So I guess, you know, you need to have a look at and be reflective and say, you know, I've created this beautiful work of art, because that's what it is, and I've created this amazing atmosphere for this event, and then I've taken some photos and I've put it on my social media, and it really lets it down. It doesn't show how talented you are. It doesn't show how much you can, you know, bring emotion into an event. So another thing that I love to teach is actually iPhone photography. And simple edits that we can do on our smartphones using a couple of apps to improve our images. Now, I would have loved to have done that one with you today, but it's a little hard when it's not in person. But do some Googling. You know, try out PixArt. PixArt is my favorite app for editing photos. And recently I was really very lucky to be asked to not only be maid of honor at a girlfriend's wedding, but also to do the decor. And because I'm not a decorator, I'm actually a distributor. I don't get a lot of opportunity to do big scale stuff. So, you know, I was really excited. I was like, wow, you know, she's going to have a professional photographer. It's going to look amazing. I'm going to get beautiful photos. But when I got the photos from the photographer, his photos of the wedding were stunning. But he didn't know what it was that I was necessarily looking for, or how to take photos of decor. So the photos that I had taken on my phone and edited were actually far better for my promotional aspects than what it was that the photographer took. And you too can do exactly the same thing. So the other thing to have a look at when you're talking about an extension is your marketing presence, an extension of your business. You know, does it make people are going to meet you and your business sometimes for the very, very first time online, before they even see your store, before they even get to meet you. They're going to make an assumption about your capabilities before they even get to meet you. So does it represent the quality of your work? Does your marketing presence tell the story of your customer experience if the customer was to call or to meet you? And does the overall look and feel of your website and your social media presence, does it maybe give them another impression? Does it maybe let your business down? And does it not give the customer the same, if not better, experience as if they were to meet you or to work into your store? So they're all questions to ask yourself. So what exactly is digital marketing? What is it that you need to have a look at? You need to have a look at your website and search engine optimization, potentially, your social media, your online advertising. This is actually an interesting one because, you know, people say, oh, well, you know, Facebook advertising doesn't work anymore because, you know, there's more people on Instagram than there is on Facebook. The thing is with Facebook, that it is actually, the stats are actually showing that Facebook advertising still works very well because people may not be as engaged on Facebook. They may not be posting as much or responding or commenting as much, but they're certainly still going on there to see what everybody else is doing. And so, and also the older generation, you know, 55 and over, definitely still really strong Facebook presence. So Facebook advertising actually works really well. And the other thing you need to have a look at is customer contact through your email newsletters. Okay, we should still be hitting the inboxes of people. And I know that in the conversation that Chris Adamo and David Mahoney and Stuart Davies were having this morning, you know, they really did a lot of, they talked a fair bit about, you know, your email communication to customers right now. So make sure that when you are doing those emails, that you're using languaging that inspires people to want to use you, that shows that you care about them and that you want to connect. And also make sure that you add some images in there because images can speak much louder than words. Make sure those images are really good. And Canva can help you with that if you feel like you need to create some graphics. So saying all of that, you've looked at your marketing, you've made some tweaks or you've changed it entirely. You need to then work out, are you actually meeting your market in the right place? Okay, so at the moment, let's think about the current situation. A lot of people are at home. They're looking for connection on social media. So don't stop posting right now, okay? Even if it means that you're doing a throwback Thursday, or this was my favorite job from last year, or here's something that I want to do, you know, in the future. And I'm going to give you some really good content ideas towards the end of this. You know, it's like, are you actually meeting people where they are right now? You might find that 6 months ago, you know, you were using Instagram to funnel, you know, traffic through to your website, okay? You might think that Instagram is rocking for you and you don't actually need a website. Let me tell you that social media really needs to be a funnel to transfer that captured audience through to your website. Okay, so if you don't have a website, then this is something that you can 100% be working on at home right now. You know, there are so many applications now that you can be using yourself. And if you team up a few apps, Canva, bit of PixArt, and some of those, you know, WYSIWYG, as they call it. So what you see is what you get. Design, you know, apps for websites. You can actually be creating something. And it's not going to cost you a lot of money because you don't have to outsource it. You know, are you on Instagram? Are you also on Facebook? You know, even if you're just putting most of your efforts into Instagram and then you're sharing those same posts to Facebook, Make sure that look, when I teach this class, I usually tailor it to the actual area that I'm teaching in. So, if I'm teaching in Mexico, I would look at, what people are using. It's quite easy to get those, access to those statistics to see what it is that people are mainly using. Is it mainly Instagram? Is it mainly Facebook? In some areas, I've noticed that there's a fair bit of Snapchat. In Australia, Snapchat is way down the list. It's good for 14 to, 12 to 15-year-olds. But, in Australia, there's not a massive, reason as much to put, that much effort into Snapchat. So Google it, social media statistics or user statistics for your country. Okay, and you will see where it is, which social media platforms you need to be putting your most attention into. So take a look at your website. What does it say about your business? Yeah, ask yourself that question. Does it need some love? Does it need some update? Do you need to take some old images down? You might have had images of work that's 5, 6, 7 years old, and you don't even realize, how far you've come because you've been attending training and you've been upskilling yourself, and your work is just so much better now. So maybe make sure that you've refreshed, the content that's actually on your website. Now's a really great time to do that. The other thing I want to say about that just quickly before we look at the 5 most important elements of your website is that if you are looking for really great images right now, say for instance you do bouquet delivery or you do columns or classic decor, whatever it might be, the QUALATEX.com website is an incredible resource for beautiful professional images. Now, as long as you can you've got the skills to recreate what it is that you're sharing. Pioneer has spent so much time, putting together these amazing images and graphics for you. Make sure that you use them. They've even got social media graphics there for you to use. So there's just some, a few places to start. If you decide that, you really want to be doing some, you want to be pushing the baby market, for when we all come out of isolation and this is all over, but you haven't done, a lot of great baby work, then jump on to QUALATEX.com, go to the inspiration section, and have a look at all these incredible images that you can use to start pushing that. Okay. So that's a really good place to start. Okay, so the top 5 most important elements of a successful website is the overall design. So the overall look and feel, how it makes somebody feel when they come into your website, when they land on that homepage for the first time. The quality of the images, I just spoke to you about those before. So like I said, go back, take anything off that you just don't think cuts the mustard anymore and start working to replace those. Relevant and well-written content, okay? Now, here's a challenge. You can pay a copywriter to create, content for you, which nobody's going to do right now because we just don't have the funds. But in saying, some people do this, but it's not necessarily authentically you. So what I suggest is if you're not that fantastic at writing the content, give it a go first, get the message down of what it is that you're wanting to say, and then send it to somebody that hey, we're all sitting around waiting to help everybody at the moment. Send it to someone that is a good communicator, is great with the written word, and say, hey, would you mind? Can you have a read of my content and let me know what you think? Okay, that's a really good way to get some good feedback and some changes and edits to what it is that you're going to put on your site. The ease of use, that is number 4. But let me tell you that studies have shown that if somebody can't find what they're looking for in about 25 to 30 seconds on your website, you'll lose them. Okay, so if they can't find what they're looking for easily, they're going to look at somebody else's website where they're going to find the information that they're looking for. So ease of use is really important. How organized is your site? Is it easy to find the menus? Are there pages that are buried, in multiple levels of menus? So have a think about that as well. And the overall user experience. The user experience is talking about when someone lands on the homepage, do they feel like they want to explore? Okay, or did they get to the homepage and go, not really what I was looking for, or I don't feel welcomed by this website, so I'm going to move on. You know, if they feel inspired and they're like, oh, that looks good, and oh, that looks good, pretty lights. Pretty lights are good on websites because it makes them want to click on things and explore further, all right? And that's where you're going to get your click-through rates from. So the overall user experience is really important. So if we're talking about content and we're talking about authenticity, then this is one of my favorite quotes. So there's a guy in Australia called Kerwin Ray. Some of you may know of him. He's a bit of a social media guru. He's a bit out there and a bit crazy, but he does not apologize for that. So I went to one of his classes or his seminars, and what resonated most with me was be yourself, because everybody else is taken. There is only one you. And we need to use that to our best advantage. It's not about trying to be like everybody else. It's trying to harness those things that make you you and use those to stand out above the others or against, you know, somebody else that's standing next to you. And we're not talking about this in a competitive way, but only you can offer what you do, okay? Everybody else can try and offer the same, but it's never genuinely going to be the same. So one of my personal values in life is to create connections through being authentic. And when it comes to posting on social media, I try to keep it as real as I can. But if I'm honest, it actually takes a lot of practice and it takes courage too. So these days, business owners are, you know, constantly being told to show more of who they are. But, you know, you need to work out exactly how much of you you're willing to share. So owners of small businesses especially have the opportunity to create really credible or create credibility and boost your profiles using social media. So let's start that now. We've got time to think about what it is that we're going to share. So one warning is let's not overshare, okay? So if we're going to be honest, we don't want to see what it is that you're having for dinner, okay? Those days are gone. Pets, you know, we're still on the borderline there. I think we can share a little bit of that. But what we're trying to do is determine the difference between authenticity and transparency, okay? We don't want everything to be transparent. We don't want to share all of our trade secrets. You know, you don't want to show somebody exactly how it is that you're making that gumball. But, you know, they want to know a little bit. They want to know a little bit about what's behind the scenes. And, you know, they value actually knowing and understanding more about you and what makes you tick behind your business. So how you share, you behave and relate to other people online powerfully demonstrates your values, your expertise, your wisdom, and your character. So just as if somebody meets you in person, you know, everything we do online is a reflection of who we are. The challenge there is that most of the stuff that we do online stays online. So I think an example of this is maybe how you respond to maybe a poor Google review, okay? We've all been there, it happens. You know, the disgruntled customer who you just couldn't please, you did everything you could, but, you know, they probably had a bee in their bonnet about something completely unrelated and then they decided to take it out on you. That's human nature, unfortunately. So you can actually turn this around to demonstrate your values as a business owner and as a person. So, you know, you might get this hammering review. You could be angry and you could be resentful and you could send them a scathing message, or you could emotionally respond, because it's pretty easy to be a keyboard warrior. We all need to take a breath and step back sometimes. You know, but how you respond to that review, you know, would demonstrate so much. So, look, I'm really sorry that was the experience that you had. You know, we understand that's how it made you feel. Show empathy. Empathy is always good. You know, we're really looking forward to, I don't know, as hypothetically, you know, offering you a refund or, you know, preparing something perfect for your party next time. Okay, so empathy, I'm sorry. Firstly, apologize. Understand how they feel, even if you don't. Okay, empathy shows that you're caring and you're willing to be self-reflective on your business, and then offering them a solution. Okay, now if they decide then to get into a war of back and forwards, then you just let it go. But you've demonstrated your values, your expertise, and your wisdom. So how do we become authentic on social media? Okay, so we got to let go of being perfect, because you know what? Actually, nobody is. All right. And those people who portray the perfection, we actually don't connect to them as much as what we do with people who are actually genuine and authentic. We might feel like we want to be that person, but we don't actually connect to them. You need to stop focusing on what could go wrong. Okay. So allow more of who you are to shine through instead of worrying about what could go wrong. Okay. Ask people what makes you unique. But make sure you ask the right people, all right? Listen to your partner or your best friend. Make sure you ask the right people what makes you unique, and then expand on those things, okay? And stay in service and be values driven. Now, what does that mean? It means that when you're interacting online, it needs to be exactly the same customer service as what they would receive as if they were standing in front of you, okay? And always be driven by your values. So this is how we're authentic online, with parameters. So authenticity speaks volumes about you, and it touches people in a way that spin can't. Okay, we talked about the copywriters before, writing, something about you. They can put a glossy sheen on your business, but being yourself is far more credible and a much better way to build your reputation. Okay, so now that I've said all that, let's give you some practical ideas as to help you or help your audience get to know the real you by sharing your personality, your passions as part of your content. So here's a few ideas to get you started. All right. And some of these we're going to talk about in a bit of detail so that we can make them, we can sort of tailor them to our current situation. So behind the scenes pictures in your business. All right. So like I said before, we don't want to show them how we make the gumball or necessarily, how we stick the confetti, inside the 3-footer, but they want to see. Everybody's a bit of a busybody. We all want to know what's going on behind the scenes. We're all curious. So use some of that desire for curiosity and show some pictures or do some Facebook Live video or put it on your Instagram. And show them what happens by scenes. Some of you might be in lockdown, okay? I'd personally like to be in lockdown in my warehouse right now because I've got far more to do here than I do at home, where I'm trying to homeschool my 4-year-old. But, I'm sure you've got stuff that you can show that's behind the scenes. Go through your camera roll. You might actually find pictures that you can use that you've taken behind the scenes when you're actually doing an install, something like that. All right. Share a quote from a famous person and add what it means to you. Now, this is a really good time to do that. I hope that by sharing my quotes at the start of this presentation and what it means to me, you were actually able to connect with me a little more before we actually went further into the class. So people, I said, are looking for connection right now. So find something that's going to hit a spot in them, that's going to make them feel like you care. And that you get it and that you understand. Now is a really great time to be doing that and continuing to do that in the future. You could share a quote from someone else's blog about a relevant topic and add your expert comments. So the Very Best Balloon blog is obviously the perfect place to start. Sue Bowler and the Pioneer team put so much time and effort into that. But it's not just about sharing a post, okay? And you don't want to share the ones that are going to give away too many secrets, but you want to put your expert comments on that, okay? So that people want to know that you know what you're talking about. This means something to me because, okay? Talk about when you first started your business. Here's a great one, all right? So a little video about why you first started your business and why it is that you're still going to be here standing, ready to help people celebrate when this is all over, because this means so much to you. People are going to connect with that. Share a hobby that you love and why. Okay. And it might be something quirky. I think we're all pretty quirky and a bit weird and funky in this business. You know, people love quirky. So, you know, a hobby that you're doing at home right now whilst you're in isolation, or, you know, whilst you're waiting for this to pass, you know, you might actually inspire someone to take something new, and it doesn't have to be industry related. This is about connecting with you and your business. Do a case study on one of your clients. You know, your clients are actually sitting there probably twiddling their thumbs right now, you know, and you've got clients that you've got that really good relationship with. So say, you know, would you mind, I'm working on some social media content. If I send you an email with, you know, 5 questions, would you come back and let me know about your experiences using me? Because then those people who are going to want to start celebrating or doing events again, once this is all over, are already starting to see what it is that you can provide them as a business. And having a testimonial from a client is super powerful. Do a profile on a mentor that you follow and share 3 things that you've learned from them. Okay, they might not be industry related, they might be industry related, but then talk about what it is that makes them profound to you and what it is that you're learning. This 5-day convention, oh my goodness, like this is full of my mentors, I can tell you that much. So I guess I just put, you know, I need to put my money where my mouth is, and actually, yeah, share 3 things, 3 little nuggets of gold, as the guys have been talking about, you know, that you've learned during either this convention or from one particular person. Link a podcast episode that you love. You know, there might be something in there that somebody can learn from that as well, but give your comments on what it is that it's helped you to achieve, or what it is that you found helpful in it, because that's the part about you. That's the part that's authentic. We have one more page, and I think I'll work with the boys. I don't know, maybe I'll just pop it up on the QUALATEX group. But I'll actually take a screenshot of these 2 slides if you haven't screenshotted them already, so that you can have these to refer back to later. All right. So you could do a profile on a staff member and why you value them. Now, this one I was kind of questioning yesterday. I was like, okay, a lot of us have had to stand down our staff. Is this the right sort of time to be doing this? But yeah, why not? You know, everybody understands what it is that we're going through right now. So talk about what this staff member, you know, why they were valuable to you when you were, you know, rocking and rolling, and why it is that you're so determined to get your business back up and running so that you can get these staff members back doing what they love. Because people are going to want to support you then, because you're thinking of others. So there's a really great way to kind of tie all of this situation together. Share an inspiring quote. Now, we talked about this one before, but this one's a little bit different. So if we're trying to get engagement right now, you can ask your followers to drop a GIF. Everybody loves a GIF below that shows what the quote means to them. And if we're talking about GIFs, if you don't know already, make sure that when you're in there, you search for the QUALATEX GIFs, because there's some really, there's some really cool things in there that Pioneer have created for you. You could repost a testimonial that you've received and add your gratitude. So this could be a testimonial from last year, from 6 months ago, whenever it was, but talk about what this meant to you and why you're grateful. You could talk about a time that you failed and what you learned from that, because holy cow, like right now, we're all feeling a bit like a failure, but none of this is actually our fault. But we have to fail. We have to get knocked down. You know, Rupert spoke about that at the very start of this convention. You know, like we just got to keep getting back up. But what did you learn from it? Okay, because everybody wants to know that you're human and that you're also determined and you've got grit and you want to keep going. Share a goal that you're working towards. I think this is a really good one right now. You know, if you decide that you want to work on your branding, or you decide that you want to, you know, work on your website, then share that. Say, you know, this is what I'm doing. You know, I've just been part of this convention. I'm going to take this time and I'm going to be proactive in making sure that my business is strong when we all come back online. Review an event that you went to and tag others. Well, there you go. This is the perfect opportunity, you know, to show your customers, especially your corporates, you know, that you're still upskilling yourself during this period. You know, that you haven't just closed the doors and shut the blinds and, you know, decide that it's too hard. You know, there's all these great things that you're doing. And another one, the last one that I've got here is, what are your daily habits and rituals that help you in your business? You might find that by sharing those, you might help others in their business. So that, I come to the end now of my presentation. I do just want to say that yesterday or last night, my time, I shared online that I'd been super blessed to work with Keith and Dom on some designs for the merchandise for this Q Corner convention. And I sort of put a little thing out there that maybe we could have a bit of a competition. So I would love you to take an example of what it is that you have learned from today and share something authentic about you on your social media. Tag me in the post. So Instagram, you'll find me, Zoe Adams-Jones CBA, and similar on Facebook. If you haven't friended me already, then go ahead and do it. Tag me in the post, and randomly we are going to, we'll use a random generator. We'll do this at the end of the convention, and I would love to send you your choice of one of my designs of the Q Corner merchandise. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, because the boys have set this up so that we can order from anywhere. All right, so let's just go through that one more time. So post something on your social media that is authentic and shows your followers a little bit about you. Tag me in the post. And then at the end of this convention, where I'm going to send one of my designs of Q Corner merchandise out to the winner. So that's it, guys. I'm done. I don't know if they're ready. I think they're like, whoa, she's still got like 8 minutes to go. So I've caught them off guard.
No. We're right here.
We were here.
We were right here waiting for you.
Just trying to get it to change back to you, because we had to fire in a different direction, so it was a bit harder to get us back.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Wonderful as always.
Sorry. My apologies.
No. Zoe, can you repeat your username so that you can tag you?
Is she getting it? 1 second.
Yes, at Zoe Adams-Jones, CBA.
At Zoe Adams-Jones, CBA.
Perfect.
You heard it here. If you tag that in, she's going to pick a winner, and then you can get one of Zoe's designs, which we are very thankful for.
I think we're all winners listening to that, Zoe. Some great advice. Thank you.
We're going to say bye-bye to Zoe. Everybody, can you please show your appreciation in the chat?
Thumbs up,
for
golden
all
nuggets.
of those golden
Thanks, guys.
nuggets.
Thank you, Zoe.
It's exactly what we needed right now to keep on moving our business forward. So, bye-bye, Zoe. Thank you very much. And there she goes.
Right, let me reset that.
There we go. Thank you guys for all of your patience and understanding with that. Thank you very much to Zoe for actually managing to catch up on the time as well.
Yeah, thank you for Evie and Shani in the chat there, keeping everyone reassured that we were coming back.
Right?
Yes, teamwork makes the dream work.
It's so they say. Teamwork makes that dream work.
So we're just going to get set now as well, because we have to reset a few things because of what we had to do for that to get our next guest on.
So what's going to happen is the stream is going to just drop out, but it's going to restart again exactly where it is.
You stay there. Don't worry about it.
Don't go anywhere.
We literally will be right back. Okay. So
you wait there. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you should. Zoe's just turned up as Jazz Trading there. So Jazz Trading. So if you do have any questions, she's right there. If you want to tell her how much you love that, now's the opportunity.
Tell her which one of your favorite designers as well. And if you haven't seen them, go check them out.
Okay.
See you in a minute.
Okay. See ya. Be right back.
Right, 97th time lucky. In the chat, please. First person to tell us he can hear us is the first person that heard us.
We love it, and thank you very much as well, Ryan. No audio.
No. Play that.
There's still no audio. Oh, we can hear. We can?
You can? Yes.
We can?
Perfect. Excellent.
Everybody can hear. Oh,
yay!
Thank you, guys. Oh, I tell you what, there's been a few gremlins this time, hasn't there?
Yes.
But
all I can say is Australia. I was
yeah,
I was fond of Australia, but
yeah, we got 2 Aussies back to back, and we had problems back to back.
What can we say?
Yeah, Aussie ladies.
Yes. Thank you for your patience. We're only slightly behind schedule.
And I know Tina's in the audience there as well, so another Aussie lady causing problems.
Aussie lady?
Well, female. So,
love you,
Tina. Nick, are you ready? Do you want to come play?
She has to be. She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, okay, right. Everybody, please give her a big welcome. She's been hanging around here. She's really nervous to come and see you guys, or not really see you guys, because it's a different challenge when you don't actually see the audience, right? So here she is, the Tower of Power.
You've got to give her the love in the chat.
Lots of love in the chat.
Okay.
And here we go.
Oh.
Hello. No, we haven't got audio.
There she is.
You are there.
Yes.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if I was on screen yet. All I can see is myself, and
she's playing
that's a worry.
She's playing. That's it. Well, we'll leave you to the audience. Go on.
Okay. Right. Yes. You go. You teach them all about your chromies.
You have fun. Enjoy. Yes.
Okay.
We'll
see you soon.
We'll be here. Have an hour beer.
I just wish we had. Well, I wish we'd sort of worked out the wardrobe before we started today.
We did. We know we had our names on ours.
Yeah, we have our names on ours.
Did you not contact everybody about the shirts today? We're all wearing the same thing.
No, we have names on ours.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's true. What I'll do is I'll put this side one on here so you can see on this side. Look, we have names on ours.
Oh, yeah. Who do I need to call? Who do I need to call?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, Ghostbusters. Yeah,
Ghostbusters.
You need to call.
Yeah. Not Goatbusters.
Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Right, anyway, let's not take any more of your time.
Nicole,
the audience have waited long enough.
Don't worry about running over, okay? You just do the whole thing, okay? Give the delegates everything.
We stop at Friday midnight.
We'll catch up later on, all right? You just go for it, okay?
Because we don't want to miss anything of yours, all right?
You've given me a cut-off. Friday afternoon, I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Bye now.
Great. Enjoy, people. Love yous.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm Nicole Gregg, CBA from Adelaide, Australia, and I am super excited to be teaching here for QUALATEX. And I think quickly before I start, because I'm going to forget at the end of the session, is to really thank Dom and Keith for all their hard work. This has been put together in a very quick 2 weeks. And, of course, all the moderators, Susan, Eve, Cam, and all the other people at QUALATEX Pioneer Balloons behind the scenes who have made this all happen. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today. Normally, obviously, when I teach, I'm known as the quick link queen because I absolutely love quick links. But I also love chrome balloons. So little bit of, I suppose, history in where I came up with this design. So late last year, I was asked, I'm sure it was late last year, I was asked to do by another balloon store. They had to do it organic here in Adelaide, and they had to add a dragon and a rat for Chinese New Year. Not New Year, New Year. And it was a case of it has to be gold. That was sort of the key, and I thought, brilliant, initially. And then when they said it had to be gold, I went, oh, I'm limited. I'm limited to the size of balloons that I can use because there's only rounds and 260s in chrome. But that's okay, because the beautiful thing about this, obviously, as an artist, it allows us to be creative with our sizes. and to manipulate them a little bit. So, and to think outside the square, kind of that's what I like, you know. So hence I came up with my little rat here, my little chrome fella. And I might just let Keith and Dom know that they're in my head at the moment. And as much as I love them, there's enough voices in my head without hearing Keith and Dom. I mean, I love you boys, but seriously, there's enough in my head without you being in there too. So it's just confusing me. Oh, yeah, but I might just repeat what you say, so because I've got no idea. Seriously, now that's 200 voices in my head. Get out. Nah, love you boys, love you. But yeah, I would much prefer to hear my own thoughts right now. So yeah, so as I was saying, it doesn't matter if you want to use a balloon or use a particular color and you're limited to sizes. As I said, as an artist, this is, to me, this is where we get our inspiration from, to play and to manipulate our designs. Now, obviously 2 weeks ago, this class was put together, and so I thought, I know when I posted these, and I made them a couple of times for the particular store here in Adelaide for their job, which was awesome. It was great to be part of it and to add my twisted element to it. You would have noticed, so this is, I had a bit of demand for this one. A lot of people said, will there be a tutorial? So obviously when I was asked to teach for Q Corner convention, I thought, hey, it's hanging with my Chromies. Let's show this design. But you would have noticed in the last week, so I put in the stock list for this design, but you would have noticed in the last week, obviously my mind's always ticking. It's always ticking. Pictures in my head, ideas. So you would have noticed I've come up with quite a few other designs and other techniques manipulating those really 3 balloons that we've got available, 7-inch, 11-inch round and 260, and playing with them. So my design from that I just posted yesterday was my elephant, come up with a pig, lots more ideas in my head. So for me, as much as I want to show you a design and share, I want to inspire. So I want to inspire you guys to think outside the square and to come up with different concepts and ideas. Just trying to find all my balloons that I've scattered. I just posted this just recently. I actually made it before the elephant, but again, sort of same sort of technique. A little bunny. So as I said, think outside the square and have a bit of fun with your chrome balloons, because even though we've only got a couple of sizes, you can still make so much with it. So I always say, don't be limited by your imagination. Let it flow and just play and create. I should say straight away before I get into doing some hands-on work, my philosophy when I teach is we have a destination, which in this case is our rat. I'll show you the way I've come up with it. There are different roads. I don't care which road you take. If you find an easier way to do something that I'm doing, one, share it with me. I'd like to know too. But I'm not fussed if you change it up and do different things. This is what it's all about. It's not about just following this recipe. It's about being inspired. And I'm inspired all the time when I go onto Facebook. I mean, even just to be the people that are sitting in this convention, the people that have taught on this convention, you are absolutely all inspirational. And that's where I grab a lot of my inspiration from, is seeing posts. And I mean, as I said, there's so many creative people out there. So without further ado, let's start doing some twisting. Now, please, by all means, I haven't got the boys in my ear anymore. It's just now my own voices in my head. I can't see any chat. So hopefully the boys, if there is a question or if I'm going too fast, somebody will interject and just let me know. But anyhow, hopefully you've got some balloons to twist along. So we're going to start with 2 of the 7-inch chrome gold. Also keep in mind, if you've got a different color chrome that you want to use, go for it. If you don't have chrome, do it out of normal balloons, you know, your non-chrome. It's all cool. Same. So I think I did finish that part of the destination. Doesn't matter which road you take, as long as we get to the destination, it's all good. So as I said, I'm here definitely just to try and inspire, like I'm inspired every day. So we're going to inflate. That's a good hand. Now, I don't want to tie it too tight, too close to the balloon, but I don't want to tie it too high. So I want to tie this about in the middle, just so I've still got a little bit of manipulation. Let's grab the second one, and we are going to inflate that to approximately, give or take, the same size. And again, tie off. So we have 2. All right, grab the first one, and it's going to be about 2-3 finger bubble. We're going to twist it and turn it in to a pinch twist. We're going to do exactly the same on the other one. Not with that one. The main thing is, and obviously you can see that this is completely live, we're licensed to pop. It's part of our training, or sometimes, as I like to say, lack of training. All right. I always say don't work with children or animals. Technically, as a twister, we do both. So we've done the pinch twist in both of those. I'm just going to lock them in together. So I've just put the bubbles on each other and just spiraled them. So that's what I've got. Some really good fish lips or some cheeks. Let's put that down to the side. Now the fun part. Now I'll be honest with you, when I first made this design for the first time, I didn't have any 7-inch. I only had the 11-inch in stock. So I only had 2 types of chrome. Of course, then I managed to grab some 7-inch before I made it the second time. Now I will tell you, when I did this first, the muzzle, and the thing is, what I wanted to achieve with this design is I didn't want to have all the 260s and all the lines. I really wanted to give it a nice chunky muzzle. Now I will tell you, initially doing this technique, I would have, well, I think I popped about 3 or 4 balloons before I got it right. And I said many colourful words like wild berry, lime green, Caribbean blue. Said many, 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 many words. And then I got a little bit smart. So I'll show you what I did. I'm just going to stretch this out a bit because we want to manipulate this a little bit. All right. So pretty well inflated a couple of times. I'm going to bring it down. This is about the size of a, smaller than a bowling ball. So it's probably about 5 inches or so. No, actually a bit bigger. It's probably 7 inches, give or take. I haven't got the biggest hands. And we want to tie it nice and high to the nozzle, because we definitely, we want to manipulate, and we want to make sure that we've got room for the air to move. All right, so you really got a lot of room just to manipulate. So I'll put that to the side, and I'm going to grab just one of the, because I decided I was going to make the whole design in chrome, but I just wanted to add a few accents. So we're going to grab one of the 7-inch mauve, or mauve, I say mauve. You say tomato, I say tomato. All right. You nose it. Doesn't matter how big your nose is or how small your nose is. I always think a nose is a little bit personal taste. But it's about 3-4 fingers. Now this one I do want to tie. I always think that's low to the balloon. So to make sure we got this lovely nozzle area. So it's nice and close to the balloon. Now, initially, I was just, when I first did it, got the knot on this side. I was pushing and pushing, and as I said, I would have popped about 3 or 4 balloons because it was so tight here. Excellent. Sorry. Someone decided to call me. You got to love it. Please don't call me. Nobody call me right now. I'm working. So sorry about that if you saw me up close or you lost me. So I found it quite difficult to get my little chubby little fingers in there to grab it. It was really, really, really tight. So I don't know if someone else has done this before me but I thought to myself, I need something that I can grab onto that would just give me a little bit more stability. So I'm very lucky that my sister has a costume jewelry store, and she had a lot of these little beads that were starting to sort of tarnish and lose their shine. So she was going to chuck them out. I grabbed them from her. So it's just a little bead. You may use a raisin if you like, whichever. I came up with the idea, and as I said, I don't know if someone else has done this before me, but so I tied it to put the bead just in the nozzle area of the balloon. So I've got it in there. This will give me a bigger area to grab. So if someone else came up with this before me, brilliant. I've inadvertently taken it from you without realizing it. If not, hopefully this is a golden nugget. So now I've got that bead in between my tasty little fingers here, and basically just from the front area, I'm going to squeeze through and come at the bottom, and I can grab it straight away. Twist it. So I have that. Now I do apologize here. This is super, super, super tight up against my fingers. And I must admit, I can't do it without putting a piece of the balloon in my mouth. I do apologize. If you don't want to see this, look away now. Go get a cup of tea. Do whatever you need to do. But it's going. So I grab a little bit of scrap. And then I wrap that around. And I nicely tie that in. Ooh. Now, the other key is with the chrome, don't tie this balloon that you wrap around too tight. I find it can rip the balloon and create a leak. So that will allow us, as you can see, I've just tied that underneath, and I have my nice little muzzle area, which I can manipulate and attempt to bring my nose a little bit more forward if I want. And then depending on what part of the balloon I go in, if I go in more of an angle, I'm going to have less of the front face part of the muzzle. So completely up to you. But whew, no popping. So yeah, so hopefully you like the little bead trick. Let's keep moving. So we're going to grab our cheeks. And you've got the choice here. Sometimes I twist off a little bubble in this one. And I'm going to lock it back in here. So I'm just going to twist it nicely around those other huge twists. All right, so we've got that. The start of our chromie. Let's grab our silver. We're going to quickly add our little bucked teeth. Now, we don't need a lot. I've only basically half inflated that, if that. I'm going to create a 3-finger bubble. Come back on itself and bring that through. Lock it in. We don't need any more. Break it off. Oh, just thinking about it. I didn't welcome you to my house. Welcome to my house. Hope you all wiped your feet before you came in. No, I'm just kidding. It's not raining over here. It's quite a nice day outside. Not raining. And wherever you are in the world, I suppose, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. But I'm not leaving yet. You're still stuck with me for a little bit longer, so maybe I should have said the good night first. So we've got the little scrap here. And, of course, we've got a bit of scrap from our teeth. Now, quite tight. I want to just bring that in and really tie it in. Doesn't have to be super, super, super tight. It'll just sit in that little crevice that we've created. And I'm just going to trim off the rest. There we go. All right, hopefully we're all good. We're all twisting along, having some fun side by side. Let's grab some 260s. We're going to go chrome silver, chrome gold. Now, I will straight away say, just quickly, I'm going to show you because I just mocked up a second head. Hope I wasn't getting ahead of myself, or maybe I was doing a head start. I'm never sure. Anyhow, obviously with that the new technique that I've been coming up with just this week, that's probably the way I might have done the head structure if I had thought about that at the time last year. And this is the beautiful thing. Like, just because you've made a design doesn't mean you can't change it or you can't adapt it or make it better or hopefully not worse. But yeah, I said always evolving. I never sort of sit still or stop thinking about images and how I can make something a bit better and something a bit more effective. I must admit the inspiration was probably Twist and Shout when I taught at Twist and Shout last year in Chicago and for QUALATEX. And Derek Wong, amazing artist from Canada, came up with one of the competition pieces was a Minnie Mouse, and it was all chrome. And honestly, the way he, I mean, he looked like the chrome was available in hearts and all different shapes. Just the way he manipulated it was just phenomenal. And I think that was kind of in my head and the inspiration when I made this wrap for the first time. So thank you, Derek. Yeah, absolutely sensational artist. Already put the gold on. Now the gold I'm pretty well going to inflate close to 95%. Going to give it just a nice little burp. And I always, for some reason, I just like to give my chrome just a little bit of a stretch. Tuck that one under the arm. Going to grab my silver, and we don't need a lot of this, so I've inflated that just a bit more than half. I tie them together. Again, so many different ways you can do. Oh, look at this, 3D balloons coming to a screen near you. So, sorry if my jokes are a bit corny. Normally I feed off the audience, and it's really hard to feed off you guys because, well, you're not really giving me much right now. For some reason I can't see you, I can't hear you. So I'll just have to, you know, make my own fun. But hopefully we're all having fun. So I'm going to come in from underneath, and I want to bring it in basically behind this pinch twist here. Now, like everything, as I was making this design again this morning, I thought to myself, you know, I could make the head structure first and then attach it in. So, as I said, so many different ways. You find a better way to do something, by all means, do it. That's what it's all about. As I said, it's about sharing, inspiring, and learning. So, all right. So, I've got them all nicely attached. I'm going to come up a good bit more than a hand width. And I'm twisting the two off together. Now I'm very conscious that I don't want to pop anything as well. So I'm not going to come down with both and try and push them through. I'm just going to come down with one at a time. I'm going to pick the gold first. And I'm going to use these pinch twists at the back. To lock it in. Now I'm going to come down with the silver. And if you notice, I'm just giving it just a little bit of a squeeze as I go. All right, so we have a 4 cluster. So 2 silver at the front and 2 gold. I'm using the silver for my eyes. We don't need any more of this silver, so I am going to pop and save for later on. And I've just tied that at the back, and I'm just going to lock it in and around. Now, the remainder of my gold, and this is hence why I, you know, pretty well 90% inflated it. Now, don't be stressed out if your design is all moving while you're working. We'll tweak it at the end. So now I'm going to come out and just prior to the top of the eyes, it's going to come up with a bubble. And I reckon I'm about 2 fingers from the top of my eye structure. I'm going to twist it off and make a pinch twist. All right, so we've got that at the moment. And you know what, just for safety, I'm going to put a second pinch twist in on this one. Then I'm going to feed my chrome gold through the eye structure. All right, so we have that. I'm going to repeat it on the other side. So right where we've come out of the head structure, I'm going to do 2 pinch twists. Like everything, there is method to my madness or twistedness. All right, now I'm going to come back in. I'm going to do a matching bubble and come back in and under. All right, we so don't want to pop anything. I'm going to pop this balloon off because we're not going to use any more, and we can't use any more. All right. I'm going to wrap it in around, just going to tie it because honestly, I don't want anything to deflate because you have to remember when the balloon starts going down, it's only letting itself down. Just remember that's not your fault. It's the balloon. It's letting itself down. So another bad joke, bit of balloon humor. All right. I just heard a ping, 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 ping in my ear. So hopefully that's not something happening. But anyhow, we will continue. We're going to grab 2 more 7-inch gold. And because I popped one, I need to go to the bag and find another one. And this is where, oh, there it is. Sorry about that. Under all the other chrome balloons. So these are going to be the ears. So I said that's probably, again, it's good hand width. I'm going to tie this nice and low to the balloon. And we're going to inflate the other one as well. Same size. Yep. All right, nice and low because we want to keep that roundness. And of course, we have these lovely little pinch twists. These are going to be my little connection points just to wrap those ears in. Let's go with the other. Now, if you got my product list, you will notice I put too many balloons on there. I did that for a reason because obviously, look, we're balloon artists. We're going to pop stuff. It's what we meant to do. Well, not all the time. It's always nicer when we don't pop. So I thought if you had a few more balloons next to you that if something did pop, you could just continue because you had extra stock. I'm going to inflate another 260 gold. And again, I've left basically a 2-3 finger tail there. I'm going to give it a lovely little bit of a burp. And I'm going to do the same thing that, as I said, for some reason with my chromes, just like to stretch them. It feels so nice. Now, I'm going to come in from basically the eye structure because now I want to split the eyes or just put a spacer. So, again, I'm going to pick one of the cheeks. Doesn't matter which cheek. And I'm going to position that. As I said, don't worry about everything being a little bit out of shape at the moment. I basically want that to come up. Again, I'm just going to soften as I go. All right. And then I'm going to squeeze it into here. Hopefully you can see that. Because I don't want to have air in the balloon right there. So I've just squeezed it into my joins at the top. I'm going to come down the other side. Again, just squeeze a little bit. And I'm going to lock in around those lovely pinch twist at the back. Wrap it nicely around. Oops, sorry. More 3D balloons. And then I'm going to come up one side of the cheek. Now, I don't want to see these pinch twists. I don't want to see all this working. I mean, this is, especially if it's going out for display, I like to get rid of those workings because people want to see a beautiful product from the front. They don't want to see all the mechanics and stuff like that. So what I want to do is just in front, so again, I'm going to soften as I go. I'm going to come up and around, and it's just, the balloon is just going to lie in front of the pinch twist on where I've attached the ears. So again, squeeze, squeeze, just soften as you go. Get everything into a little bit of normality, as she says, without popping anything. All right. So obviously, this could be a great chrome Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse. But yeah, today it's going to be our rat. It's always a nice thing when you're twisting is that when you get to a certain point and you look back at your, that's all right, it's just one of my little pinch twists at the back there that I popped, but that's all right. When you look back at something, you sometimes see another design, and that's always, yeah, pretty cool. Break that off. We don't want any more or need any more. I'm just going to lock that in and around my pinch twist at the back. So sometimes, just to make sure this is sitting in a nice spot, I'll basically grab the eye structure. So I'm going in and behind the silver, and I'm just going to give it a bit of a pull just to bring my eye structure out. So I got right in and behind the silver, held down that, and just pulled it a bit. And as you can see, that's sitting quite nicely now. All right, so that was our head start. Let's grab, and I'm going to grab another bead or a raisin, whatever you have, and we're going to put that into our 11-inch. I'm going to start on the body. All right, so we've got that bead in there. Just going to let it breathe just a little bit. Tie it sort of medium. All right, now I could attach it and do this, or I can do this first and then attach it. Whoop. Listen here, she said. Which way you do it? I'm going to do it first. Now, I don't want to come underneath and grab my bead because then I find, obviously, everything that I'm connecting now is going to sit right on the bottom, which is going to make it then a bit bulky. So I'm just going to come just slightly to the side and find that bead, which is, if you're playing bingo right now, 27. So as you can see, in between my thumb and finger here is the bead. So I haven't gone underneath. I've just gone slightly up. I've got it in my hand. And now I'm going to put this on the table because normally I would put this in my mouth again because I find it so much easier to control. Like that. We're going to go back to the old style of how I do it. Come on. Lucky number 7. Has anybody got number 7? Bingo. All right. I apologise in advance. Look, I blame it on the fact that I'm left-handed. Obviously, why I can't do it normally without putting it in my mouth. Let's put it on that. I apologise to any left-handed people out there, but there's not many of us, so we'll block that off. Again, with my nozzle, I'm going to come in and in by the cheeks. And just, again, lock it in and around those pinch twists. So up around the pinch twists. We should have that. Adorable. Let's grab another magic. Let's grab another 260 chrome gold. I had no idea I was a magician. Things you learn when you do a webinar. All right, again, I'm going to let it breathe. I have pretty well nearly fully inflated that. I've left again about 2 fingers. Let's do that lovely. Now, with this part, make sure you're always going around the pinch twists at the back of the head. Try not to go around the top of the neck, or basically where you've attached the 11-inch. I find it just creates an issue where all of a sudden you've cut that off and it doesn't look right, doesn't sit right. So I find if every time we go up and down, we attach into the pinch twist. Where's the one I made earlier? So if we attach into these pinch twists rather than going in around, because I don't want you to cut off the top part of the 11-inch balloon. So up and down here, I just find it makes it a little bit neater, a little bit nicer, and it just sits a bit better. So again, if you want to start at the bottom part where we've got the bead, by all means. I'm going to start at the pinch twist at the top. So I'm going to lock in my nozzle in and around, and hope I don't pinch anything, pop anything else like I just have. But that's all right. I still have another one there. Squeeze the balloon, and you want to measure it up right to where the bead is, and we're going to make like a 1-finger pinch twist. Now I want to try and make sure that when you go around that bead, you actually go underneath that bead. You don't just attach your balloons. So what I do is I will lie it on there, and I'll actually pull the bead up. So I've got that bead in between my thumb and my fingers, and I'm literally going to bring it right around the other side of the pinch twist. I hope that makes sense. So it's a bit like when you make your first pinch twist in a balloon. You want to sort of bring it past. So I've got the bead in between my thumb and my finger, and I'm actually wrapping that bead. So that bead has completely been wrapped around that pinch twist. So, because as I said, if we just use the balloon, we're going to get a gap. It's going to pull. The minute you put another balloon through these balloons, it's going to pull. So you really want to make sure that you've got a lovely tight connection, and it's all in there stable. I'm going to make a second pinch twist just for stability. All right, so we have that at the back. All right, let's give it a good squeeze. And again, I'm running out of pinch twists at the top here, so I want to make sure I don't pop this last one, and make sure that I get it in and under. So extremely gently as we go. So I've just come in and around that pinch twist at the back, and then I'm going to lay it down on the other side. Again, make sure in and under the pinch twist at the bottom. So we just make sure everything is really nice and tight. Now, with this one, I'm quite happy with the shape of that tail or the size of that tail. You can add another one, but for today, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a shock twist, and we have our part of the back, which will now allow us to attach our arms and our legs. So let's grab another 260 gold. Now I've left about a hand's width on this one because we're not going to need all of this. This is going to be the arms. Hope you're all aware currently This is not a dangerous rat. It's unarmed. Armless? That doesn't matter. In my head, you're all laughing. Or maybe that's the other voices in my head. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. It's all good fun. With the mauve chrome, we're going to leave a good hand's width. So we're not going to need it all. Now, you would have noticed a few times I like to tie as little knots as possible. So if I know I'm going to tie 2 balloons together, this one I haven't tied yet, I'm going to tie straight away to the other one. Just saves me a knot. I mean, if you could not tie any of them and just tie them together. But, you know, I'm not that smart. We're just going to do a quick little 3 pinch twist hand, because I find that's sort of my go-to hand. I find it pretty handy. So we've just got that 3 pinch twists. I always like to just give my arm just a little shock twist, kind of so I know where my elbow is going to be. And all those lovely 3 bubbles at the back, we're just going to sieve place just through. I mean, you can add it up and around the neck if you want. I find this is sufficient. And also, as you can see, in the time that I've made this balloon, you know, I've lost a bubble or 2 there at the back. So I don't want to really put too much pressure on that head structure at the back. And I've got these 3 bubbles, so I might as well use them. So let's find our other arm. So again, I'm going to give it a bit of a shock twist. And as long as they're roughly around the same size, break off the remaining. Let's tie this one up. Now we're going to go grab this balloon. So we're going to break. I'm not going to tie. I'm going to grab my other hand or my other arm. I'm going to tie that together. And then I'm going to go back and just make sure that I lock off where I've broken it off, so I don't lose any of my fingers. So I've managed to find the nozzle of the chrome gold, and I'm tying them together. You can wrap it in. You don't have to tie it. I mean, wrap it in. Friction will hold it. Completely up to you, to what you prefer. All right. So let's do the 3 bubbles again. 1, 2, 3 pinch twists. Break off any remaining. And tie that off. So we're all going good in there? Yes, thumbs up. Oh, so many of them, not all at once. Don't all give me thumbs up. Hopefully you're going well. Hopefully I'm still live. Because I will tell you, I did a webinar a couple of years ago for Balloon.org, Mr. Steve Capromo, and I had no idea that I was freezing. So, and I was teaching my hummingbird at the time, one of my early quick link designs. And I ended up making 4 of them because, yeah, I just kept making, thinking everybody was still there, and they weren't. So I hope this is not one of those awkward situations. I hope you're all there. Fingers crossed. So, but I made a lovely bouquet out of the hummingbirds. It was because I made so many of them. Let's inflate another 260 gold chrome. Again, I've left about 3 fingers there. I'm going to give it a nice burp, and I'm going to give it a lovely, lovely, lovely stretch. So I'm not sure if the boys are talking to me at any time. I'm seeing someone in front of me. Have I frozen? Oh, I haven't frozen, have I? Oh. Phew. You know, I had flashbacks. I had flashbacks to that webinar. I'll tell you. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It was also quiet. It was so quiet. Oh, my God. And I thought I was only going to get 1 person. Oh, thank you. Winning! Oh. You're just saying that, but hey, I'll send you that money by PayPal. Don't you worry. The cash is as good in the bank. Oh, thank you. Love your work. Oh, you. I had major flashbacks to that webinar. Anyhow, okay. Now, while I was busily chatting, I've inflated another move, chrome. Left a good hand's width. We're not going to use all of this. We're just going to accessorize and put a few little toes on our mouse. All right. Oh, and I wasn't thinking. I was looking at the time to see how I was going, and now I'm going to have 3 knots there. But you know what? Okay. As they say, it's not wrong. It's not wrong when it's so right. That's weird. I am now going to do 3 little pinch twists for the little toes. So I've done 1, and you can see I've tied the balloons together. 2, 3. All right. So I have that. All right, and a special thanks to the 2 people that are here as well. Thank you so much. Bottom of my heart, it's beautiful. We can either break this off now.
Sometimes I leave it there because just in case a bubble goes down, I can then just replace it before I break. So sometimes just to err on the side of any breakage issues. So now we're going to do the foot, the first foot, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to go about 4 fingers and create 2 pinch twists. 1 finger pinch twist. All right. I'm going to retie that. We're just going to do that again. Oh, sorry. Let's get the balloon. Lock that in. See, this is the perfect way to show you what to do when something pops, because it does happen. All right. So let's do it again. I'm going to give it a nice squeeze. About a hand width. 2 pinch twists. Deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. And squeeze a little bit. So I've done my 2 pinch twists. I'm going to come back down and create another bubble the same size and just lock it into the toes. So I currently have that. Now I'm going to make a 3rd bubble. I'm really going to give it a good squish because this is kind of like going to be the top of the foot. I should just get it out. So I have 3 bubbles. 1, 2, 3. Now because I popped it, obviously it's going to be a bit tight, but that's all right because one of my legs I don't need to use as much balloon as the second leg. So this is just going to be the leg that I would usually make second because it's going to be shorter, just the connection point, not the foot. It's not going to be an odd sized rat. Now let's make a loop twist. And I've done that about a good hand width. Really could be whatever size you like. And then we're going to grab the rest of the balloon. Now, as you can see, Siri, I wasn't talking to you. Sorry, Siri's decided to. No, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Obviously, Siri doesn't know how to make balloons. Thought she knew everything. I'm going to measure this one side of the balloon up, and I want to basically make it so it's the length is just to the top of the loop, and then I'm going to follow with a pinch twist. Now, because I'm nearly at the end of my balloon, if you didn't break your balloon and you are following me along, then leave that extra bit because that we're going to feed through here. So I'm going to have to do that on my second foot. Normally I would do it on my first foot, but yes, please don't break it off. You're one step ahead of me. Maybe you should be here and I should be. No, that's right. Yeah. All right. So create it. I'm going to pop it because I've got a little bit of pressure now here. So I'm just going to break it at the top and tie that off and create my pinch twist. All right, so we've got that. No, we haven't. We've got that. All right, now, if you still had extra balloon, you would feed it through. So I'm going to put this one to the side, and we're going to make the second foot. So let's break this one off. Tie it off. Lock that in. All right, I'm going to put that to the side. Let's inflate another 260 chrome gold. Again, about 2-3 fingers. Going to give it a nice bird. I was going to try that again, but this one here, let's try it. Sorry about that. Just lost a little bit of air. All right, so let's repeat what we've just done. 3 pinch twists. 1, 2, 3. Again, I'm just going to be cheeky. I'm going to leave it there just in case. Because I've made that joke that I'm licensed to pop, and that's exactly now what I'm doing. So I'll jinx myself. Going to come that hand width again. 2 pinch twists. Lay it down upon itself. Lock it into the toes. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Create that third bubble. Loop. Bubble. Pinch twist and put it through. All right. So we should have that. All right. Looks like nothing's going down. I'm going to get rid of that mode. All right, as I said, I sometimes just leave it there because I think, well, no harm, no foul, but if I should pop something, I can just replace it straight away. All right, with your extra balloon, again, we're going to use these 3 bubbles at the back. All right, we're going to come through. You may have a longer bit than I do here. That's okay. If you've got a longer bit, we're going to grab our other leg. I'm just going to get my pinch twist back that I lost. Well, that's come undone. Always make sure your feet are facing the correct way. Now, if you've got extra balloon here, it's just a matter of sieving the balloon through, putting it through this hole, wrapping it around this pinch twist and breaking the remainder off. Mine's a little bit short. So all I'm going to do is just twist off the last bit. So I've just got a little bubble there. I'm going to come through the leg. And I'm going to lock that in and around. The pinch twist. And yes, she says, yes, it is a little bit tight. Right, I'm going to use the table. Use the table just to make sure I don't pop anything. All right, so let's make sure we've got everything. How are we looking? Let's make sure, let's get our little man. Let's get our little man looking good. All right, so that's what we've got so far. So hopefully that leg structure made sense. I first saw Jeff Hayes do that leg structure many years ago. I've been in the industry 10 years, and one of my first conventions, OzJam, I was lucky enough to meet Jeff Hayes, and that's where I saw that concept, and I've just loved it ever since. So we're on the home straight, guys. We just need eyes and whiskers, and we're pretty good to go. So this is the only part where I don't use a chrome. Obviously you can, but I'm just going to go black. I've grabbed a 260. You can use a 5-inch round. You can use a 160. You can use whatever you would like. I'm going to use the scrap of the one that I was using earlier because I'm a twister on a budget. So much inflation and deflation in our business, isn't there? It should be a bank. So I want to have a good size set of eyes. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So that's about 4-finger bubble. Let's tie it off, and we're going to split it into, hopefully, 2 even bubbles. Tie it. It doesn't have to be tied too tight because we have got the gold bubble in between. So I've got a little bit of sort of give. And I've been having a popping good time, so I'm going to take a breather right now and just try to pop anything. Okay, so we're going to grab this. So as I said, it's about 4 fingers each bubble, give or take 3 to 4, depending on the size of your hands. And we want to come in and under that gold balloon. Come to mama. Stay with me. Because I lost a few of my bubbles here at the back, I have actually just lost a little bit where I wrapped that gold balloon in. So I'm going to go again. Let's get in the right size. That's it. Just a little bit of love. That's what I'm here for. A little bit of love. All right. So we've got the pupil eyes in there. Now, I just want to add a little bit of, just want to accent it a little bit. So I'm going to go a chrome green 260 and just a puff of air. All right, let's tie that together. Trim off the extra. So I used to do it where I went over both bubbles. Now, I'll cheat a little bit. I'm just going to, I've tied that together. It's just got a puff of air in it. Just give it a little bit of body. And I'm going to again come in and under. And I'm going to wrap that. Just going to place it around the pupils. And the beautiful thing is, I find, if the balloon that you've done, with a little circle of chrome, if it's too big, it's okay. You can just literally wedge it in between the silver. Kind of what I like, so it doesn't always have to be to exact shape or size. And I always just like to just pull it down at the front or the top part, just so you can see that accent. All right, not a big fan of rats or mice, but this one I don't mind. All right, last finishing touch, guys. Whiskers. So again, we can go any colour. Sometimes I like to do clear because I think, you know, I've got a couple of dogs and you don't always, they're just like little white whiskers coming out. I mean, I know dogs aren't rats, but sometimes I think my dogs are rats. No, they're not rats. So again, as I said, we're going to go, let's chuck that in there. We're going to go silver. Again, just a puff of air. I always find that if I use the whole balloon, it's too long. So I'm going to come down about 4 or 5 fingers and tie it off. Trim it. Trim the nozzle. Now, sometimes I tie it here. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So that's the beautiful thing. You don't always have to do everything the same. Sometimes we shortcut. So actually, you know what? I'm going to do the little knot. I'm going to tell you why. Because this is just going on a centerpiece. I find if you go up and around the nose starts to push out. So I'm a little bit cheeky. That little knot there, I just wedge underneath and that holds. So I've just pushed it in on one side and that seems to work. All right, get a second one. I had a little bit of scrap silver on my table, so I'm just going to use the scrap because why waste it? It's all about recycling, repurposing. So again, I'm going to do the same little trick. I've made a little knot in the balloon and I'm just going to position that in and wedge it in. Straighten them all up and one, hanging with my Chromies, right, or mess. And the crowd goes, thank you to the 2 people. All right, let's put that to the side. Hope you all liked that one. And as I said, play around. Love to teach this at another time. As I said, because I've just come up with it in the last couple of days. The concept with my just using a different balloon so I don't have to use all those 260s. But hey, what a cool design, keeping in mind we've only used 3 sizes of balloons. So think outside the square, have a bit of fun. And yeah, play, create, inspire. All right, my next design, I think I'm doing all right for time. I've at least got just over half an hour. Hopefully that's correct. I came up with these little aliens because obviously we're all in the same situation where I suppose I'm like the rest of you guys. I've got 2 girls at home at the moment. My 2 daughters are currently doing school online because obviously we're all isolating to make sure we don't spread COVID around the place. So we're doing all the right thing to make sure we can combat this, well, what's happening in the world. So I've obviously done a few little puns of, you know, alienate, etc. Yes, I have no children at home at the moment. I don't know who that is. That's another alien. So that would be my youngest, Bianca. So I reckon a couple of years ago she wouldn't have done that. So yes. So we're going to, and of course, I'm going back to my beginnings, quicker with the link. Although apparently I didn't come up with that. Keith came up with that. He's a smart bunny. Only I thought about that 6 years ago when I started working with quick links. Man, it would have been so different. All right. So as you can see, these 2 are pretty well identical. So we're just going to make, hopefully, I reckon we can get through one of each. So let's start. And obviously, no quick links yet available, but QUALATEX, another good idea. Let's, would be great. QUALATEX to bring out some quick link chromes. No pressure. No pressure at all. All right, I'm going to grab a lovely balloon stick because we are going to double stuff. So whichever colours you want, I've gone with a chrome silver 11-inch. And I am going to feed it into a lovely 12-inch clear quick link. So I'm going to put that to the side, and then I've grabbed a lovely green 11-inch round. Let me just move my little fella to the side. Oops, and on the floor. Now, because I want to put the legs in a different spot, we're going to put in this one. We're going to put 2 beads. 2 beads or 2 beads or not 2 beads or 2 raisins, whatever you've got. Just don't put real raisins in, like, who was that? That was somebody misunderstood. Oh, I think that was Pip. Misunderstood what a raisin was. If that wasn't Pip, I do apologise, Pip. And, oh no, was it? Or Zappo? No, it was Zappo. Zappo. He didn't understand when Pip told him what a raisin was, and he actually put real raisins, squishy, in the balloon. So, hey, love it. So I've got 2 beads in there, guys, or I've got 2 raisins, whatever, but balloon raisins. So we're going to inflate. All right. So I haven't really fully inflated it. I'm going to put a little bit more in. I'm just going to soften it a little bit. Yep, just a little bit of a burp. I'm going to tie that about medium. I don't want it too low. I don't want it too high. Let's grab, we've got a bit of scrap balloon. And, of course, I don't want to go straight down the bottom. I want to go to the side. So the winning number is Balloon Bingo. Oh, they're rolling around in there. Oh, I've got both of them. No, just not one of you. Sorry, just to the side. I, again, apologise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm doing it again. All right, and I think I've done as far apart as I would have liked. Come on, baby. Oh. We've got the second one. Again, sorry. All right, so we've just attached those 2 beads. 2 beads or not 2 beads? That is the question. Where for out that? No. Now I'm going to inflate the outer. So I'm going to inflate the 12-inch quick link first. So you can do this if you don't want to have space between the helmet and your head. That's okay. Just inflate the silver, and I'll inflate both at the same time. You want to have a little bit of space so it does look like he's wearing a. Then inflate the 12-inch quick link first. When you're happy with that, all right, so as you can see, that's just given me a little bit of space between them. You can either tie it or just tie it to your 11-inch green. So we have that. All right, what colour did I use? I used purple. Oh, this is where I need an assistant, isn't it? Purple chrome. Bear with me. No, I have a lovely assistant running from upstairs, and she's going to go. Thank you, Juliette. Can you get the chrome purple, please? I'm in the balloon room. So right behind this wall is my lovely balloon room. So it used to be the office, now it's the balloon room. So I have multiple stock on hand. Can you see where all the chromes are, Let? In the tub. Did I say she was a good assistant? Where the chromes are. I can't see her on the table. What, these? Oh, I've already moved the, what did I do with the purple? Purple. It's not on the thing there? I'm obviously going to go have another colour because I'm so organised that I don't know where I put my chrome purple. Thank you. No, she doesn't want to come in the picture. Thank you, Juliette. Good job. Nearly going to fire her, but she came through. So, yes, so I said, right behind me is my stock room. And it's a mess. I'm not showing it to you because it's a working room. So we're going to inflate our purple chrome. And since she's so helpful, it looks like I might feed her tonight. So again, I've left about 2 fingers, and I don't know, for some reason I just like to stretch them. So we're going to stretch, and I'm going to start with 2 pinch twists. Okay, I want to roughly measure across, so it's about a hand width, and I'm going to do another 2 pinch twists for the other side. Soften, soften, soften. All right, pick up my balloon, wrap it around. See, exactly the same. And lock it into those pinch twists on the side. Now for just a little bit of extra intergalactic, I'm going to go around one more time, and I'm just going to make that a little bit fatter. Now, again, the beautiful thing about this design, if you want to put a balloon across here, give him a belt, jazz him up, you can do it. So let's do another bubble. I'm going to lock him to the 2 pinch twists and come back around the other side and lock in again. All right. So that's basically what we have. So they're sitting in front of each other. That's it, just to give it just a little bit more body. You can even see a flying saucer out of this, can't you? Another design. Saw it here first. Let's continue. Now I'm going to grab some 7-inch green chrome. Now, just to make it a little bit different, you know, you can do your arms out of 260s, but I want to add, just want to give them a little bit of bulk. So I've inflated that to, again, about a hand's width. I'm going to tie it really high because I want to manipulate the balloon. Always, if I can give you a tip or trick or a gold nugget, and I mean, a lot of you would know this, but to me, always think, and I'm always thinking, not about much sometimes, but that's another story for another day and another webinar. Yeah, back to what I was wanting to say. Always think about what you're going to do with the balloon before you tie it. Because if you want to keep the roundness of the balloon, you're going to tie it nice and low to the balloon. If you all of a sudden you decide after you've tied it like that you want to manipulate it, it ain't happening, buddy. Or if it is, if you do, you know, you're either on the verge of popping it. So I'm always, yeah, just think about what you want to do with the balloon, because sometimes when you've tied it, there ain't no going back. So I'm going to do 2 this size and tie it quite high. So let's grab our second one. Yep, it's pretty good. All right, and again, I'm tying it high to the nozzle, so I've got that movement. Yes, it's official. All right, let's grab a gold chrome. And I'm going to leave about 4 or 5 fingers inflated. Again, I'm going to leave a little bit of the fruit. And I'm going to stretch. Because I was always told, do your exercises and stretch. So I've done 2 pinch twists there while I was doing my exercises. I'm going to come back to the balloon. And I'm going to go about 2/3 and 1/3. Or you can go a little bit smaller on the hand, bigger on the arm. Actually, let's do that. Let's do about 1/3, and then that sort of almost feels like 2/3, give or take. I'm going to twist it off. I have my chrome gold, and I'm just going to nicely wrap that around so it's relative. It's not too tight, but it's firm enough that my 7-inch is not going to unravel. Lock that into the pinch twist. Break and break. No, different. And tie. We're going to use this for the second hand. 2 pinch twist again. Let's grab our chrome green and Yeah, give or take. If you feel that you want to try and get just a little bit more movement out of your balloon, sometimes if you're lucky, you can actually roll the nozzle. And that just gives you a little bit more space. So again, I'm ready to go. Wrap that around where I've twisted it off and lock it in. Pop, but save. This one we might save it. All right, so I've got about that much left. I'm going to now use it for the antenna. So 3 little bubbles. Something is talking to me. You know when you can hear a balloon and it's just making little noises? Now, some people like to tie the quick link, or the link part of it. I must admit, I don't bother, but it's all good. Different strokes for different folks. Whatever you feel comfortable doing. I'm always very conscious that when I tie a balloon in to the link, and this is my tip and trick, is I always hold it right close to the balloon. So, and then I make sure, it's a bit like I talked to you about earlier on with the bead, making sure that that part goes right to the other side of the pinch twist. That's exactly what I'm going to do with the link here. My hand, my thumb and my finger are right down close to the balloon. So I'm holding probably where a knot would normally be. I'm going to grab this part and I want to pull it. You really can't see camera angle, but I really want to pull it so that goes all the way over the other side. So it's tight. Because I'm really big on, well, I'm not really big, yeah. We won't go down that path. I'm big on making sure that everything is tight. If you watch any of my videos or tutorials or my classes, I'm really, really pedantic. I'll use the word pedantic. Sometimes I'll use a different word. Really pedantic on there's nothing worse than seeing gaps where you go, oh, if only if that was tied in a little bit tighter, you wouldn't get, and we don't want to see this sort of hanging. We want it to be really nice and tight. So that's my tip and trick. I always go, don't hold it from the top of the link. I go right down to the balloon and make sure I wrap it in really nice and tight to make sure I've got no movement. That thing is tight as. I can't pull it where you see a gap. It's firm, baby. All right, so let's continue along. We've made our little arms, and I won't use the joke about being unarmed or armless because I've used it before. Oh, I think I just used it again. But it's true. These are not dangerous creations at all. So again, my tip and trick here, in between my finger is not just the nozzle, it's the knot. And with that knot, I'm going to come right in and around these pinch twists. And this is how I'm going to connect my arms. So I've got the knot in my hand, or in between my fingers. And whoop, 3D balloons again. And I've attached that to the pinch twist. Now, I had a little bit extra there. I'm not going to pop it because that's going to explode. So forgive me. That should just be a pinch twist there. But since there's only 2 of us, 3 of us, we can keep this little secret. Okay? Mum's a word. Again, I'm going to grab the nozzle and wrap that in nice and firm around the pinch twist. All right, I might just move that to the back so people don't really know it's there. All right, take me to your leader. So let's make some little feet. Now you could use a quick link on the bottom one as well. We're going to do it on the smaller design. As I said, I've done it this way just to give my feet a little bit more room. So chrome green, I've left about 4 or 5 fingers. We're not going to use it all. I'm going to stretch again. So I'm going to make a nice loop twist. 2 pinch twists, loop, loop, 2 pinch twists, tomato, tomato, doesn't matter. Pop it off. And tie. All right, again, that lovely little trick. We've got these nice little beads, and we want to make sure that the beads go underneath those pinch twists, not just the balloon that we've tied it with. All right, so I'm just going to go put it between my legs, only because that's going to allow me to go underneath that bead. All right, as you can see, if I trim this off, oops, not that one, that's for the other bead. All right, if I trim that off, you can see that is as tight as, because I've actually gone underneath this bead. I've gone underneath it with the bubble. Let's go again. So I initially use the balloon. So I've just got the bead right there. I'm going to use my legs and my body, and I'm going to twist the loop, and that loop, if I twist it correctly, I don't want to rip the balloon, so that loop is going to go in and under the bead. I said, I hope that makes absolute sense, because as I said, these are tight as, absolutely tight as. So it's all good to have your balloon as a connection point, but you need to make sure if you've got a bead or something that you actually are going in and underneath that to make sure that your feet aren't loopy. And as I said, they are, honestly, if I pull those, I'll just pop the balloon because I'm pulling it so tight in there. And there we have. Take me to your needle. All right. 15 minutes to go. No one's counting. Let's do the last one. Should we do the boy or the girl? Okay, boy it is. So we are going to, oh, these ones I did already prep. So we're going to do exactly the same as what we did with the head on the alien. Sorry, I just went into my own little world there for a second. So on the balloon stick, just made that nice and tight, and just going to feed the 6-inch quick link over the 7-inch chrome. I've done the same with my, no I haven't. Oh, yes I have, I moved it. I've done the same with my body. Now with my body, I don't want it to look like it's in a suit, but you can. So what I'm going to do with this one, so I've got a 7-inch blue inside a 6-inch quick link. So because I don't want it to look like it's in a spacesuit, because this is the body, I'm just going to inflate the chrome. All right, so this is a way to create chrome quick links and tie it. So that's in there. Let's now grab the body. We're going to do the same trick we did before because we want him to look like he has got a helmet on. I'm going to inflate my 6-inch first. And then I'm going to inflate my silver. So obviously depending on how much space you want will depend on how much you inflate. All right, simple as, let's tie those in together. So we have that. Should we go a different colour? No, let's just stick with the, gold. because I've got it here in front of me. So I'm going to grab a gold 260 chrome, and we're going to do that same trick that we did on the big alien. So again, I've left that with about 3 fingers uninflated. I'm going to give a little bit of a stretch, and I gave a little bit of a dirt. So I'm going to start with 2 pinch twists. I'm going to sort of gauge my front bubble. So I'm going to go about a hand width and do this 2 other pinch twists. So we've got that. Pick up my design, give it a little bit of a soften as I place it on the other side and lock it in. And now I want to come around another time. So just lie it in front of the other balloon. Put it in the pinch twists. And same again. So we've got 2 layers. As I said, I just think it just gives them a little bit more body at the front there. And as I said, you can straight away see a spaceship. We're going to pop off the remaining. Try off, rack in, whatever you want to do. All right, so we have that. All right, on this one is a small little dude, so I don't really want to give him big chunky arms using the 7-inch balloons. So I'm going to go a 260. And we're going to go to 260 chrome blue. And again, I've left that with about 4 or 5 fingers uninflated. A little bit of a burp and a stretch. While I'm at it, I'm just going to grab a chrome gold. And again, about 4 or 5 fingers uninflated. Get that a little bit of a burp and a stretch. Now, I pretty well watched 90% of the classes yesterday because I just kept walking around with my phone watching. It was amazing to see so many artists out there sharing and inspiring. And Stephanie made a good point of saying it. Every time you break a balloon and re-put it in, it takes time. And as a twister, we want to find little shortcuts. So we're going to do a little shortcut on this where we're going to get the arms without breaking it attached, just so we can have both. So I'm going to start with, on this one, it's like a little 2-3 finger loop twist. Always make sure, once you've done a loop twist, that you roll that nozzle through, just to make sure that that locks. It won't go anywhere. All right, so 3-4 fingers for the arm. Which might go a little bit shorter. So have it lost. 3-4 fingers, and we're going to attach that into the pinch twist at the side. All right, so pick whichever side you find is going to be the front, and we're going to go around the back. So again, just that little cheat of, I'm going to soften as I go, and around the back of the design, I'm going to create a bubble and I'm going to lock it into the pinch twist on the other side. So, as I said, 100% we want to find shortcuts. And if we, as I said, the minute you break it and tie it back in, it's taking time. We don't always have that time because we've got 3 million people in front of us wanting a design. I'm going to measure up the arm and finish off with my 2-3 finger loop twist. So I have that at the moment. Now I'm going to save this. I'm going to use it for the feet because I'm cheeky. So let's just make sure that that is nicely wrapped in. So always remember which way you twisted it, because if you twist it the other way when you're touching it, you're going to untwist it. So I'm going to break, take a little bit of air out, and I'm going to tie. I think I'm going to tie. And then let this one go. I don't want to let that one go down. So I've tied it. I'm going to lock it back in and put the knot through. Now we're going to accessorize it just a little bit. So I've got my lovely chrome gold. And I'm going to do the same trick as I did before. I'm going to start with 2 little pinch twists. Really, really nice and soften up. I want to make it like a little bit thinner, but isn't so chunky. And right where I've done that little loop twist, I'm going to just give them some bangles or some armbands or bracelet. All right. Break, tie, repeat. All right, so that's the front of our balloon, and as you can see, we've got that little cheap bubble at the back. Also props up your helmet a little bit more, so it's not a bad thing. Actually props up your head as well. Let's do the same on the other arm. Again, let's get that nice. A little bit of manipulation. So it almost seems like it's just a little bit of a fat 160 rather than a 260. Again, we're just going to nicely fold that around. A couple of times around the pinch twist. We're going to pop, put that one down there. And I was going to use that for the top, but not now. So I'm going to grab this one. Now, normally if you hadn't popped it like me or let go of it, I would have used it for the antenna, but trying to let go. I wasn't having a frozen moment at all. And I find sometimes, obviously, with your chromes, as beautiful as they are, when you go to sometimes reinflate them, they get a little bit fatter. So I've got a spare one here. Just do the same trick as I did before. 3 little pinch twists. Again, holding right down at the balloon so you can see just the link between my fingers up the top because I'm right down by the balloon, and I'm going to bring that in and around nice and tight. And she ain't going anywhere. We've got that. Last piece of the puzzle is our feet. So we've got that little bit of a spare balloon. I'm just going to create a good size pinch twist because I'm only going to do one. And I'm going to lock that into the pinch twist, wrap it around, and then split that bubble. Make sure my math is pretty good. I'm going to get to, you can do loop and loop, doesn't matter. That's the beautiful thing. Doesn't matter which road you take. As long as we get to the same destination, it's all good. Again, I've got that right at the bottom of the balloon. I'm holding it as tight as I can. I said, or do a knot. Whatever works for you. And no, I've made it back to front. I'm so sorry. This is embarrassing. Feet going that way, head's going that way. What should I do? Sorry? Turn it round. So turn. Excellent. No, it didn't work. Feet are still going that way and the head's going the other way. Turn it. Maybe the other way. Should I turn it the other way? No? Still? Oh. And there we go. You know, that's much more entertaining when there's kids in front of me. A bit awkward. A bit awkward me tempting to entertain myself. But anyhow, I'm easily entertained, actually. What am I talking about? There we go. Take me to your leader. And I think 5 minutes to go. Boom! That's a wrap, baby. Hang it with my chromies. hope you have all enjoyed. I hope you're all still there, seriously. I haven't heard from anybody for a long time, so this is frozen.
Hello.
Okay, let it go, Nicole.
We've been trying to get you back on.
Let it go. Hanging with my Chromies.
Just put that one on there as well. So. What a great job,
Hope
Nicole.
you've enjoyed.
Bless you.
We've got time for questions or anything like that, or
The,
comments.
yeah,
from the
actually,
two people.
yeah,
That'd be awesome.
the two people that were watching still, they've just said, could you do them again? Because I think you froze.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to put another headphone in because I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think your batteries went flat a while ago.
Can you hear me now?
There she is.
I can hear you.
We were saying there as well is that you froze for a while. So could you just start again?
Okay, welcome to Hanging with My Chromies.
Yay!
Do it all again.
Just tell me there are more than 2 people in here. Did I get 3? Did I get 3?
Yeah,
come on, I'm living the dream.
There's 3 of us.
Yeah,
there's me, there's me,
Yeah.
there's Dom, and you.
No, Nicole.
Tom, Keith. No, you boys aren't. You're not counted.
What you need to do is, once you get off here, you need to go on the chat.
Look
and
at the
have
chat.
a look at the absolute.
Try and remember some of the funny things you said, and then see the reactions.
And have
And
a
the
look.
thumbs up, the golden nuggets, the top tips. Honestly, they were loving it. We had hundreds of people on Nicole. They were loving it. Okay?
Absolutely.
And I enjoyed it. Keith didn't. He had a nap.
Yeah.
But
Typical.
I know. But what he did say is he wants to watch it when he's fully rested.
Absolutely. I'm going to grab
That was
some.
what he said.
Yeah.
I'll bail you out.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. That was some enduring conditions you had there.
Yeah, we really appreciate your professionalism.
Yes.
And just getting on with the job.
Was I meant to be professional?
Well, you know.
Was I? Oh, cool.
For an Aussie.
Well, we do the best we can down here.
Yeah, with what you're given. We understand. Okay. Right, we're going to say bye-bye because we need to press on. Because of all your messing on, you've ran over dramatically. So
I thought I was right to time.
Nicole.
Oh no, we are behind. Yes, my apologies. We are behind.
no, it's not your.
Yes.
It's not your fault.
No, so
Listen
sorry.
there.
But look,
Not your fault, Nicole.
There's people saying on theirs, Nicole was hilarious, so much fun to watch and learn. There was people saying how technical you were, and you were able to convey the techniques very well, and really nice to follow along to. So well done.
No,
jump
thanks,
on the
guys.
chat though,
Thanks.
and talk to your fans.
No, I will. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to everybody that watched. I hope you got something from it. I hope I've inspired. Because to me, that's what it's all about. It's not so much about learning a design. It's about being inspired to create other things. So thank you to QUALATEX. Thank you to your boys. Apologies for technology, but thanks to everybody. Stay safe.
Okay. Thanks, Nicole.
Bye.
Bye-bye
See you
for now.
guys. Bye.
Right, okay. Let's get this show moving. We've got some more guests for you guys. Let's make this quick. They've been waiting. Don't know about catching the schedule up, but we shall do our very best.
Let me just do this.
Yes, you do that.
I am doing this, and I am doing this, and I am doing this.
Then I'm going to go straight to these gents.
How's everybody doing out there? I know we had a few people that were there was a few people that were managing to keep up with us and staying up for the duration, but I think everybody's disappeared on that one. So there's somebody saying that there's no sound. Are you sure that there's no sound? Can you hear me? Can't hear you. Don't, Mike, is a tad quiet.
I might need some new batteries.
I think we've done that. Okay. But can you still... The sounds like a mic went out. Can you still hear me? Or is it just Dom? Or is it me as well? I believe there is sound. We can hear you, but not... Well, that's probably for the best. They're saying they can't hear you, but they're quite happy with that.
I can sharp turn you off.
Guys, thank you very much for sticking with us, sticking with the Q Corner convention. We're going to be here all the way through the duration. Not Dom or you,
Hello,
Keith. That's
hello,
fine, Amanda. You don't need to hear
hello.
Dom anyway. Yeah, I'm sure you can hear Dom now. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I've broken my knee.
Here endeth the peace, as they say.
I'm back. I'm here.
He's back from outer space.
I have a broken knee, but it's okay. I'm a professional. I can go on. I'll complain off air.
Is that true? It's the Keith Show. Dom's gone. It's the Keith Show. Yes, welcome. to the Keith.
Oh, what? He's cutting out. Keith seems to be cutting out. There we go. He's back on. Right. We've got two gents waiting in the wings here.
We certainly do. We've got two gentlemen. They're from all the way over there, and they're going to come all the way over here to be on a screen right there, I guess. We have...
Well, we should be able to hear them now as well.
Hello, gents. Can you hear us?
Hi, everybody.
Hello there. So we have...
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I really don't know.
We have Brad and Joe Mock, the Balloon Brothers. Hey, that sounds like a good Joe name.
Ah, what a good idea.
What a good idea. And we're going to welcome them to the Geodome. It sounds like the welcome to the Terrordome by Public Enemy or the Thunderdome by, what's that, Mad Max, of course.
So we need you guys to show these guys some love. They've been getting ready for us, working hard, ready to roll, and let's have some fun with these guys. So we'll leave it to you. We'll be here in the chat as well, so if there's anything you need...
Or we may go to the pub.
Well, there's that as well. Okay. So we'll leave it to you, gents. We'll hand it over. Enjoy.
Have fun.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for all your hard work, Keith and Dom.
Get some food, get some rest. So here we are.
Here we are. Q Corner.
Q Corner.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
It's really awesome. Let's get some thanks out of the way.
Right.
Who are we going to thank today?
I think today we're going to thank the whole Pioneer crew, including Ted and
Betty.
Yes.
From this day forward, you shall refer to me by the name Betty. Thank you, Ted and Betty from Pioneer, the whole Pioneer staff. Keith and Dom, first and foremost, you guys are awesome. All your hard work is very much appreciated, and you guys are the best. So thank you.
What about Mama Bear?
Our Mama Bears, Sylvia and Eve Antonello.
Yes.
Love you, ladies.
Love you, ladies. So, Balloon Brothers.
Balloon Brothers.
We are actually real brothers.
Real brothers.
I'm the oldest. He's the youngest.
I'm the youngest, but the most handsome.
Oh, you stole my line.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So, a lot of people don't know us. We are American Twisters. We've been on the scene for about a year, even though we've been twisting for how long?
For about 8 years now.
8 years. 8 years. And where are we from?
From Buffalo, New York.
Okay. That's just right outside of who knows where.
AKA Regions Unknown.
Right.
Buffalo, New York, where it's cold, lots of chicken wings, and lots of family vibes.
Right.
Love it here.
It's a good town. It's a good city. And let me ask you this. How did we start twisting?
We started twisting 8 years ago. Mr. Brad was asked by a church event to do a carnival, and they needed somebody to twist balloon animals.
Right.
So they asked Mr. Brad, would it be possible to
twist balloons? I said absolutely not, because I thought that was the dumbest question anybody had ever asked me. And yet I did it anyways. Little to be known to me, I fell in love with it.
Yeah, I mean, we never thought we would be balloon artists. We never had a hankering to do balloons. So when Mr. Brad came across it, it was out of left field, and we didn't expect it, and we fell in love with it instantly. Like, literally instantly, we fell in love with it.
I saw how the crowds were reacting to just a simple balloon animal, and I saw the way a child's heart would change from crying to pure joy in a moment. And so I told my brother, I said, Joe, we really got to look into this, because I think we could make $100 a day doing this.
Yeah, I mean, when we seen it, the smiles that it puts on people's faces, the smile that it put on our own faces to be able to create something that you didn't expect to before, with a skill set that you didn't expect to have. Literally within the first few days, we fell in love with balloons totally.
Right.
We knew from that moment on that this is something that we wanted to do. And just like anything that we do, we put our whole heart into it. So that's pretty much why we're here today, because QUALATEX is doing that for the community. And so we want to help put some love and some stuff back into the community for you guys.
And when we started twisting, we're hard workers by nature. So whenever we do something, we really put our minds and hands on it. And when we started twisting, we didn't really know any of the rules. We didn't know what to do, what not to do. So really, we just were like going with the wind. And so probably a lot of times we were doing things that we probably shouldn't have been doing. But what did that do? That helped us develop our own style.
Sure. Anytime you step outside of the box and try things differently, you come up with new results and new recipes to make things. We have a very unorthodox style of twisting in the sense that we couldn't afford the schooling or to go to classes or everything when we started. So even though we learned from YouTube and a lot from the community, it was a lot of hands-on work that we had to do because we couldn't see anything firsthand to get the skill set and the techniques to do it. So there was a lot of sitting at home many days running through bags and bags of balloons, trying to get our techniques and stuff set out to where people have a certain style that they see us now as, where our pieces look a certain way, like cartoony. They're always big and have a lot of wow factor. And the stuff that we do doesn't take long no matter how you look at it. We always do everything to be done within a small time frame because that's how we learned to twist. Is we wanted to do all the awesome stuff that we see all over the internet, but we only have a short amount of time with our lives or with our birthday parties. So we wanted to make sure that the pieces that we create are easy enough to do either in line work or birthday stuff, but still have a tremendous mind-blowing wow factor for your customers.
And we like making big stuff.
Love making big stuff.
We like making big stuff. Yeah. Now, let's say, who are some people that influenced us?
People that influenced us, they actually, first, I would say the community as a whole influenced us. Right. Because whether it's a high caliber artist in the industry or whether it's just your everyday twister who's just starting out, every single person who we see post things online, you've all contributed to what we do.
Right.
We see things done in a different way and we think, oh, that would look better here. So every little twist or idea that you guys come up with always has a place in the balloon community. So don't think that if you're not an established artist or you don't have your own workout, that you don't have something to give to the community. You have much more than you could ever imagine, that you help other people grow. So thank you to everybody in the community.
So people from America, people from Canada, people from Europe, people from Korea, people from Japan, people from South America, people from Australia. Really, when it comes to Balloon Brothers, the whole world has fed into us. So really, we got a lot of thanks to the whole community, the whole world community of balloons. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we just saw Nicole Gregg's class.
Oh, very good.
We love Nicole Gregg.
Right.
Amazing pieces and perfect example of a person who inspires us. And we were just talking about the alien, gets us to think outside of the box and make awesome, awesome new stuff.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What are we going to be making today?
The main class theme is geodomes. And we use that term in the sense that we're going to use a geo blossom or a donut, and we're going to make that as the top piece, whether it's a head or the top piece of the sculpture, the dome being the top part. So we're going to use this as the top parts of our sculptures today.
The main focal point.
Yes, and they're going to be all easy, all fast, and all have their own visual appeal that'll make you go, wow. And a couple of the pieces in here are really fast, and you can do them tomorrow when you go out, and you can have people's minds.
And you know what's nice about a couple of these pieces? There's different variations that you can do. It's not just one piece. You can make multiple things with it.
Sure. Every time we make something, we try to make it versatile in the sense that I don't just want to make one balloon. I want to make a balloon that can be transformed into a dozen other things.
Right.
To help save me time, stock, and thinking power when I'm on the spot, I now have a base design that can be adjusted to do many things. So,
you know what's awesome about geos and blossoms and donuts is that they kind of get overlooked, and there is such a variety of things that you could really do with them. And you're going to show us something awesome that you can do with a 16-inch geo donut.
Yeah, oh yeah, we love geos. Word through the grapevine is that some of the colors are going to be not around forever, and that saddens us a little bit because not everybody uses geos, but we use geos a lot, and not just for tires or for the basic things that we normally use them for. We use geos for many, many, many things, right? And we love these things. We're not trying to plug anything, but I'm telling you guys, seriously, buy these things, especially white blossoms and white donuts. These things are like toilet paper right now. They're gold, right? Toilet paper gold. Can't stress enough how awesome these are. Buy them, please.
Don't let these die.
Yeah, don't let these die. It would be a real shame to let these go out of the community. We need awesome, strange balloons like this to help make our customers see the wider range of things out there instead of twisting the same, 260, 350, 646 type of stuff. Doing different balloons in different shapes gives a whole different perspective on what you're doing with the balloon. There. Yeah, right. So
what are we going to do?
We're going to do, we did a premium tutorial last year, and it was called Geodomes, which was our inception of using geos for head pieces and top pieces.
Okay.
And what we're going to do today is a panda bear, one of my favorite, super awesome balloons. Not hard to do at all. Right. It's a combination of our loop-to-loop with our geodomes. If you don't know what our loop-to-loop is, go to our YouTube channel, Balloon Brothers, and there's a tutorial for that you can learn to do that. So without further ado, let's get started.
So what can I do to help you?
I'm going to need, I'll have you hold the balloons for this one.
Very good.
So we're going to take a 16-inch white donut, and we're going to flip it inside out. So what I'm doing is I'm stretching the balloon, and I'm pushing with my thumb. I'm going to push the balloon from right here through the nozzle. So I'm stretching it, and then I'm pushing it, and then I'm pulling it out. And you should have kind of a half circle, almost looks like a moon shape. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a raisin or a bead, whatever you have, raisins or beads. And we're going to make one to put, I'm just using a 350. It doesn't matter. You can grab any type of scrap. And make sure that your knot is very thick and chunky. You want a nice, big, chunky knot on there. And I'm going to clip the rest. And I'm going to stuff the raisin inside, and I want the raisin to sit right at the bottom of that crest right there. So when I put my raisin in through here, I'm pulling the balloon, because when I pull the balloon, the raisin will fall down, so I don't have to worry about trying to stretch it and get it all down there. Just pulling the balloon like this will get the raisin right to where I need it, right there. Now what you want to do is separate the rest of the balloon from the raisin, and you want to push the raisin, want to pull the balloon. I'm pulling the raisin right here, and I'm pulling it and stretching it away from the rest of the geodome right there. And then what I want to do is hold that raisin with this hand, and then I want to tie the same color as my head. So I'm using a white 350.
We were using a 350 because 260s aren't as strong.
Yeah, so 260 is not as strong because we're going to be pulling this, and you want a lot of strength, tensile strength on the balloon. So a 350 or a 646 if you're not comfortable with a 350. So what I'm going to do is hold that raisin, make sure it's nice and tight up there, and then I'm going to wrap this 350 around and tie it 2 or 3 times.
Beautiful. Now, this seems like a lot of work, but it's actually not. And if you do a little prep, you can pop these out crazy quick.
Yes, and we do these, like we'll prep these ahead of time.
Yeah.
So when we get to the job, we don't even have to do all this work. We can just blow it right up and literally eliminate 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes on our sculpture by doing this.
And people will say, how did you make that so quick? A little bit of prep time,
a little bit of prep. So now that we have it inside out, we have our raisin in there tied around with a 350. We're going to re-put the gel back out to normal state by flipping it back inside out again. And now once you flip it out, you should see there's a dimple in one side of your gel. It's usually on the opposite side of the nozzle. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our pump and we're going to insert it in between the donut and the 350. Now, the one key part to this is you want to hold the 350, so I wrap it around my finger to make sure that it's locked. And then once I do that, you're going to pump it, and once you pump it, you're going to start to see the geodome or the geodonut start to distort at an angle. So now that we've got this, you can start to see it's coming into shape nicely. And we're going to not blow it up all the way, about 90% of its volume. So we have this right here. And then what I'm going to do is let go of my 350 while still holding it tight right there, because we still want this 350 hanging. And then we're going to pull to our liking and get that center part down more like this. Make sure you get it. This is about where I want it. So when I'm done, I'm going to twist the whole balloon, not just the 350 around. I'm going to twist this geo so that the back part is twisted and no air will release. And then I'm wrapping around multiple times, and then I'm tying everything together. And so now, this is our basic head structure right here. You can pull it as hard as you want. You can get it real deep, or you can leave it out more. You can also squeeze the chambers on one side to get one side bigger and make the other side slope in more. It takes a little bit of work to do, but you can get it to go deeper down here and less air in here, however you want. And if you also see that it's off center, you can also roll it to get everything back centered. So this will be our bottom jaw. This will be our forehead. This will be where our eye socket goes. Mr. Brad? Thank you, sir. So next we'll do our eyes. And for our eyes, we're going to use a 5-inch round black balloon. And we're going to blow it up maybe about 3 to 4 inches. And then what we want to do is tie it tight. Make sure the nozzle or the knot is close to the balloon and not the nozzle. And then we're gonna split it. And these are gonna be our eyes, just 2 black eyes. And then we're gonna fit these. We're gonna stretch it a little bit and then fit them.
You know, it's really nice. Imagine this was green and those were black eyes. That'd be a nice alien.
That would be a great alien. There's actually many different designs you can do with this. You might have seen people doing them online. It's an amazing, awesome, easy design, and we're going to show you right now how easy it is. So we're going to add some more features to the head to make it more proper.
So what's next?
We're going to do some ears this time.
Very good.
I shouldn't be blowing these up by mouth. I will use my pump from now on, promise. So it doesn't matter how much you blow this up. You can use 1 balloon, 2 balloons. Just make it to your comfort. Don't worry about using as little stock as possible. I try to use as little stock as possible, but sometimes that's not the case. So we're going to make 2 flower petals about my hand width each flower petal. So we're going to take a flower petal and we're going to make it, twist it, and then I shove the nozzle through to lock it. I break it, save it, and then make another one because we're going to need 2 of those. So I'm making another one. Put the nozzle through. Tear it. I'm tying them. I always tie twice to make sure it's secure, and then I'm going to clip the excess off there. So I'm tying the other one, and then I'm clipping the excess off there.
Okay. What's next?
So next, I'm going to make my nose, which I took the same balloon that I just used to make the ears that Mr. Brad told me, and I'm just using the excess from it. And I am going to make a pinch twist without making a pinch twist. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to make about a 2-finger bubble, break it, and then I'm going to tie the ends together So when I tie these ends together, it makes the shape of a pinch twist. Instead of making the pinch twist and then breaking it off, you can just tie these two. The harder you pull them, the more of the pinch twist shape it ends up becoming. So once I have these pinch twists, the pinch twist, I'm going to clip the excess off the back. So this nose will enter the divot here, which you can see, and that'll be hidden by the nose right there. So once you see the divot, don't worry, that'll be hidden with the nose right there. So now that we have our pieces, some people use glue, some people use dots. We love U-glue. It's not a promotion or anything. We just like U-glue. So that's what we're going to use to put our ears and everything else on. So we just take one glue dot, just one little dash, and then I'm going to place it on my ear, the bottom of my ear, right there. And then whatever side I have my glue on, that's the side I want to be for my ears. So I'm going to put the one ear here, and then I'm going to grab another glue, put it right on. There's the knot right here, and I'm going to put it just above or below the knot. Don't put it over the knot because it'll bunch the glue up, and it'll be very hard to get the glue to stick on the sculpture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eye it up and make sure that my pieces are fairly even. And then we're going to take our nose and we're going to place a glue. The knot is right here where I tied it, and I'm going to flip it to the side and put a piece of glue right there on it. So I'm popping just one piece of glue right there. And I'm going to tear the backing off. Can't live without dashes? I can't either. So once I have that on there, I want my glue to be on the bottom side of the nose. So I'm going to place it there, and I'm going to give it a little push to work it into the sculpture a bit like that. Now once we have that, we're going to add some more flavor to it, but we're going to do the body first, and then I'll add the last little pieces right at the end right there, okay? So for the body, we're going to use two 646s, onyx black, and we're going to blow them up as big as you want, but I like to blow up one bigger than the other to give kind of like a staggering look to the body, like he either has big shoulders and small feet, or big hind legs and a small front set of shoulders and arms. So we're going to blow them up. I'll use my pump this time. Told you. And I'm going to tie them end to end. I'm just going to make one big flower petal, one big loop. And I'm going to do that twice. There you go, sir. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make the whole concept of using, this is what we call loop-de-loop. When you use two loops, we call that loop-de-loop. And this is going to function as our body, like this.
Right. Now, why do we do that?
Well, the whole premise of this technique is putting the head in the back section of the sculpture using pressure to keep everything held in place.
Right. So what we do is we focus most of our energy on the face, and then we make a very simple body. So this way we can make a big, impressive piece, and it still looks good, even though it's quick.
Yes, the whole point is to make the face look really amazing and save 90% of your time by doing a body by using this. You can't do every animal with this body, but you can do a large array of animals, from bears to dinosaurs, pigs, pandas, gorillas, many things you could do. So remember, this is all based on pressure fit. If you put enough pressure, these are not going anywhere. They will stay perfectly normal. And the cool part about the Geo is when you distort it, if you notice, can you hold this real quick? Thank you, sir. the back of the sculpture is a lot more flush than it would be normally. So this actually allows it to sit perfectly within inside of the geo, just like that. It sits perfect with it. That's cute. So to hold these together, sorry, brother, we're going to need a either 11-inch round or 5-inch round. I like 11-inch because it allows a little bit more space to hold this in here for pressure. If you use a 5-inch, sometimes the 646 could split open and slip through. With an 11-inch, it's a lot less likely that that will happen. So we're going to blow up our 11-inch to about 5 or 6 inches. Oh, no mouth. Use mouth. I usually mouth inflate, but with all this social distancing and everything, try and use our pump a little more. So we're going to use this, and this is going to serve as our pressure and our tail. So it's got double feature, pressure, tail. So what we want to do is, we want to find an area, well, this is what we're going to do first. We want to decide if we want, one of these is slightly bigger than the other, so we want this one positioned here, where the head is going to be. So I'm going to pull the string through, and I want to pull it tight, really tight, because I want all that pressure. So I'm pulling the white string up, hold that right there for the back here. And I'm going to tie, and then I'm going to clip all this excess string. I'm going to clip that. So what I'm going to do now is adjust the tail to move up. Just adjust everything a little bit to move up. And now, what I like, you know this real quick? Thank you. What I like to do sometimes for the base of the sculpture is I'll use some other geos, some 6-inch blossoms. Oops, oh, no mouthy. Got me again. Thank you, everybody, for viewing. I can't see the chat right now, but thank you guys for all of your support, all of your love. Thank you to QUALATEX again for showing us all your love. Yeah. So I'm blowing up 2 6-inch blossoms, and these are going to serve as my little grass patches that the panda sits on. And I'm going to tie together, just like that. And what this allows me to do is, I just clipped off the extra excess in between them. Each foot has a little bit of scrap that is on the bottom of the foot. And that little scrap can sit right down here. Scrap right there. Sometimes you might hear. Yes. So what I was made, just in case, is you could use a 5-inch round. This one doesn't have enough air in the leftover part of the 646. So I'm just going to tie a 5-inch round. 1 or 2 fingers, 2 fingers. Yeah, about 2 fingers full. Nothing crazy. And then I'm going to stuff that. And then I'm going to put this, tie it to the back legs. I'm putting a 5-inch round. I just tied it into the juncture where the pinch twist and the other one, the pinch twist and the other balloon meet, or not pinch twist. I'm tying the 5-inch round into where the 646 is tied together, and then clipping the excess off so that all we have is a 646 with that little bubble on the end right there. And then we're going to make sure our geo is stretched out, and then we're going to stick our 646 inside there. So we're almost done. Very easy, very awesome, unique looking piece. We're just going to add some more trim to make it look even more awesome. And how we're going to do that is we're going to take a 160 white, and we're going to blow up just a little bit. We don't need a lot. We're going to make the mouth. And how we do that is, I like to make a small one, so I'm going to do about 3 fingers and do 2 of those. And I'm tying them together, breaking the excess, tying it off so it doesn't come undone on me. And I'm going to do that twice. So now we got just this little duplet of sausage bubbles right there. And we're going to take our trusty companion, our glue dashes, and we're going to put in the center of one on the bottom and one on the center on the top lip. These would be considered lips, I guess. Tear off your backing. Find a good spot on the sculpture. I usually like to put it a little bit off-centered as I'm putting it in the center. You can put it in the center, but I like putting it slightly off-center. That's just my style. And for another awesome piece to add to it, we're going to add some little chewing grass for the guy. So we're going to take a 260 lime green and a 260 dark green, and we're going to cut it in the middle, slice it right in the middle because we want to use both halves for the grass. So we're going to slice it, and now I've got two halves, and then we're going to tie it in the middle so that you have a piece like this.
And you want that knot there.
You want the knot right in the center because the knot is going to allow it to be held inside of the side of the mouth. So the knot is actually very helpful. So I'm tying my other side. You have two pieces of grass.
Beautiful.
And then what I do is I bend it like this. I push it in, and it takes a slight bit of work, but you work it in, and then all the grass should sit out to the side. And then we do the exact same thing. I'm taking my scrap, and I'm stuffing it right in the side of the mouth on the panda. And you do it to where you kind of hide the knot. You can't see the knot, but you can see the grass sticking out. And you have this awesome, beautiful little...
Now, this is a really good bring-along piece. If you develop your skills and get used to twisting this, you can actually twist this on site at a party. But you know, Dennis Scott, I watched his class earlier, and he had a really great point. If you are beginning to get into decor or do decor, and you have a twisting background, you can actually use pieces like this as center pieces or incorporate them into your decor. So if you watch Dennis Scott's class, go back and see the hints that he had, and you can use stuff like this and incorporate it into your decor.
And another quick thing that I might do, sorry about that, guys. Another thing I might add if I'm bringing this to a birthday party or something like that, another thing that is always helpful in any situation that I do, just adding a heart to anything will literally turn any regular balloon into magic. So I just go off a regular QUALATEX heart. I cut off the bottom nozzle. I just grab myself one U glue dash, put it right in the center, and then I figure out where I want to put it. I'll usually put it on the grass, or if I can't put it on the grass, just right there. And it becomes a ridiculously awesome bring-along piece. Everybody will love. Mr. Brad's a really tall guy, and this thing is huge. It might not be...
This thing is huge. This is huge.
It might not be easy to see in the camera, but it's huge. And it's always a huge hit wherever I do it. Always gets a lot of wow factor. Wow, how was that made? Look at the head. What is that?
This definitely expands the mind of people of what balloon art can do.
This is a premium tutorial, but we were so overwhelmed with the love that QUALATEX had with doing this convention that we decided to basically teach this at the convention for free. We normally charge for this type of design, but we really thank QUALATEX so much for the love they give us and the love they give you guys. So this is, you know, from them and us to you guys, and we really hope you use it and enjoy it. Don't let these things go to waste and not use them, because QUALATEX geos are such an amazing asset to our stock that I myself didn't even realize till a couple years ago how much of a gem these are to the community. We need to revive these things in all colors. We need to get them to make blush and gray. Like, these things have many capabilities. And mark my words, hopefully someday we will push enough designs of this where they will make them blush or gray.
So let's talk about a couple designs that we can do with this. We can't make the designs now, but let's put in the minds of people some designs that we can do with
Sure. We do a really beautiful pig in our tutorial. There's a pig, a lion, an elephant, a rhinoceros. Right. We also do a mouse. There's other famous artists. There's a gentleman named Christopher Lyle, guy in the yellow suit, snazzy guy. Right. He did a really beautiful cockatoo that was amazing. Amazing.
He did a fish.
Did a fish. So it's really versatile, and you can get many different things out of it. Just look at this. Do a geodome like we showed you with the head, and just look at it from different angles and perspectives, and see what you come up with. There's something inside of you that we haven't seen yet. So try this out and show us so we can learn that balloon as well.
Check this out. Somebody in the comments said that would be a good visor.
Oh, that would be a wonderful visor.
That would be a good visor.
QUALATEX, let's get that MOCHA. Let's get that MOCHA Joette up there. I need that.
Right.
So,
use your imagination. Help us make new stuff.
Let's get moving on to the next sculpture in our set. We really hope you guys like this one. We love this one. This is one of our favorite pieces to do. It's a really odd balloon, but always a huge hit.
Not just a balloon, it's a decor piece.
It is. It's a regular piece. It's decor. It's whatever you want it to be. Deliverable. You can add more things to this. You can add less things. Whatever you like. It's all up to you guys. So our next sculpture is a huge hit that we came up with last year.
Oh man, one of my favorites.
One of my absolute favorites. How did we come up with this piece?
Oh my goodness! I'm coming home from a prom, and I was at the prom probably till about 10:30, 11. And because I always call my brother every day, I called my brother up and I said, "What are you doing?" It's 11 o'clock at night. He says, "I'm downtown Buffalo doing an event and I'm trying to decorate for it." And I said, "Well, do you want some help?" And he said, No, I don't need no help. I said, "Dad, tell me where you're at because I'm coming." And so we're at this event. My brother's making crazy stuff, 8-foot cupcakes, crazy arches I've never seen before. And he has this column and he's trying to figure out, what do I put at the top of this column? And all of a sudden his brain explodes and the genius in him comes up with this fabulous ice cream. And from that moment on, I've been doing this ice cream at almost every one of my events. It's one of my favorite pieces. And my favorite thing to do with it is give it to a little girl who's about 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, because it's just about as big as she is.
Right, and when she's walking around the event with this big old ice cream, everybody goes crazy.
Crazy. Basically, this is a 3-foot ice cream cone. Myself and Mr. Brad, we can do this in 2 minutes.
Right,
2 minutes we can do this.
Now,
and it's 3 feet big.
Now, if you know about the different type of artistic styles of layering your balloon and identifying negative space, what you can do is you can take this to a very quick version to pop them out, or you can fill those negative spaces with different layers and just make it a very wild piece. And it's not just something that you hand out in your line work. It is definitely something that is decor as well.
Yes, absolutely. This is a line work piece. I know this sounds crazy.
It sounds crazy.
We were in Las Vegas last year in summertime.
Popping them out.
And we were popping them out in line work, and people would come up to us and said, "That's insane that you guys do this for line work." Right. So
it's 2 minutes.
It's going to take a little longer because we're explaining it. Right. But without further ado, let's get rocking. We're going to make a quick one, or we're going to make one to show you the steps, and then after that, we're going to do some quick ones without teaching you, but just to show you how quick they are and how versatile they are by changing up a balloon here or there. It could just be a regular ice cream cone, or it can be an amazing, crazy themed ice cream cone.
Right. So we're going to do the regular ice cream cone, and then we're going to do a variation, which is like a theme, which is really fun to do during certain seasons. So the first balloon we're going to need is a MOCHA 646. Now I mouth inflate. I'm going to try to use a pump. I'm probably going to embarrass myself.
Let me show you guys a trick quick before he inflates it. We want the back end of the 6. We want basically all of this inflated and none of this. So what we can do is by pulling the balloon up on the pump and then wrapping our hand around it, we can only inflate just this top to make sure that the balloon looks streamlined and not wobbly when we blow it up.
Right. So as we pull that down, we probably want about a fistful of that balloon. So my brother got it down right to the perfect position for me, and I'm going to start pumping. Pray for me, because I'm not used to doing this.
We're mouth inflators, so pumping is like really out of our element. A little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more.
Okay, hold on. Let's see that. Okay, check this out. So we got about 4 hand. We're going to tie it. And we're going to tie it pretty good. And so, would you mind, please? Thank you very much. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a pink 16 donut, a pink one, and we're going to pump it. And this time we're going to cram it down in there a little bit, and we are going to, here we go. I'm going to squish it a little bit just because I'm nervous. And so what I did was I almost inflated it all the way, and I'm going to burp it a little bit. This is going to soften it because I'm going to do some very bad things to it. Okay, now I'm going to tie it. And I'm just going to make sure that it looks pretty symmetrical. Would you mind holding it? Now, in a little bit, we're going to use a Q-link. Right now, we're going to not use a Q-link, and we're going to use a regular round. This is an 11-inch round, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a raisin in it. If you don't have Q-links, this is the reason why we're doing a round right now, to show you what to do if you don't have a Q-link. In a moment, we're going to use a Q-link.
The real reason is because we only have white Q-links. Don't tell them that. Don't try to sound smart.
Okay, here we go. Take your contraption, take your latex, and inflate. Okay, I inflated it to a good size, probably about 3 or 4 fingers. And I'm going to let some air out, and I'm going to check it with the. Well, that looks right about the right size. Now it's nice and soft, right? It's nice and soft. So I'm going to tie it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a raisin. Now I didn't put the raisin on the inside because everybody knows how to do that. And I once saw Justin Reams do an outside raisin. So let's look for our dimple. Let's put an outside raisin in, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it, I'm going to push it, and I'm going to pinch it, and I'm going to give it a little twist, and that's an outside raisin. Justin Reams taught me that.
A little bit easier than grabbing it from the inside.
Now I just tied it off, and I'm going to tie it twice. And we like to tie our balloons twice because we've had enough kids tell us, it's come undone, it's come undone. Okay, now we have this. We have this. We're going to insert this into the hole like that. And then we're going to tie it to the 646. We're going to pull it nice and tight. And we're going to tie it twice. And you have this. And we're going to trim it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to identify some negative space. And negative space is just a piece of your art that is feeling empty. And so we're going to identify this spot, and we're going to identify this spot as negative space. So here we go. We're going to take a MOCHA 350. Getting used to that pump, getting used to that pump. And we're going to pump it till it has about 4 fingertails. Pump it up. Here we go. Perfect. Tie it, because if you don't tie your balloons, not tie it. Okay, 2 pinch twists. 2 pinch twists. They don't have to be. We're going to do a wraparound right here. Nice and tight, and twist it. Now we're going to pop it. And we're going to wrap it in a figure 8 around the 2 pinch twists. And that should help us not to let that come undone. So we are just about done. Thank you, sir. And for the next piece,
let's have your sculpture put together. Make sure you push, because there's something maybe lopsided, like the Geo sitting on center. Just slide everything around. Make sure everything is sitting flush and good on the sculpture. And then you can move on to the next thing.
Thank you, brother. Now we're going to make a cherry. And we're going to not mount. We are going to pump. And we're going to pump it about twice. And we're going to tie it. And then for our stem, we are going to melt the plate. And we're going to puff it. So we have a red 350, and we have a dark green 260, puff inflated. We're going to take this longer tail, you see that long tail, and we're going to kind of roll it up and shove it into that red balloon. We're going to grab it. We're going to get it so that it looks pretty good. That's about the size I want it. Now, I'm holding on to that knot, and I'm going to isolate a bubble, and I'm going to pop it. And I'm going to take this and tie it. And then I'm going to take this string right here. You see my string? And I'm going to also take that above the knot and tie it. Now I'm going to trim all of the stuff that I don't want here. And so it's sitting a little funny. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to push that knot back up inside the balloon so that it sits the way I want. It's not really sitting the way I want, so we'll cover it with a 160.
What I was going to say is I'll show you a different thing. I was going to tell Mr. Brand. Another thing you can do is you see we have the knot or the raisin from the, not raisin, but the junk from the stem and the junk from the ice cream. You take them both, it's hard to see, but I'm going to cross them over one another. And I'm just going to, once I cross them over, I'm going to roll the cherry. I'm going to straighten it out as I go, but I'm going to keep rolling. And just keep rolling around in a clockwise motion. And I'm tucking a bit of the stem in there. And just rolling those two pieces of raisin together will allow your cherry to sit more flush on the, more flush on the sculpture like that.
If it so happens that you see that knot, you can see my knot. Who cares?
I cannot see it.
I'm going to take a 160 and I'm going to hide it. That stuff happens, you know. I mean, in the moment we're live, and so we're just going to hide it. And so we're going to take that 160 and we're going to wrap it around the bottom.
That's also eliminating dead space from the cherry and the other part of the ice cream. So it's like adding a little bit more to the sculpture as well.
Okay. And we're going to take that and tie it. There we go. And we're going to trim it. Now, Brother Joe, now we're going to take two white 160s. There we go. And we're going to blow both of them up.
Now you can do this in pink, white. Sometimes we do it in white because it contrasts the pink and it looks a little bit nicer. But sometimes we don't have any white 160s because these pinks are like bold too. So I'll do two pinks.
So what I did is I blew up two white 160s with about a hand tail. And then I tied them together. I did about two.
No, I mean the balloons together.
And then what I did was I tied them together and I made two pinch twists. Now I'm going to do that twirly candy cane. I'm going to take my ice cream and I'm going to wrap it around. And what I did is I wrapped it in between the donut and the 350. And what we're doing is just making it look cuter. So if you got an extra couple minutes when you're twisting this, this little whipped cream type part looks really good. Now, Mr. Joe, can we identify any more negative space on it?
There is many spaces that you could say is negative. The only space that I would say right now that to keep it quick is this space right here.
Okay. Should we fill it in?
Yeah, I mean, we could absolutely fill it in. Whenever you make this and you give it to a kid, I always grab it by the bottom with my hand like this and spin it, and then hand it to them.
Right. This is, I don't make this at every event, but I make this at almost every event. We got a pink 260, 4-finger tail, wrap around.
This is optional too.
Yeah.
Once you just have the line work version is just the basic part that we did.
So what I did, I took my 260, I made a pinch twist. I'm wrapping it around the portion between the 11-inch and the 16-inch deal. And I'm just fitting it snug. And I'm going to pop it. And I'm going to tie it. And again, I'm going to tie it twice. Carefully. Here we go. Get in there. Get in there. Okay. And I'm going to rest it down like that. There's a little bit, so I'm going to put another pinch twist in there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to align all of my junk up in the same area. So I'm going to take my 160, twist it. I'm going to move that there, and I'm going to align all of the junk in the same location. So we have an ice cream. Here we go. One of my favorite pieces to make. There we go. Now, Mr. Joe, what's a variation on it?
A variation on this could be snowman. I'll show you an awesome snowman quick.
Oh, snow cone.
Or yes, we call them Frosty the Snow Cone. So I take my 646, I pull it down to make sure that I only get the back end of the balloon blown up. And I'm going to blow this one up slightly bigger than the one that SUPERAGATE did to show you that you can make it smaller, you can make it bigger. This thing is versatile. And also, if you don't have donuts and you got blossoms, a blossom works just as awesome. And in some cases, I think it looks even better because it makes it look like it's got scoops. Like yes, it's got depth. So it looks like the actual fluff of the ice cream when they put a scoop on it. So we glue it up all the way. Tie her off. Thank you, sir. And then in a 12-inch quick link, Q-link.
Now we're going to use that Q-link. This actually saves a lot of time.
I'm going to show you a different method for the cherry too, so that it's about almost fully inflated, slightly underinflated.
Well, this is going to get a hat.
Yes, it will, but we can put that on in a second. So we're going to do just like last time where we fed one through here. I'm grabbing the nozzle, and then I'm taking this, and I'm tying them. So once we have this, we can take just a black 11-inch round and blow it up about maybe 6-7 inches, you think?
You're making a snowman hat?
Yes, I'm going to make the hat of the snowman. So
you could put a Santa hat on it.
You could put a Santa hat, a snowman like the black cap. You could do whatever you want. So I blew up an 11-inch onyx black, and I'm squeezing it. It's underinflated. I want it to be kind of oblong in shape, not round. So I want it kind of like a jelly bean. And then once I have my jelly bean shape, I'm going to tie it to the link-a-loon. Sorry, quickly. And I'm tying it. So now we got this right here. And then we're going to take a 350 black. Oops, blew up my mouth. Sorry, guys. So used to it. So I'm going to wrap this around. I kind of want to make sure that it's round and not like a flower petal. So we kind of want it round, so we got to pull it tight. Tying it.
And you're not doing a pinch twist.
No pinch twist. I'm just tying it. I clipped off the excess, and I'm going to squeeze it like this to make sure that it's round and get it nice and round for me. And I'm going to straighten it out so all my junk is in the same area. And I'm going to do my wraparound, but I'm going to do that twice because this cone is longer, so I want to do it twice. So I'll do one to the 350, and we're doing 2 pinch twists. And then a wraparound. And I'm also going to do a 260 round. Sorry about the mouth, guys. Sorry. And I'm going to do 2 pinch twists. Oh. And I'm using a 260 under the 350 because I want it to stagger in size. And for extra stability, I'll make a bubble from each pinch twist up to that pinch twist. But don't make the bubble so big to where the balloons are separated like that. Keep it real tight and together. And I'm coming back down just for extra stability. Yes, we will. Instead of doing the twisty whipped cream stuff, what we'll do is we will take a 350 and we'll make a scarf for them. I gotta stop with this mouth plate, guys. I'm sorry. So what I'm gonna make the scarf out of is I'm gonna take a hand width, make a bubble, and then make 1 pinch twist. And then I'm going to wrap it all the way around. Make sure you squeeze it. Make sure it's nice and soft. And then we're going to wrap it all the way around until we have about the same amount as this right here. And I'm going to clip that nozzle. And I'm just making sure the scarf is sitting in the right position. There we go. There we go. And then what I will do sometimes is, sometimes I will make a, I'm just working that to make it more circular. I will take a little red balloon or something like a 160. Oh, that's a wild berry. That's another wild berry. There we go. Red 160.
We're definitely not giving these balloons away. These are going to be popped and disposed of in a quarantine situation.
Yes, we will not be giving these balloons away. I'm wrapping just a simple loop, just like I did around that, just around the hat. Simple loop, breaking it, tying it, and then I am going to cut the strap. And then for a finishing touch, we can add a little bit of art. And for some art, what? Yeah, I will use this one. I will just do 2 eyes.
I make these at one event every year. If I don't make these, they have a heart attack.
And then I will make a mouth, which I just do 1 line. And then I make a little half a circle under that. Make sure you get some eyebrows so we have some sort of light to it. So far, easy. And I don't do a carrot nose. I always do just a button around nose. It's just as cute. Add a little pink on the tongue. And then I'm adding just a little color on the sides of the eyes. But we also got to put just a little bit of hope in his eyes. Because everybody needs a little hope.
Especially nowadays.
Especially nowadays.
Snow cone. Crazy. They go crazy for it. Only bring 5 to your event because they're going to go crazy.
Yes, I recommend not bringing a whole bag of geos with you because you will blow through them very, very, very fast.
If you can't draw, like I practice drawing, so I can draw. Practice drawing if you want to save money. If not, stickers.
Yes. So, what do we have left for time?
We got time left.
We got time. I think we got time.
We got a half hour left.
We got a half hour? Okay. So, with a half hour, we'll do one more design, split into 2 parts, same design, but 2 different sizes, and we'll show you how it works out. So, another thing that we like to do with geos is swords and making characters and things with geos. So, we fused the both of them with this next design, which is one of our huge hits.
Okay, so how do you make a sword with a geo?
I'm going to show you right now. So, we're going to take a geo, 6-inch geo lime, blow it up all the way, let some air out so that it's a little bit softer, tie it. Now this is going to be kind of hard. You want to make sure you stretch out the center as much as you can. And then we're going to take a gray 350 or silver, or whatever color you want, but I recommend gray. Blow it all the way up. And then you're going to decide how long you want your sword to be. So I want my sword to be about this long. So I'm going to flip it and tie it. But you want to keep all this balloon because this is the hard part. It may pop, it may not, but we'll take our geo and we'll slip the nozzle through. And we'll pull the nozzle and feed it through. Careful. Careful. See what I mean? See what I mean? Okay, this should be much better. Soft. Keep it soft. Keep it soft.
Gently cram it.
So that's what you want right there. And you'll see, you notice that the geo has 5 chambers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want these 3 chambers without the nozzle. That's going to be the front of your sculpture. These 2, the one with the nozzle and the off one, is going to be your back. So clip the nozzle, and let's get working. This is very easy as well.
Oh, we're not done?
No. So we're going to take a 260 of whatever color you want. This is a Ninja Turtle sword, so it could be 1 or 4 colors. I'm doing Leonardo because that's what the sword carrier is. So I'm blowing up a 260, about 4 fingers left on the tail. Tying it, and then I'll make 2 pinch twists. About 2 fingers each. And then I'm going to wrap it. And you notice how I said these were our front, the 3 pieces of our front? You want to pick what side you want and put the pinch twist on that side and then wrap it around very tightly. It's very important that you wrap it tight because this is like our first design in the sense that it's all pressure fit. So we have our, and I'm pushing it down to the geo so they're smushed together. Now that we have this left, we squeeze it and make 2 flower petals about 5 or 6 fingers. You basically want to use up almost the rest of the balloon. And for Ninja Turtles, I always make one loop bigger than the other. Kind of feel like that draping ashes of this master plan in the balloon.
You need 160?
We will need a 160, but hold on 1 second. So I'm repositioning my pinch twist where I can get both of these pieces to sit off to the side like that. You might not always get them both to sit on the side. And I'll also give it a little shake. I know it doesn't look like much now, but this is super awesome. So we do this here, and then Mr. Brad has a 160, and what this is going to serve as is the bottom of our mouth right there. So now that we have our 160, we want to make sure that we have enough latex on the side of the end because we're going to tie it. So we want to measure. There's a line in the geo. You want to measure from that to that, and that's going to be your bound. So it's about a 5-finger bubble, 4 or 5-finger bubble. I tear that off. I tie the end, and then I'm going to tie both of these together so that I have my sausage bubble with a little bit of string left. And then I'm going to slide that under this, and I'm going to tuck this up inside there. Once you get it on, you won't even see it. And now you have the bottom lip of the Ninja Turtle. This is one of my favorite sculptures of last year.
Oh my goodness.
So I should have saved that 160, but take the other end that you had, blow it up, tie it. Doesn't matter how big, we're just going to make a loop this time, just like this, but around the top, for the top of his head. And make sure it's tight, just like the other one, and just tie it right in the back. I wrapped it around. Tied it twice, clipped it, and I'm going to make sure that I pull it down. I'm pushing it down so that everything sits flush because we're going to need all of this pressure for everything that's coming up right here. So now that we've got this, what we're going to do is we're going to make the handle. So we're going to take another 260, blow it up. I'd say about 4 or 5-finger tail. And do,
No, you can't leave it like that.
you can leave it like that. Yes, you absolutely can leave it.
We're going to church it up.
We'll do the eyes too, but if you didn't want to do a handle, you could just do it just like this and save yourself time. We're going to do 2 pinch twists just like the map. And then we're going to wrap it right under the mouth and making sure that the pinch twists are on the back of the sculpture. So I'm just wrapping it around. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure how far I need to go to the bottom, and then I'm going to make the bubble so that I know it'll come down like this, and then I'm going to make 2 pinch twists. Doesn't matter what size. And then I'm going to wrap my braid into that bubble cluster right there. And then you can cut it there, you can keep it. Sometimes I'll add 2 flower petals just to fill it in when we were talking about negative space. So now that we have this here,
You can't stop. You can draw.
you can draw the eyes if you want.
Why don't you show us how to add eyes?
But we came up with a really easy way for eyes that looks ridiculous. So the way we're going to do is we're going to take a 160 white, blow it up, and we're basically going to make 2 chunky pinch twists with no air in between the balloons. So we're going to make a 2-finger bubble into a pinch twist. And we're going to make it look like a pinch twist by, or not. Try that again. We're going to take a 2-finger bubble and we're going to tie it and then pull it to make sure we get that boxy, squarish pinch twist shape. And then we're going to squeeze air. So we have flat balloon in between.
Not thread twist. It's a ribbon.
So we're going to make another 2-finger bubble. And tie it and make another pinch twist eye just like that. Don't pop them though. So the cool thing about these eyes is we used to draw turtle eyes for the longest time, but we could never get that Ninja Turtle look. So all you have to do for this is turn it around for me, is slip this, take your string, slip it in between, and then pull it to the front. 2 little grooves in the geo
Where the eyes
is where the eyes will sit, and they'll sit perfectly right there for you like this. You could finish like this, or you could take a 260 and just pump inflate it. And then what you do is cut the scrap, and then you want to get this split in the middle, so where you can find the center, and then you tuck the center in between the geo and the 260, not on the outside, in between the balloon. Oh. You can do this with a 350, 260. So what I'm doing is I'm tucking it in between, and then I'm going over the eyes and tucking it under the 260 to give it a little bit more of an angry look. Kind of like eyebrows, but not really. But it adds so much more dimension.
How much time we got left, love? 22 minutes. Should we do a big version?
Yeah, we can also do a big version. And we're going to do that for you right now because we love you guys so much. I hope you guys are enjoying the class. You guys enjoying it?
Now check this out.
Are you enjoying it?
I love it. I completely love it. Now, I just want to say thank you because I love making balloons with you. And what we're going to do, we're going to make the same exact balloon look very big because that's what we do. So instead of 6-inch, we're going to use a 16-inch. Instead of a 350, we're going to use a 646. And we're just going to upgrade a little bit. So here we go.
We know the design, so we're just going to show you the balloons as we do it. And we may even come up with a quick one. I have an idea if we have time.
Let's see.
So let's go.
Let's see.
And we'll show you every step of the way what we're doing so that you guys don't miss it.
And no one's getting these balloons. These are your balloons. We're showing these for you. After this, they're going to get them. Yes. So we're tying. We inflated that 646 all the way. We burped it a little bit, and we tied it so it's nice and soft. Then we're going to take a 16-inch. Mr. Joe, would you mind?
I would not mind.
16-inch. Same thing. Got our 16-inch. Before we blow it up, stretch that middle out. Before we blow it up, stretch that middle out so it's a little helpful that way. Then blow it up.
Do not try this at home. No more. No, he's right. He's doing it underinflated so he can get that stretch because he's right. We're doing a 646, and you're going to have to beat this balloon up pretty bad.
Okay, now it may pop, it may not pop. If it pops, we start over. If it doesn't pop, yay. Okay, take your little tail nozzle piece, run it through the center.
I would even say you could have did a little bubble because 646 is so much more.
When I do strong, I empty it, and then I pull it, and then once I pull it through, I try to reinflate it like that.
You should be able to pull it with a 646 because the strength of the latex is pretty strong.
Okay, so you've seen this before, right? Where have we seen this before? 4 or 5 minutes ago. That's what we're saying. Okay, let's do a red one. Instead of a 260 wrap around, we're going to do a 350. 4-finger tail. Soften it. 2 pinch twists.
Now, since this is bigger, sometimes the 350 has less space, and this is more. It has less space overall, and this is bigger space. We're going to need to use 2 balloons to be able to get the mask and the sashes because it's so big.
Great point.
So don't feel bad if you have to use more balloons. Just twist comfortably and what makes you feel good when you twist.
Now remember to orientate yourself, right? Because you don't want to end up building the sculpture and then having that in the front. So you want to make sure that this is back and to the south. So we want to be orientated, and we want to make sure
back and to the left.
This is the front. So we're going to put our double pinch twist right there, and we're going to wrap around.
Make sure you got to pull. You got to make sure this is really tight because it has to be even tighter than that. No, it has to be tighter than that because you have to have it pulled together so that you can push it down.
I'm going to draw the item.
You're going to draw the item?
Draw the item.
That's fair. We did the eyes with the balloon. So
now I have this right here, and I'm going to fill this top portion, not with. I'm going to do a 160 on the top and a 260 on the bottom.
No, do 260 on top. Because a 160 is going to be too small.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to take this, and we're going to do 2 pinch twists.
Now, so like I did the back on this one, I didn't do a pinch twist. You can do pinch twist if it's easier for you to do than just tying the balloon flat. Because sometimes I'll tie it like this, and it'll end up popping on me or deflate. So doing pinch twist might be a safe bet for people who aren't used to doing things like this.
Yeah, check this out. I blew up 260 line. I have 4 fingers as a tail, and I did 2 pinch twists. We're just showing you different options. That's all we're doing.
There's no proper way to do anything. The only proper way to do things is what makes you comfortable.
Now this one is going to be very, very tight.
I recommend these wraparound pieces being extremely tight because, especially when you're doing these eyes, that pressure of holding down and up is everything. And once you do it 20 or 30 times, it'll be second nature. So don't even think about it. Just practice the technique and do it again and again and again, and eventually you won't even think about it.
So we got the top of our head.
Top of our head.
We got our bandana. And we're going to fill in that bandana. Sorry, brother. There you go. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So we are going to take our bandana. Thank you very much. And we're going to tie that 6-finger tail. We're going to tie it into the 2 pinch twists. We are going to make a... And then we're going to take this. We got about a 5-finger loop. And then we're going to take the rest of it and tie it into that. We're going to trim it.
If you're in a jam and you don't even want to do a loop, you could always just take a balloon, 350 if it was this size, and just split it and just attach that right there, or do whatever you want to do, what makes it good for you.
Okay, now we're going to do the bottom lip. Would you mind holding that?
Not at all.
We got a 260 lime green. We got a hand and a thumb. We're going to take it and let all that air out so that when we tie it, we have a nice long string. We're going to measure our mouth from this kink to this kink. And so we have about that much there. And we're going to take the rest of this and pop it. And we're going to tie it. So this is what we have here. About a hand and a thumb with 2 long tails. We're going to tie these together. And we just made this balloon. But we're just showing you how you can upscale. So we're going to take this right here. Right up inside there.
Now, when you look at the back of Mr. Brandt's thing, you can't even tell that that string is there. Just tucking it into the geo hides everything and leaves that perfect bottom lip of the Ninja Turtle.
And basically, you could stop here. You could put eyes the way Mr. Joe did. You don't even have to put a handle on there. We'll put a handle on there.
And if you wanted to, you don't have to. But you could do something like, instead of doing the pinch twist eyes, you could just use little 5-inch rounds blown up like an inch or two. And just tie those together and then put those in. And that can even work just as simple as what you did before.
So for the handle, I'm going to do something different than Mr. Joe, but that's okay. We're going to start with a red 260 with about 3-finger tail, and we're going to make 2 pinch twists. And we're going to tie those pinch twists into the bottom nozzle of the 646. And we're going to make a small spacer bubble, about 2 fingers, and we're going to make a pinch twist. So this is what we have at the bottom. 2 pinch twists, a spacer bubble, and another pinch twist. Then we're going to wrap around like that, kind of like a flower petal. And we're going to tie it into that. This is just an alternate version. And we're going to take our handle, and we're going to go about a hand and a thumb up and make a pinch twist. This is just a different version. Make sure everything is appropriate. We're going to slide our handle a little bit, and there we go. It's just a different handle. Still strong, still everything. Now, you want to take those eyes out, and I'll draw some eyes real quick?
Sure. I mean, you don't have to really draw them. Well, some people draw. Well, I'm just saying, people have seen many drawings of them, miniature ones.
So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm just going to do a angry eye, and I'm just going to fill the bottom with a little bit of white.
The reason why I use the balloon eyes is because drawing is hit or miss. So he got the eyes right, but there's times where I draw the eyes and they look horrible. So I always use the balloon eyes because it eliminates the possibility of messing up the eyes and then doing the sculpture and then being like, oh man, I did everything right, but the eyes look horrible. So you can draw, but just as a notice that the reason why we did those eyes was these type of eyes is it eliminates all the pressure, holds them, and it eliminates the need to draw. Me and Brad are okay drawers, so we don't mind drawing, but some people don't have the gift of the Sharpie art. But that only requires practice, so just keep your practice up, and it'll look awesome regardless of what you do.
And it's okay to be different. It's okay to try different stuff,
So we're almost done, and before we go, I want to do one more quick sculpture. Oh, sorry about that.
How much time do we got, Mama?
We got about
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So we're going to do a quick one. So you're going to have to keep up with us or go watch it on the YouTube one. We're going to make something I came up with not too long ago is a brand new rose technique.
Oh, yeah.
So nobody has seen this one yet. So we're going to take a regular 260, dark green or lime. Blow it all up. It doesn't matter how much you blow it up. We're going to end up getting rid of the tail anyways. So we're going to do 3 flower petals, about 3 fingers. And we're going to leave them spread out like that. Next, we're going to take our 6-inch Q-link, 5-inch, 6-inch.
I think it's a 6-inch.
And we're going to blow it up about 5 inches and tie it. And then we're going to wrap the nozzle end into the cluster of flower petals that we make. And make sure it's wrapped in there real tight. And then wrap the nozzle in so you can't see it. And then we're going to take a 260.
Everybody awake.
And about 4 fingers on the tail. We're not going to use the whole thing. We're going to make 3 pinch twists. Any size, 1 finger, 2 fingers, doesn't matter. You know what? I'll do 4 pinch twists. Okay. So once we have that, we're going to take our link part and we're going to wrap that into our pinch twist. And this is also very important too. Although we wrapped it, we want to go the opposite way and roll the quick link around and make sure that it's tight, because when we're going to be pulling the 260 around the quick link, and we want to make sure that it looks really good and tight, and it has to be wrapped in tight right there. So now that we've got this, we've got our quick link, our 260 here with 4 pinch twists. We're going to basically squeeze it to make sure it's soft, and we're going to start wrapping around. And then we're going to stop. After, about 2 full wraparounds, we're going to stop. We're going to break the bubble. This is the really cool part. This is the cool part. We're going to get rid of the air here at the end so that all I have left is just this extra latex right here. So I'm going to wrap it around, and I'm going to pull it under all this stuff that I've been wrapping. So it pulls itself under. And then once I get to the original spot where I was, I'm going to wrap it in a curved fashion, going angled along the balloon, because roses kind of have like that folded in kind of look. And this could also be doubled as a cupcake. So you have that nice little streamlined petal that's coming. I'm just tucking this little knot in right there so you don't see it. And then I'm going to come down. First, I'll do my 160. I'm doing a dark green and then 160 line.
This little addition makes it look very nice.
So all I'm doing here is just wrapping it in to my flower petals. And then I'm candy caning it, twisting it, making a couple flower petals, small, doesn't matter, random size. Sorry, brother.
Man, I love that rose.
Quick link rose, super, super awesome. Have not done it in public or anything yet. I think it looks absolutely amazing. I hope you guys like it. This has been ridiculously awesome. We feel very humbled and appreciative that you guys had us here, that QUALATEX had us here.
Well, we never expected, when we started balloons, we never expected anything like this.
Nothing like this.
So we are in a place, in a moment, which is unexpected for us. And so we're very thankful, not just to QUALATEX, but the entire balloon community.
We love you guys more than you could ever imagine. You guys have no idea.
So how much time we got left, Mama? We got 5 minutes left.
5 minutes. So we milk it.
I think we should see if anybody's got a good question for him. That's right.
Anybody got a good question? We're looking at the chat right now. Anybody got a question?
Let's see. I got a good question for you.
Sure. What's a good question?
What is your favorite balloon to make?
My favorite balloon to make of all time is Yoshi from Mario Brothers.
All right.
Love Yoshi.
Very good. Now, let's see. We did a lot of geos today.
Yep.
What made you get into investing time in geos?
QUALATEX has a lot of strange and unique stock, and I'm a very strange and unique guy, so I can relate to their artistry, and I'm just a person who likes to do things differently, and I see not many people using geos for sculptures. Mostly people use them for just tires and things like that, or bases for bring-along pieces. And I just wanted to see what geos could be done in the functional world. And I think there's some really awesome stuff. We haven't even cracked the surface of what geos have to offer.
Hey, guys.
Hey, brother.
Thank you very
so much.
I have to say, I was absolutely glued to that from start to finish. Loved every single part of it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I love the panda, and I like the idea that the guys had about the bison and things. If we can get a MOCHA, yeah, we feel on that as well. Love the ice cream too. I mean, I like the idea of a little tiny kid walking around with this ginormous ice cream. It's ridiculous, right? I mean, everybody's going to want to stop, take photographs, ask for a business card. Yeah. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic. I love the turtle.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to do this. And thanks for your hard work, guys.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work.
Thanks for joining in.
You guys make it a lot easier for us, right?
Exactly.
There was a lot of chatter. There's a lot of love. I mean, the golden nuggets that were flying past the screen at times. I know there's going to be come this summer. You know, once we're allowed back out and everything, your designs are going to be flying everywhere. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for sharing that brand new rose as well.
Yeah, I love that addition of the quick link. It really makes that a fantastic design. So yes, thank you for sharing.
Thank you guys for everything. Love you guys. Check out our YouTube, Balloon Brothers, our Instagram, Balloon Brothers Tutorials, our other Facebook page. Anything you guys want to do, anything you want to know, please contact us. We're here to help and make everybody in the community be their absolute best.
Awesome. Don't forget to dive on in the chat again and say hi to everyone and share those details. I know you're on there before, but dive back in again and please share those, because I'm sure people will want to check you out some more as well after that. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Keith and John.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Bye for now.
Oh, hello, everyone. Yeah, it was an amazing class, Lindsay. You are right. It was very inspiring. Sorry?
I said exactly.
Yeah, it was a really good class. And back to the balloon. Already subscribed. Good. There was tons of things that were about there. I really like the additions of the lips on the panda with the extra little scraps of balloon. Make it look like he's eating some bamboo things. So it was perfect.
Question there or comment. Messages are not available on past lives. They should be.
Yeah, they are. As long as you put it on live chat, what happens is after a certain length of time, everything becomes available on there as well. So don't worry about that. Davina, have you guys had a chance to rest? Anthony, how are you feeling? Hanging in there? What do you think?
Look at that.
Do we look like we're hanging in there?
I like the emojis going on there. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we are running behind a little bit. We do need to do our restart of the stream. So we're probably going to do that any second.
Yes.
We're meant to be coming back again at 8 a.m. BST, which is probably in about
now
2-3 minutes. We are going to be a little bit later than that. We'll probably anticipate being about 15-20 minutes behind schedule to get started on this part.
But we will try and get caught up with that 15 minutes as well. We're always run behind on things, you know. We give it to we like to give it that extra bit, and we don't like to shortchange anybody. So we don't want to cut any of the instructors' time slots down because there's some technical errors or whatever. We'll just push things back, right? Nobody's got anywhere to go.
Exactly.
You're on lockdown. Don't worry
we
about
don't want to leave anyone short. So yes. So don't forget to jump on over to, I don't even know what part it is, part 5 now. Part 5's the next one. Jump onto that stream, get yourself ready, get yourself tucked in there, give it a like, start on the chat, make sure everyone knows where you're at, and then we will be with you very soon. Okay?
Yes, absolutely. For something brand new and something very special.
Yes.
So, okay. Jump over onto part 5 and we'll see you soon.
See you in a minute.